Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik, and I'm honored and pleased to welcome all of you to the inaugural edition of BW Tech Leaders Connect and also BW Tech Excellence Awards. BW Tech Leaders Connect is the most comprehensive conference deliberating on the new tech mandate, resilience, security, and also growth. In a world defined by volatility and uncertainty and also rapid technological evolution, businesses must adopt a proactive approach to stay ahead of disruptions and also chart a path to sustainable growth. As enterprises increasingly depend on technology for their operations, the role of leaders like yourselves in the technology space has transcended beyond traditional IT functions. BW Tech Leaders Connect serves as a beacon for the technology community, offering a premier platform for CIOs, CTOs, CDOs, and digital transformation leaders to engage, exchange ideas, and also shape the future of enterprise technology. This inaugural edition will convene the brightest minds like yourselves in the industry to address the ever-evolving challenges. Followed by which we'll also have the BW Tech Excellence Award, which is a platform dedicated to honoring your innovation, your strategies, and also leaders shaping the future of technology. Talking about the BW Business World led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And now with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. To keep yourself updated over the developments, please subscribe to the Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to professional quest for knowledge and insights. The latest issue of this very magazine, it covers the trends that will drive the businesses for India this summer. In focus will be consumer durables with a special feature on Daikin India. And also in focus will be beverages, ice creams, summer fashion and travel. Today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.businessworld.in. Any view and your opinion, any picture that you share online, please also use the hashtag BW Tech Leaders Connect. With that, can we please now showcase today's event, AV? A big thank you to event partners as well. Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact Weekly Magazine, and also Pitch. I want to formally welcome all of you and also to deliver the opening address. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business and the founder of the Exchange for Media Group. Everybody.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. This is the inaugural edition of the Tech World Conference, so my gratitude to you for being here. I'd like to specially welcome Dr. Kiran Karnik, who doesn't really need an introduction, but in my life he's played a very big role, though I meet him less and I should meet him more. So please give Dr. Kiran Karnik a big round of applause. We're talking of technology now. We're talking of space, drones, space tech. I think he did that 40 years back and continues to do it more than 40 years back, more like 45, 50 years back. So thank you, Dr. Karnik, for being here. I've seen many initiatives grow, so I'm sure our initiative today will also grow. So this is the BW Tech Leaders Connect, and we're going to talk about what's happening in the technology domain, what's happening in the information security, and how technology is a driver for growth. Before I do that, I just want to ask you how much, without using any Google or Gen AI prompts, how much money do you think has Gen AI companies raised in India in the world in the last 1 week? Till last 1 week. How much? No, trillion तो आजकल ऐसे बात करते हैं जैसे trillion. Almost less than $70 billion and already being raised, right? Not as of, I mean, who knows, they may cross a trillion, I don't know the future, but as of, it's less than between 60 billion and 70 billion, right? In a very short span of time. Also, we'll talk of technology, and I was talking to Dr. Karnik. For those who don't know him, you can Google him and find him, sir. But he was at ISRO. Then he also set up Discovery. He was chairman of, today Tech Mahindra does so well. When the transition happened from Satyam to Tech Mahindra, he was the chairman of the company that found a suitor, and he found Tech Mahindra, he found the Mahindra group, and look at where Tech Mahindra is today. And I can go on, he's a Padma Awardee, he's a writer, he's a columnist with BW Business World, he has a book, so he's an author, and most importantly, he's somebody who has very high ethics and respected across the board. Before I talk about what is happening in tech, I wanted to share some things which are philosophical. One, I read this book a couple of months back. It's become a favorite book of mine. It's called Fluke. And the point I'm trying to make is that, and the point the book tries to make is that everything happens through serendipity, chance, luck, whatever word. I don't like the word fluke, but the book is very interesting. And the best example is if Donald Trump hadn't ducked, sir, the world would be a very different place. I mean, God will give him long life. I won't want anybody to have less life, but if he hadn't ducked, the world would be a very, very different place. That's a very real example, right? And if Donald Trump hadn't been sworn in, we possibly would have a different prime minister in Canada and a different prime minister in Australia. Possibly. I mean, right? So clearly, what happens in our life is driven by so many factors which we give credence to and sometimes not give credence to. Life is a combination of a lot of small miracles which happen, and there are many happy stories in it. There is one sad story which I'm going to talk about. In 2009, there are two colleagues, a girl and a boy. They work in a company in the US, and the boy is working in some other location and not in New York, and they're meeting in September 2009 September 2001 in New York. And the girl gets a tie for the boy, and he's wearing a certain shirt, so he wears the tie on the shirt, and she says to him that it doesn't look good. Can you change the shirt and wear it on a different shirt, the same tie? So he goes back to his room. He's in a hotel because he's not from New York, and she goes back to the office. While he's ironing the shirt, the girl's office and their office is in the Twin Towers. The planes hit the Twin Towers and she dies, and her friend is saved because he was ironing the shirt to wear the tie she brought. It's a sad story. Of course, losing life is never happy. And I was thinking about how, Donald Trump in one example, unfortunately 2 weeks back, Pahalgam incident happened. And there are stories, there are at least 4 or 5 stories that have come that we were about to reach that meadow, but there is a family which said, oh, we ordered food and there was too much salt in the food, so we asked the vendor to make the food again. He took 1 hour, we got late, so we didn't go, and we got saved. I mean, so really, the gist of the book is that we give too much credit to ourselves for our success and too little responsibility for our failures. I don't believe life in anything is a failure. It's a work in progress. It's an experience, and as my favorite author Randy Pausch says, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. You know, we started these things. I promise you, next year the Tech Leader Summit will be bigger and bigger. Now we're talking of tech. We're talking of big tech. We're talking of technology shaping. Guess what was Facebook's, Meta's this quarter revenue? Guess, without Googling, take a guess. I mean, you can Google everything these days. You can use GenAI prompts to even make it better. Guess, just top of mind guess. It was close to $45 billion, just the quarterly revenue. And there's a book about Facebook. This lady is Sarah Williams, is a New Zealander. She was in the diplomatic service at New Zealand, and then in the early days of Facebook, she said, I want to be doing public policy at Facebook, so she pursued the top people at Facebook, got a job. Again, that's a story in the book. And she then left. And she talks about how the title of the book is Careless People, a story of where I used to work, power, greed, madness. It's an interesting book. I bought it 10 days back. I read it on the flight, 60 pages, done, right? And you know, whether you agree with it or not, and of course Meta and Facebook is going at her and slandering her, but the book is an interesting read. But the point it tries to make, which is not, is big tech only cares about profits. That's the simple point it makes. It doesn't care about anything. So while we're making tech progress, and every tech is good, yesterday on Exchange for Media, I read this story. Our Mark Tech lead, Bridge, wrote this story, how a lady saved her baby using the GenAI technology. So clearly there is positive, how you use technology. I lost my mother 6 months and almost 15 days back. And 2-3 days after my mother went away, this book came to me from the publisher, and since then I bought maybe 100 copies gifted. And it's a beautiful book. And the books are, at my age, I think we know a bit, but Aruna ji, thank you for being here. Ms. Aruna Sharma, she's a former secretary in the government of India, and she writes very actively on tech and policy, and she's also on the boards of many companies. So please give Ms. Aruna Sharma a big round of applause. She was also part of her duty. I read this book, and again, it's the interesting storytelling. I mean, you get new insights. I love reading books, so it reiterates some things you do. And I want to show you, go, next slide, after this. So this is from the book. This is one page from the book, and it basically says, there was a Rabbi Simcha Bunim. He always carried 2 slips of paper in his pocket. One he wrote, Pishaveli Nivra Holam, for my sake the world was created. Like, Aham Brahmasmi, I am the center of the world. Right? And on the other he wrote, Va Anoki Afar, Va Afar, I am but dust and ashes. He would take out each slip of paper as necessary as a reminder to himself. So clearly, for our families, our friends, we are the center of the universe. But we are a very small speck in a very large. So, in a world where too much of individualism, too much of me, leaders becoming dwarfer, in my view. Earlier, the leaders, there no reference to any particular country, left to your imagination. But mostly talking of Donald Trump. My 10-year visa is sorted, so don't worry about that. But clearly, I think we have to be larger than ourselves. Tech is about being larger than the people who create it. Now, I also wanted to tell you that we are in 2025. If we just look at the biggest industries of tomorrow, this is expected revenue. And it may happen faster than there. Like we've been talking for the last 20 years of how, AI, ML, how machines will be able to do what. humans do. That's happened faster than singularities happened faster than we predicted. So this may also happen faster. So the biggest industries already, one is software is 4.6 trillion, cloud services is predicted to be this is in trillions, okay? So 3.4 trillion, electric vehicles 3.2 trillion in 2040. Digital ads 2.97 trillion, almost 3 trillion. Digital ads are almost 500 billion right now, almost 500 billion there. This year they should be 500 billion or cross that, right? Semiconductors 2.47, so on and so forth. Cybersecurity itself is 1.27. I mean, it's already substantial. This is in trillions. So clearly, technology and technology-led services, products will rule our life. You know, I love technology, play with it, read about it, write about it, meet people who are creating the technology, and it's fascinating. But I also want to give you two examples of technology. Again, it's about humans, how they use technology. So it's not about the technology. But, you know, I was at the NRI summit doing the food fight. It is a fight between 5 entrepreneurs. It's about quick commerce is killing restaurants, right? Something like that was the topic. And the fact is, you can order food at 2 a.m. It's not good for your health. And people ordering food at 2 a.m. I lost 10 kgs and I plan to lose 10 more because I eat less and I eat the right things. And I don't eat at night. I went to my family wedding yesterday. I already had dinner at 7. Normally I have at 6. And you know, food, we eat much more food than we need. At least I used to. I don't know. But the fact is, the less we eat, the better for us. But technology and availability creates demand in most sectors. Second is, I love media companies. I love OTT products. You know, I consume them. But the fact is, the most important thing for your progress, you want to create a product, you want to create a company, is your health. And health comes, the biggest health hack is sleep. Everything else is secondary. Last night I slept late because I came from the wedding late. You know, it was my cousin brother who passed away a couple of years, his daughter's wedding. So I was very happy to be there. My mother isn't there. So I was, you know, I'm sure my mother and my masi were very happy. So I was there for a little. Otherwise, I'm back at home by 11 and go to sleep around 11 every night. Most nights, like 80-90% of the night. So whatever you do, sleep enough, right? 8 hours, 9 hours sleep, because we are compromising on sleep for our progress. I realized it later in the day, but I have. And last, while we'll do technology, this is a book I read 20 years back. How many of you read this book? Anybody read? You read? So what is the message in this book? Of course, 100%. What else? Sir? I took a different message. Sir, what is the message in the book that you kind of took away? Yes, that is also there in the book. I think it was the first book where I gifted 100, 200 copies of the book. It's a simple message is spend time with your loved ones. That's the central message of the book. You will be replaced at your job. You know, my mother is gone and my life is going on. I mean, it's going on. I'm speaking at conferences. I'm going to weddings. I'm going to events. My life goes on. My children are busy. My wife is busy. I'm sure it impacts my father, impacts my older sister, but the life goes on. So spend as much time as you can with your loved ones without the mobile phone. That's the, you know, I read it 20 years back, but maybe in the last few months, I think, and I spent a lot of time with my mom, but it's not enough. It's never enough. So whatever you do, I know we are your CXOs, CEOs, entrepreneurs, you're driven, we all of us are. It's absolutely the right thing to have dreams and to work for them. But, you know, in a technology conference, I wanted to talk philosophically. We'll keep building technology. We'll keep leveraging technology. India is growing. Sir was also the chairman of NASSCOM. Look at where is the ITES services domain. There are some headwinds which are impacting that domain, but I'm sure we'll be able to get around that. I'll not bore you with more, but this is the first year. We also have the awards at 4:30 p.m. These are the inaugural awards, so we do all our awards through the jury process, no brief. And, you know, awards are like children, events are like children, they grow up. It's a young initiative. it will grow up. So thank you for being part of the first cohort, meet each other, network with each other, and I'm sure you'll take back ideas and knowledge which will help you do better at whatever you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your address. And now, for the first keynote, this is bringing together technology and trust, building an inclusive and future-ready digital India. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Kiran Karnik, ex-chairperson, IIT Delhi, former president, NASCOM, and also author and a columnist.
Thank you. And thank you, Anurag, for that introduction. You know, as I say, introductions that hype you are always dangerous. It's like waiting for Dhoni to come in and bat, and then you're disappointed. So I hope that you don't go back with that same feeling. Just thought I'd share something with you after Anurag's phenomenal breadth of vision. You know, I'm always, after Anurag speaks, the breadth of his reading and the depth of thought often leaves me speechless. And today, it's added to my speechlessness because I have somewhat sore throat. Also, if I'm dripping a bit of tears, it's not to do, I mentioned Dhoni, not to do with CSK being at the bottom of the table. Very painful for somebody like me who grew up in Madras, now Chennai, but that's life. Talking of life, I want to just take off before I address the topic itself from where Anurag ended. I was speaking about a week back at something which was rather interesting, and they wanted me to speak about what's happening new in the world of AI. So speaking about humans in the age of robots and AI, and talked of Gen AI, AGI, maybe artificial superintelligence one day, and talked about not the technology per se, I'm not a technologist, but where it's taking us, what are the things that it's doing, what are its capabilities, where might it head. And the end of it all naturally came to me as I myself started thinking about what I'm saying and writing it down. That end of it all, you come with all the deep technology and where it's going to something which is deeply inside and not from the outside. Because as you get more and more technologically advanced, and this is something I spoke about, as you begin to integrate, you know, electronics into you literally, things like the brain-computer interface, or organ replacement, which is common, and you know, most people don't realize how common it's become. Nobody thinks today of a knee transplant as being something special. It's a transplant. So tomorrow, why not all organs? Why not your kidney, your liver, your heart, and maybe one day your brain? Then I pose this question to the audience, which I won't pose to you for an answer, but to leave it to you to dwell about. So if you replace all the organs, like the ship of Theseus, what is left? Is it you? And if it's you, what is you? Is it your memories which are embedded, can be stored, can be updated? Is it your body? Is it your face? Is it your appearance? Is it your thoughts? Or is there something deeper? And that takes you automatically, I'm not a religious person, but it takes you automatically to the metaphysical, not necessarily religious, but the philosophy of saying, what is you? And you know, it's, I think, a thought for all of us. And I mention this because of what Anurag mentioned and some of the philosophy of what he spoke about. At the end of the day, technology ultimately takes you to philosophy. But I'm not heading there today, don't worry. I'm not going to give you a deeply philosophical talk about what life is like. I'm going to speak in very concrete terms about what was just mentioned, which is technology with trust, building an inclusive and future-ready digital India. And the key elements here are the words technology, trust, inclusive, and digital-ready future India, or rather a future-ready digital India. I won't speak too much about technology. There are others who will speak who are technologists. I know some of you are deeply technological. Others use technology and others are interested. So I won't delve into the technology. But I want to speak about the other three, which is trust, inclusiveness, and future-ready digital India. Think of digital India. How many of you have not used UPI in the last few days or last week? I don't see hands, but even if you're not showing your hand, I wouldn't believe that there are more than 1 or 2% who haven't used UPI in one form or the other, GPay, Paytm, something riding on the UPI platform. And no wonder, because there are 535 million transactions on UPI every day. 535 million, imagine that. Every day, day after day. Gives you some idea of where we are in terms of digital platforms and where we have reached from, say, 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when even a cell phone was a rarity. And today there are well over 1 billion of them. Practically every Indian, and certainly every Indian household, barring maybe less than 0.5%, has a mobile phone in the house, somebody or the other. And these have become, mobile phone is, complete misnomer. These have become mobile, portable, handheld devices, which are computers with everything embedded in them. You can do all your transactions, you can do all your calculations, you can do everything you can think of on that little device. And this penetration of that is what is amazing. It's not a device. Today, technology can give you all kinds of devices, very fancy ones that can do everything possible. But what is amazing, and for a country like India, which is yet poor and driven by a lot of inequalities, is the fact that the penetration is so extremely high. And this takes you on to the critical factor of saying, these people who use this for a day-to-day transactions of all kind, for messaging, for speaking, for moving money from bank, from person to person, what is the element of confidence they have when they use this? If there are 535 million transactions on UPI alone every day, if Aadhaar is used for everything from identity to showing it for some purpose or the other, these platforms, what is the element which gives people the confidence to use them? Is it trust that it is safe, secure, and despite a lot of cases of fraud in terms of absolute number, percentage of fraud is yet small. And people yet use it with confidence despite reading stories about possible frauds. Why is that? It was because these platforms have, over a period of time, in a short period of time, built trust. And that tells you the criticality of that trust, because were the trust not to be there, who would use such a platform? If you're paying money to somebody, how do you know it's going to the right person? How do you know it's gone? How do you know it's been received? You do it on trust. If you're ordering things on Amazon, you place the order, and nowadays cash on delivery is rare to non-existent. You pay, and then you wait. You're sure the product will come to you. You're sure it will be in reasonably good condition in 95% to 99% of the time, and you're sure that you'll get what you ordered. This is trust down the line. Trust in the digital transaction, trust in the company, and trust in the product that's coming to you. Without this trust, this whole business of ordering remotely of digital transactions, I said most of our transactions which involve finances and money moving up and down, just couldn't happen. You trust that they're safe, they're secure, and that your own data, your bank account number, your personal data is secure. Nothing would work without this trust. And this is well known, it's stating the obvious. And that's something we must continue to respect, to build on, and to make sure that it doesn't go away. The second aspect is inclusiveness. I mentioned penetration. I mentioned reaching out. We live in a very unequal world. In India in particular, we have inequities that are amazing. From the top 0.1% of the people who may be living in fancy places And, I just saw the latest figure from Mumbai and Delhi, not only Delhi, the CTIO in Gurgaon keeps up with that. 2.7 lakhs per square foot, 1 square foot. Roughly 25 lakhs plus for a square meter of an apartment. To somebody living not even in a chawl, not in hutments, but living in a drain pipe in Bombay on the highway because we laid out these drain pipes to be laid underground. And meantime, there are people, migrant labor, who live there. That's the extent of inequity. In this society, we have to somehow make sure that digital technology becomes a bridge and not a divider. So far, through what is called digital public infrastructure, I mentioned UPI, there's Aadhaar, there's the DigiLocker, slowly getting there, but penetrating more and more. We have built not only trust, but we have tried to build those digital bridges. Already, telecom networks have built the bridge between rural and urban. Today you can be anywhere, and as long as you have internet access, you are connected to everybody everywhere. The world is truly flat. That enables you to cross one barrier. There are other things like icons, like voice prompts, that enable you to cross the literacy barrier. Lots of such things which I don't want to go into, where digital has played a bridge role. But today the inclusiveness has been taken a step further by a few days ago a Supreme Court judgment which has laid down that is for the government and regulatory authorities to make sure that everybody has digital access. So now it's not really a good to do thing, it's not only a moral thing to do, an ethical thing to do, but it is legally required now. And I think this is important to keep in mind. And that inclusiveness is not just about economic differences, which I mentioned, or about rural, urban, or literate, illiterate, but also inclusiveness in terms of people who are differently abled. Can somebody access the net who has visual problems? Can somebody work on the computer without being able to use their fingers? And I think this is important to keep in mind. Technology enables all this today. You don't have a problem. It can be done. But when you do this, how do you ensure it's there? And this, both the trust and inclusiveness part, are critical to the design of the software. And this is for the technologists among you, those who do the architecture, those who do the programming, those who do the software, to ensure that it is built into the design, not retrofitted. Retrofits often don't work. At least quite frequently don't work. And therefore it's not a retrofit matter, it's a design principle that should be built in, which also incidentally makes it cheaper and more efficient if it's in the design. So inclusiveness as you design your software in all its aspects must be something we have to take and keep in mind as we move forward. Final point I want to make is on a future-ready digital India. How do we do that? Technology changes extremely fast, and yet you want it to be sustainable, to be able to continue to be there. Major aspects, first on education. How do you make sure our education trains people, enables people to be future ready? So when the technology changes, they're not obsolete. Both from an organization, platform, implementation point of view, but also from the point of view of the individual. If your skills, abilities, and capability is of no use 5 or 10 years from now, which is likely to happen if you think that, like the old days, life is divided into phases. Education is over, now I'm working. No. You'll be out of a job in 10 years or less. Critical that you have the ability to continue to learn, to continue to pick up things as technology transforms, as new technologies come in, as new developments take place. First part, therefore, is in education. The other part is in how we build our platforms. What do we do to make sure that we keep this in mind? 10 years back, people used to design things for the laptop, or even more, the tabletop computer. Very soon they realized that won't do. I have to be mobile ready, not be mobile ready, but then it became mobile first. That whatever app I do, whatever thing I do, must be easily accessible on a mobile phone. That became the critical driving factor. from a design point of view, right from the beginning. We've got to keep that kind of thing in mind now, that is what you're doing resilient enough to be able to adapt to new technologies as they come up. Much more difficult, not an easy thing. It's not just version 2 or not just a software edition, but something which you need to do. Hardware, people saw this much earlier, and more the hardware is being moved to software. But updates are easy. You don't need to throw away something that's old, just update it with new software. In the same manner as software updates, we've got to look at how you do technology updates. Just something to think about, no solutions, no prescriptions. So I think these are the critical things as we move forward, which will give us resilience and the ability to succeed in a rapidly changing world, and to continue to make sure that India stays, as we have been now for, I would say, a decade plus, a leader in this field of new digital technologies. Just as we have done with all our, public infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, which around the world now I can tell you has become something which is not only greatly admired and appreciated, but people want to emulate and take from here. Things like Aadhaar, UPI, even the DigiYatra apps are things which are not necessarily unique, but which India has done and scaled, which no other country has done. If we want to stay there and stay ahead, and in fact go further on with new technologies, we've got to make sure we do the same. One part of it is for technologists, more difficult given where we are, to be doing basic R&D in quantum computing or in, artificial general intelligence. But what we have specialized in so far and what we might continue to do on a sustainable basis is to build on those platforms, to be able to build apps which borrow from elsewhere in terms of hardware, and then build in unique capabilities which take note of our special needs, which then become easily universally usable. So if you take care of inclusiveness and trust, if you make sure that your security in relation to your trust, the cyber security aspect is strongly embedded, I think you're already more than 3/4 of the way to becoming and continuing to be a technology leader. Let me stop there and say, these deliberations are always extremely interesting. And, business world, Anurag and his team organizes get-together, small gatherings of experts and people who know, hear diverse points of view, hear diverse experiences, and learn from each other. So these are unique and very useful platforms which help us to continue on this journey. I hope that today we continue to do that, and I look forward to great deliberations as we move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karnik, for your address. With that, let's now move ahead with the first panel discussion for today, which is on AI, from hype to its impact. Real-world AI applications addressing operational challenges and the future of work in the age of AI. While this other stage up, I will introduce our panelists and also the moderator. First, the panelist, Mujay Singh, Chief Operating Officer, Tridents. Joining him is Raja Mansukhani, Chief Strategy, Technology and Transformation Officer, Conviva. Joining them is Devesh Sharma, Vice President, Data and AI in CDO. Also joining them is Praneet Singhal, Director, Technology and Internet, One Lattice. And this session will be chaired by Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World. Yes, please welcome them with your applause.
Good morning, everybody. Just last week, I was in a conversation with a top IBM executive, and he said that the era beyond 2025 will mark the shift of from hype to real experimentation. So that statement was kind of in sync with the topic that we are talking today, where we're looking at the use cases, how much of it is hype, how much of them have matured. And if you look at the developments that have happened in the last 2 or 3 quarters, Satya Nadella just last quarter was quoted saying that every product at Microsoft is now becoming Copilot. Every third day, you hear a Silicon Valley executive talk about how codes are being written by AI, illnesses being diagnosed, right? Closer home, you see Tata Consultancy Services training 150,000 of its employees in generative AI use cases. But with this impact also comes disruption. And I think this particular point resonates more with the masses, which is regarding job losses. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna talking about nearly 30% of back office roles being replaced. But at the same time, Accenture talking about AI actually augmenting these job roles, right? In fact, being a force multiplier. So given all of these developments, panelists, today we'll talk, of course, about how these use cases have matured, but we'll also talk about the impact. So my first question, and in your opening comments, if you could talk upon how in these last 2 years you've seen the maturing of these use cases, and in particularly, your businesses, from your vantage point, how sort of tangible outcomes have these or any use cases have delivered, if you could elaborate on that. Munjay Singh ji, if you would like to start.
Hello. Well, thank you. Thanks for inviting. 2 years is a long time in this field that we are in. It's evolving pretty much at every 3 months. Let me break it down. I think AI is such a broad term, and we kind of club everything in that. So we do AI services for a living. We are a AI data company. There are 3 things that happens in AI. One is generative, where you're creating content based using a tech. The second is predictive, and which is we are trying to look at heuristic data and correlating multiple data points. We are trying to predict what's going to happen. And the third is deep learning. Right? These are broadly 3 different buckets. Generative, we have made immense progress, and I think if I put the dots in terms of hype versus reality, generative is doing fairly well. Predictive, by nature, is very, very hard, and I do not think we can ever take humans out of predictive business. It's going to be machines cannot predict. Deep learning is a little bit about heuristic, right? If the machine can see similar patterns and kind of tell you that this has happened in the past, they'll be able to do it. So from a hype to reality perspective, we as a company are in this business where we build scale systems for some of our clients to actually deploy things which can be rolled out for like 100,000, 200,000 people and leverage that. So it's becoming much more real now, and I think in the next 2 years we'll see large-scale industrial scale application of these being built.
Right. Thank you for that. Those opening comments, Divya. Your quick thoughts on how is that evolving, and if you could also elaborate on the distinction that Mr. Munjay Singh gave between generative and predictive thing.
Yeah, and I think, from predictive is always there. So the conventional AI, where we would use typical, classification, regression algorithms, that has been there for many, many years now. However, generative AI, which almost got democratized in 2023, end of 2022, it's a big step change. It's not a linear change. It's a big step change that kind of got everyone surprised. And things have moved from paranoia to, openness to hype and to now impact. So I think the right title for your keynote should be From Hype to Impact, because experimentation has been going on since 2022. Now organizations like the one where I work in CDO, we are looking at 30-35% productivity impact in
applications in functions, not only use cases, but across functions, whether those are call center operations, those are document operations, those are software engineering processes. The impact is huge. Of course, as we look at the impact, there is a hard road to walk on. Like it's not that easy. You need a process, you need capabilities, you need a cultural mindset shift. All that has to combine in combination to the technology, innovation, and the last mile changes that you need to really convert from hype to impact. That is a journey. We still need to, some organizations have started working. Organizations like mine are in the process where we have seen some impact, huge impact, and there are ones which are still going to start. So I would say better we get started sooner than later, because this is how the coming world of next 5-10 years is going to look like.
Thanks, Divya. Pranit, your quick opening thoughts on this?
Yeah, so as has already been spoken in terms of how we were first very surprised, very curious in the last couple of years, what will happen with AI. Today also we see that even the roles, as we say, talk about customer service. That has really been like that. We deal in market intelligence, and we talk to a lot of customers in terms of what makes them feel good about a particular service. We heard about some food delivery apps where people were very happy with a lot of those chatbots. Now it's gone to the next stage in terms of how it is able to give a complete solution also. We are seeing a lot of other stuff in terms of how do you then measure it as well, right? In terms of, we have all seen how the startup ecosystem has been in terms of funding, and the focus has been shifting from more revenues to profitability, and this has really enabled that. What becomes important is how we not make ourselves just dependent on it, but use it for further benefit.
Right.
Very important for our team members to see how they can utilize this AI to work smarter rather than just working hard. And in fact, I was just reading very recently, someone turned down a job because it required her to work on Saturdays. The reason is you could get burned out. Now, if you are smart with your work, you can be as productive in 5 days as someone would feel you are in 6 days.
6 days, right. Right, thank you. Mr. Mansukani, your quick thoughts on this, and then I'll just ask a connected question from something, taking from Praneeth.
Sure. Thank you so much. Firstly, glad to be here, and some very wise words by Kanik sir as well as Dr. Batra. Loved the angle of technology to philosophy, lot to think on that. But coming back to the question, I think the panel has already elaborated and nicely described the distinction and the impact. Let me add another dimension to it and make it more contextual, right? So Comviva is a software product company. And the topic from hype to impact. So it's very important for us to stay focused and find the relevancy. What's in it for us? What's in it for our clients? Otherwise, it's a big universe that you can get lost into, right? So let me give you some real example of this. So for us, AI is a foundational layer for our moving forward roadmap and how we build that. So we've created a 4-track framework, very focused. We are a product company. Product enablement is sitting at the core of it. Yeah. So differentiation, we're using AI for differentiation. Whether it is using, whether it's using hyper-personalization as a use case, or even credit scoring, or even looking at conversational AI, right? Obviously, a lot of it is Gen AI driven, supported by agentic as well. The second area is productivity. Very important for engineering excellence. And I think the point that was covered by Praneeth earlier is an important core part of it, right? And the benchmarks are, I think Divya mentioned it also, 30 to 40% are very right, relevant, and real benchmarks.
Right.
And you can see that happening very quickly. So that's a huge impact. And how do you carry people together in this journey is the key part of change management, right? The third area for us is how do you pre-bundle AI into products, so that your traditional way of doing change management in products is changing very rapidly. So how do you pre-bundle that and create that differentiation for your customers? One other area which we don't talk enough about is using AI for cybersecurity. We talk about governance for AI, but AI for governance also is a very good one. So that focus is important. for your clients as well as for your industry and your nature of service, whether it's products or anything else. If that doesn't happen, then what will happen is we'll keep getting distracted a lot. I think it was mentioned earlier that 2 years is a long time, which is absolutely right. Things are evolving so fast, so making sure that the contextual part of rolling out AI is essential in driving focus.
Right. Very rightly put, Mr. Mansukani, and just picking up from the conversation that we were having before our panel, when we were talking about human resistance, and Praneeth, you also briefly touched upon it in your opening comments. I want to understand on the operation hurdle side when it comes to deploying these use cases in organizations. And in India, we have example of Air India, India's flag carrier, when their digital transformation was underway, when they were trying to deploy AI in their customer reservation system, they had massive internal resistance. So if you could tell on such operation hurdles probably and human resistance.
I think I can be open and say this, that the challenge with Air India would not be a challenge only with Air India.
Yeah, obviously.
It would be cutting across all organizations. Of course, the scales vary.
Yeah.
But let me give you again a very real and authentic example. So when we were doing this very early, right, like I said, engineering practices and engineering excellence are like really quick wins. When you look at it, 30% productivity, straight adding to your bottom line. Shareholders love it. Yeah, and it should be done overnight. Yeah, but then we forget the part of human intelligence. Yeah, human intelligence will provide resistance to artificial intelligence in a way. So this is where you need to make it, how do you say, as a partnership rather than a replacement. I think there are a lot of things that people on the ground can focus on. I mean, I can give real examples. Architecture, right? Being part of roadmaps, solving real problems, debugging, those are the things the developers can focus on.
Right.
And the grunt from that particular ecosystem can be taken away. So in our situation also, we went through that process. We gamified the process also. It's important to recognize when change is happening. So we gamified the process right from the top and handled it as a change management exercise, a cultural change management exercise rather than a technology change management exercise. And it has done really well for us. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Singh, please.
See, when you look at what makes us human, is our ability to take decisions. Memory is pretty much taken over by computers, right? I don't need to memorize phone number, address, and a lot of information. The distinction we have is a decision making. In my experience, we have implemented systems where the biggest challenge is a human to trust a decision taken by a machine and live with the consequences of the decision is very hard. So the biggest operational hurdle of all this new tech is, how do I trust a decision being taken by a machine and live with that decision? If I, as a human, I take a decision, I live with the consequences of the decision that is taken by me, based on my risk profile, based on my experience. But a computer will take a decision based on a collective risk profile and a collective decisioning intelligence. Right. So how do you build systems where you can still bring the human over the loop on an AI system, right, to build that trust and decisioning? And this is something which is very hard to do. And one of the biggest hurdle we have experienced when we roll out decisioning system is to create that trust in the decision-making system.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of masses will resonate with this argument made by Mr. Singh when recently, if you would have read some of the complaints of some users of ChatGPT on their latest model on it validating almost everything that they used to ask. So they didn't get that confidence on whether what we are writing, what we are asking, or what the prompt is it something that is actually correct, or this is something what that model is just validating. So very rightly said, Mr. Singh. Divya, if you would like to add it.
Yeah, I'll just elaborate a bit more
Yeah,
to what my fellow panelists mentioned. So see, all the challenges are related to AI at scale. So AI as a pilot is more like a first date, right? So everything is charming, everything is good, and AI at scale, where you actually operationalize it, deliver impact from it, is more like a marriage. So you really have to do it if you really know it well. So those are the challenges. And how do you move through these challenges? Again, I feel there are tech challenges, there are strategy challenges, and then there are people challenges. I wouldn't say that it's just people, but because these are three big layers that across which you have series of challenges. Now within tech, it is the data. So prior to GenAI, everything related to data was more of a structured data. NLP was there, but the promise of it was never delivered. Now the data is documents, videos, images, so the entire data has changed. So the data lakes were never created for that. So that's one big challenge. Ensuring your data infrastructure is ready for GenAI is number one priority. Number two is getting accuracy from GenAI. You know, if somebody says that GenAI would deliver 95% accuracy all the time, that's wrong. You would start with 60%, 65%, and then taking it from 60% to 95% is a big, challenge. There you have to use contextualization. Now in CDO we use not just the LLM models, but we use the power of ontologies, knowledge graphs to ensure that the AI is grounded with the domain expertise through ontologies. So that's the second challenge, right? Data, one, contextualization, second, and third is responsible AI, because you need to have guardrails, you need to have privacy, PII data protection, all those, transparency, all those has to be enabled as a part of it. So those are tech challenges. The second layer which I talked about are strategy challenges. Now, while you do it, before you do it, you have to ensure you pick up something which delivers high business impact. Because the cost of GenAI is high, the total cost of ownership skyrockets, dramatically within 3 to 4 months. So ensuring you pick up the right use cases which deliver a high impact is very important. And the third is people challenges, adoption. Adoption is where, the rubber meets the road, right? So ensuring you have customer success managers, that's how we do it, and we've learned it hard way. There have been series of pilots that we never went into production. Ensuring that the adoption is done properly, successful, the UX design of the systems is easy to use, and of course there's a human element of engaging the workforce who's going to use these tools and platforms is very, very important. So if we have to move from a date to a marriage, or from pilot to production, in which case there's a big chasm, to ensure that we cross to that, all these challenges have to be taken care of.
Right, very rightly put. Praneeth, you would quickly want to compliment.
Yeah, so I'll just talk about something that we use day in and day out at One Lattice. So we do a lot of market intelligence for our clients, and which is very much primary research based. There are obviously a lot of talks in terms of how a lot of primary research could be done through AI, but I think we are still some way away because of the real human element and how we could improvise a lot and establish that connect. But we would always do a lot of secondary research to form a baseline.
Yeah.
Now, typically you do that, you do a lot of Googling, reading around. It takes a lot of time, and we would typically put about 20% of our effort going into that. Now, what has happened with OpenAI is that we've been able to reduce that to say less than 5%. It gives us a very good baseline to work on, a lot of aspects that we could have forgotten, all the basic things. You get a response, and you also get a prompt. Would you also want to know this, right? And it triggers a thought. And ultimately, what all this does is, it helps the team succeed more. They need lesser guidance from their superiors. Their superiors could think of something different, which could help their own growth. Right. So ultimately, it has overall helped increase productivity. As has been mentioned, we really need to coach the teams well so that they see it more of a partner, right, rather than as a competition or a resistance.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Praneeth. Mr. Mansukani, let me get back to the aspect of jobs, which I mentioned at the beginning, where I talked about how TCS is training 150,000 of its employees in use cases. And then we have these two sides, where one, we have estimates of back offices roles being cut, but at the other hand, we have, job roles being augmented, rather AI being used as a force multiplier. So how do you see these two sides, and with these use cases now being deployed, what sort of new job roles? I know it's more a question relevant to the CHRO of your organization, but I think you will surely have some visibility on it when I.
No, it's a very good question and a question close to my heart. So thanks for asking. So one thing, and I'll bring in a bit of a paradigm shift here, that in Comviva, we have adopted a mentality called as AI first. So it doesn't matter which function you belong to, whether it's HR, finance, marketing. So that leap of faith is taken. New hiring by default has an element of AI. So like I said, it's a paradigm shift, yeah? But that element of AI is there. Of course, we need to prioritize. When we have to look at our sort of capability to deploy and maximize the use of AI across the organization, we have to prioritize products, support, et cetera, in that order. But it cuts across all functions. To supplement that, what also happens is you need to upskill. And upskilling is a key element for us to make sure that there is a sense of security and that there is a sense of progression. Otherwise, there's a sense of replacement which comes in. So something that we have done within the organization, we have introduced a framework called as ATC, Awareness, Training and Competency. Awareness for all, training for all functions. Competency is where we create certified experts. So it doesn't miss out anyone, but it needs to make sure that in this AI journey, everybody is moving forward together. And the new hiring, AI becomes a subset irrespective of the function that you belong to.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mansubani. Mr. Singh, you would like to add something on this?
Sure. My take is the old jobs will go away, and that is real. But the new jobs will get created. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by old jobs will go away. Look at most of the business process world. They'll get platformized, and the job of moving data from A system to a B system, which is what most of the BPM companies do, that all that work will get, most of it will get automated. But the new jobs will get created. If you look at coding, for example, we're talking about 30-40% coding productivity, especially where the software is same, right? If you're working on a product, you can achieve 30-40%. If you're doing custom-built software for multiple companies, then it's hard to get to 30-40%. But what will happen is the new tools will come, like cursor.ai. Using cursor.ai, I can generate code in like 2 hours, what somebody would take like maybe a week to generate, right? But what will happen is the amount of code which is going to get generated would be exponential. So we need folks who can then dramatically control the amount of codes getting generated. If you take agentic, for example, right? We are talking about multiple agents which will talk to each other and orchestrate a larger task. Now, if you need a larger task to be orchestrated through multiple agents, you need an orchestrator overall, right? Which is, in a way, it's kind of creating a software which has a collective intelligence and an isolated application intelligence. So if there is a collective intelligence that is going to be built into the system, then the collective intelligence needs to be managed differently than individual intelligence which is being managed today in isolated application. So these all, and we are seeing this, right? When I build agentic today for some of the banks or for a CPG company, we built agentic. We realized the number of people that required to build it was actually very small. The number of people required to run it effectively and get an ROI of what we have built is like almost like 7-8 times. As of today, because eventually we'll get tools to optimize some of this work, but the work will require a lot more effort on this managing and orchestrating some of these. And that is why, I talked about the Indian IT and Indian technology landscape. If you look at, as an industry, we are like $250+ billion industry. And I think if we are able to reskill the workforce, and I'm very glad to see some of these large companies, I used to be at one last year, one of the number 2 companies in India. This large-scale reskilling will enable the workforce in India to be able to support this orchestration of complex tech which is going to evolve. So net, I think we'll see destruction of current job profile that we have in the market, but we'll see a humongous creation of new job profile. Now that may not be the same workers, it could be a different set of people who might come into the workforce.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Singh. Divya, you would like to add probably more from a technological perspective where you would have more insights on where exactly this change is happening and that balance between hiring and upskilling.
Yeah, and I think I agree with Mr. Singh. Like, there are three buckets of jobs. Some jobs will go, right? Some jobs will evolve, and then some new jobs will be created. I think, and it's very similar to, tractors in farming or fertilizers in farming, because human beings, actually overall impact was positive, and this is what we're going to see with AI. Human beings are going to solve next level problems in the years to come. Now, how do we democratize this? The second problem is, how do we democratize it across the organizations, which is what a lot of, if you are a CXO or a leader in your firm, you might be thinking about or taking steps in that direction. So I can share some nuggets on how we are doing it at Incedo. Number one is ensuring that we use AI tools. So at least we work with mostly clients in US and EMEA regions. So we have, discussed with them and got the, approvals to ensure that we are able to use tools, whether those are cursor AIs or copilots or Replit, right, for software engineering. So that is one area which is only getting disrupted. The second area is operations, a lot of paper operations, wealth management firms, banking firms, they're picking up, reading the PDFs, extracting numbers out of it. All those, jobs are kind of moving to a next level altogether, right? Getting automated, and then that is where also agentic workflows are disrupting the entire end-to-end processes, which is right. Pick up the documents from emails, run the AI on top of it, get the final output, send it to someone. We are still not fully there. Like, we are piloting with that.
Right.
But I believe in the next 18 months, a lot of organizations are going to be there, right? So that is the second kind of job. Third is kind of your customer service kind of jobs, where as a co-pilot, we see 20 to 30% questions from the customers can be self-serviced, and then 70% can be automated through a co-pilot. So that is going to see disruption. Yeah. So now, how to democratize it? Coming back to it, use the tools, ensure that that is taken care of, your workforce uses that. Second is the human element to it, because democratization always needs to have that human touch. And what we have seen working really well is having a centralized COE of builders within the organization, and then a big pool of users. And ensuring that these builders and users, there are champions who take it from the builders to the users, and within users there are champions who take it to many. So from one to many, ensuring that democratization is very, very important with the human touch to it.
Right. Thanks, Divya. Pranit, very quickly your take on it, and then we'll have some concluding comments from each of us.
So I'll give an example of how IT as a generation had a shift, say about 15 to 20 years back. So traditionally you would have all hardware as on-premise. It would require a lot of infra at the office, a lot of individuals who would manage it, and all different sort of challenges. That time we moved to cloud. Right? It made manageability easier. You didn't need to manage the hardware or replace it also. Your cloud provider would do that for you. And you didn't need that particular stuff. Now again, they evolved with different skills. And what happened? Cloud actually enabled greater access. Earlier, only large businesses could manage an on-prem setup for all their applications. Even basic things as email required on-premise.
Right.
Now, with this, we could probably look at the next stage where with AI, we could be enabling the reach to even greater penetration, right? Which could make things more accessible. And if there are more users, more businesses requiring, there is definitely a lot of scope for new use cases for people to develop. A lot of new jobs could get created, all those opportunities. In fact, I was talking to a friend of mine who used to be a consultant before and then went into the tech side. He just feels that there are a lot more new products that could get developed, right? If we keep thinking only of what has been there for the last 5 years, definitely jobs are going to reduce. But there's a lot more new that could come in.
Absolutely. Mr. Mansukhani, we have some 3 minutes left. I'll take one concluding thought from each one of you. What would be your advice, given the discussions that we've had this morning, for organizations who are probably still at their early stage of deployment, what lessons should they keep in mind, what mistakes they should make, if that note you could end this.
So some of the learnings from this that we have incorporated, one thing is very clear. We are not at the stage of technology evolution. It's not incremental. This is a revolution. We have to acknowledge that, accept that. It's a matter of making sure that staying competitive and staying relevant in this world, this is not optional, at least in our industry. Yeah? Sorry, I'm just speaking from a software product company standpoint. So it's not an evolution, it's a revolution. And the mindset for that needs to shift very quickly. Very, very important. Second thing is that the kind of opportunities that AI is creating. Yeah, I think Praneeth mentioned some very good points as well. The number of entrepreneurs, single owner entrepreneurs being created through AI, right? We're talking about losing jobs, but when we talk about the positive side of things, the level of career paths that people can sort of visualize for themselves, moving away from coding and doing strategic stuff or looking at things in terms of building new stuff, opens up a lot of opportunities as well. So in conclusion, I would say that please look at it from a perspective of mindset shift. Look at it as something which happens once in a generation. It's a revolution. Adopt it, accept it, and move at pace. The traditional way of doing things, typical project plans, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, those are no longer relevant in this space. When you try a use case and then you expand it horizontally, the kind of value it delivers is high impact. Yeah.
Right.
So it's essential, like I said, to unlearn a lot of things that we have learned, but at the same time, that mindset shift to adopt and accept and then explore the possibilities is the way to forward. But it has to be focused.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Mansubani. Praneeth, your quick take, your word of advice.
I think a lot of it has been very well summarized in terms of, obviously we know we have to embrace it. We just need to guide the teams well. It has to happen from the top, right? The leaders have to first understand its importance, because it ultimately obviously drives a lot of revenue and business also for teams. And throughout in all of the interactions and internal meetings, if the right intent is being passed about how this adds value, how you create an overall environment that fosters it, whether it is in terms of having good data collection or educating people in terms of how to use it very ethically, right? And so all these things, and I think there are a lot more things to take care of. It's a very evolving field for everyone to do. But yeah, I think we will have to embrace it whether we want it or not.
Absolutely. Divya?
I think just taking for what Praneeth said, so embrace it, that's the starting point. And then how to do it, pick up your top functional areas which will drive impact, right? So pick those. Don't rush into it. Pick those top areas to start with, because it's a Pareto rule everywhere. 20% of the work you do can drive 80% of impact. So once you've picked up those areas, see what is the underlying layer of data platforms you need. Are you there? If you're not using cloud, you're using on-prem, then you will have some more challenges to take care of. So look at that layer. Where are you in that maturity? Do you need to improve that? Once you've done that, then look at how do you build AI in parallel. And we call it as the speed 2 approach. Speed number 1 is build it for high impactful use cases, just run initial runs on that. And speed 2 is productionalize it end to end so that you're able to deliver the impact. But the message is, if you've not started, start now. If you have started, see if you have chosen the high impact areas. If you have chosen the high impact areas, look at the layers. Are they ready? If you have looked at the layers, then see if your AI is best in class. And if you think you need help from outside, do get help from outside.
Quite a comprehensive roadmap. Thanks, Divya. Mr. Singh, your quick thoughts.
See, time is up.
Yeah.
Two quick things which we do. One is build for scale. AI is no longer about doing use cases, so build for scale. And my second advice is don't limit it to few. The tool gives you power to build. So even if you're not a techie, you can build software now. You can use this tech. So everybody must use and build for scale.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Audience, can we please have a big round of applause for our panelists? I think they've really given a good start for the future panels to take some cues from this discussion. And I think this is clearly one of those panels which will resonate well with our online audience and masses as well. Thank you so much, panelists. Please, can we have a photograph here?
That was a panel discussion on AI from hype to impact. Thank you, Archana, for moderating that. Anybody else feeling cold? You should be. By 2 degrees, sir. Very precise. क्या लगता है कितना होगा अभी? प्रशांत, boss temperature, थोड़ा सा. And if you feel hot, we'll keep asking after every panel. Yeah, let's keep it lively like that. तो बढ़ाते कम करते रहेंगे. You got the entire day with us. But yes, for now, I think because I think even people are feeling cold there. Next, it's a keynote. This is on digital infrastructure as public good. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Aruna Sharma, practitioner, development economist, retired as Secretary Information Technology and Leah Senior Government Defender, and also an author. Everybody, please, let's welcome Dr. Sharma.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to be with the tech people because of the speed that you bring in. And topic they have given me is something for the public good. Now, to begin with, I'd like to say, for a country like India, with 143 billion population, public good and tech is sort of married together. If we don't do it, we can't handle this population. And public good does not necessarily mean the governance models. It is also what is happening in the private sector, which is making a better quality of life when we are moving ahead. So it's a combination of both when we are moving ahead, and India has done a great justice on the issue when we are talking about it. So if I look at it from the governance point of view, first of all, you'll be amazed to know in 2012, we took up direct benefit transfers. It was more of a challenge because what Rajiv Gandhi has said, that you start 1 rupee or 25 paise pahunchta hai. That was a challenge which was battling for decades together, and finally tech gave us an answer. But tech also gave a challenge to us because at that time I recollect that I literally locked the IT people of all the financial institutions for 3 days in a room to sort out that all IT softwares talk to each other. The basic problem was that. And first day they were all very conservative, that our software is the best, but by day 3 they all agreed that everybody has to walk few steps to make it functional. And to add to that, we had post offices and cooperative bank who were not digital at all. And that is the step when it started. And today you see the transformed world that as far as the government is concerned, whether it is center, union, states, no cash. It's cashless. You must have seen whether it is G2P or P2G, absolutely no cash, everything has moved to digital. And straight from treasury down, we were not tech fans when we started it. We started DBT because my problem was treasury management. The money was getting parked in different places. So we wanted only that much money to come out from the treasury, what is being used on that very moment. That was the trigger for us to look for the technology and move to the technology and finally use it for a public good. That is how it transformed the whole thing, and today you have post offices digital, you have cooperative banks digital, and within 5-kilometer radius, everybody has an account. So one click of button and the money gets transferred. So it was the biggest transformation from G to P, especially the welfare schemes. The next challenge, of course, was the biggest challenge, rather, was the MIS systems, the data. You know, at different stages, the IT evolved in different sectors, in different silos. Again, problem of not talking to each other. Then came a software for Samagra, where we have a household database, enabling shift from welfare to entitlements. And another important thing that happened was with it, that it's a singular database, real-time database, as well as it's a time series database. So you can imagine how AI can be used. That is the next stage one has to graduate into, that whether AI will be fruitful for better analytics of this data and better targeting and better focusing of this data. So that is where it is going to be major transformative when we are going to work on this database, which is a singular database household-wise, where you have verified it, because in Aadhaar we had this problem, because if all of you are a family, by Aadhaar we can't make out you are a family. And all eligibility comes from a family. So therefore this household database came with the unique number, and that is how it evolved. UPI, Mr. Karnik, of course, talked about. Like I was in the high-level committee for deepening digital payment. At that time, you know, very funny how technology improves. The challenge in front of me was to make RTGS NIFT 24/7, which used to be 8 hours. So that, okay, it was easy, it was an executive decision. But major problem was that in India only 40% were smartphones and 60% were feature phones. So how the system is going to work on a feature phone? So we made a sandbox in the RBI to work on a feature phone. And surprisingly, by the time we submitted report and by the time all orders started coming out, the smartphones today constitute 70% and feature phone is 30%. So how being our population being literate, illiterate, divided on class and caste, adopts a technology which they find useful, which they find is for public good, and today you have them using the smartphones and adopting the financial fintech technology, which is the most complex, most risky, and most dangerous. They have all gone in for the UPI, they are linked to the banks, they are doing their transactions online, and they have realized the importance of it. But like I always say, that when government is involved in a public good, sometimes we do, like I remember on a 26th January parade, a junior was sitting behind me. So there was like every jhanki, there is a tribal dance going on. So he was telling me, madam, don't you think this tribal dance reflects how we work in the government? I said, what do you mean? He said, it means 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. And this is exactly what the danger it is. Instead of incentivizing the digital payment, we are disincentivizing it. We are talking of taking a commission on a UPI. We are talking of taking a cut into the RTGS transactions. So these are the type of problems we have to be constantly alert, and the tech has to come up with a solution that the savings which is happening, the difference between accounting and finance, that in finance, when you are working upon it, then there is a saving somewhere. You are not printing the notes. You are not transferring the cash. There is no security involved. That saving has to come here to take care of the fintech cost, which is needed. And that is where the policies have to be focused and moved ahead. So in governance model, we have lots of success stories where it has come up and they have been adopted, ingrained, made useful. Imagine a scholarship portal. Imagine the results that started coming for class 10 and 12. We were amazed to know when a child from remote place is telling that when can I see my result online? So he may not be aware of anything, but he is able to capture that. So on this public good, when you go to the private sector, you see the way e-commerce has evolved. It has completely transformed for the public good because you get at a competitive price from the consumer point of view. It has completely changed the consumer behavior. You have consumer going for e-commerce, but parallelly, it has also changed the way the businesses are being done. When lockdown happened, we had pandemic, the textile industry was in a serious problem. And that is the time when we used e-commerce to sort of test the grounds of United Kingdom, European Union, and US. So that testing was possible because you don't have to have an inventory, you don't have to physically transport the things, you just give a proper description and get a real-time feedback of the clients what is happening. And the resultant is, when the entire business was standstill during the lockdown period, they made inroads, and today we capture a major percentage of market in textiles, in linens, especially in these three places. That is how the inroads have been made. So when we talk of public good, the e-commerce may be looking for profit making or profiteering, and I always say there's a difference between profit and profiteering. Profit making, absolutely no quarrels. It has to be. They are in business for profit. But then it has to also result into a public good. So when we are talking of a public good, if it has helped the manufacturer, if it has helped the small, tiny manufacturer sitting in Kerala to get a market in Delhi, yes, that is a public good, and that is what has transformed. It has gone away with mom and pop shops. It has reduced that shops. It is bound to happen. This transformation is bound to happen. So there cannot be a quarrels. Everybody has to transform themselves and enter into it. Similarly, if you enter into the manufacturing, now it's all automated. What happened during pandemic? All big manufacturing units were on the drawing board to identify what all can be automated. That was the first list we made, that all these things should be now automated. It is definitely going to reduce the jobs. Definitely going to reduce the job. We should not quarrel about it. And we must realize that unfortunately India is having democratic dividend when the world is fast moving to automations. So we are at a very wrong time we are there, and therefore more correct skilling is very important so that they don't become a liability and we are able to use that brains when we are moving ahead with it. So that kind of a transformation has happened when you are moving ahead with it, and you have seen that we are able to make at a competitive rates because automation brings that. Your public good brings that. A more precision, a more better doing, and of course your norms are perfect. In steel making, like if it's a robotics which is going to check, there will be no flaw when it comes out. Or precast buildings. That is how the whole transformation happens by the technology. Similarly, when you look at the crypto, it brought in blockchain. Unfortunately, we have not been able to build up on that technology. We have been talking about crypto being a problem, it can be used for money laundering, blah, 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 blah. But we are not talking about the gift. The front face making money is money. And I was shocked. I found more rural women investing in crypto than anywhere else. And when I asked them that how come you are investing, the ticket size is around 50,000. They say, हम हुंडी खेलते हैं, कभी कमाते हैं, कभी गवाते हैं, आपने हमको डिजिटल पेमेंट सिखा दिया, तो अब हम क्रिप्टो करते हैं. That is there. So you just see, we need not be a moral policeman to anybody. They know how to use their money, they know to what level they want to go in for, and they know where to invest. So crypto today, unregulated, but it is there. Crypto today, we have exchanges who are doing a great job when they had a cyber attack by protecting the interest of the people. They ensured that the money of the people were protected. They walked that extra step. That we are not talking about, that we are not writing about, that we are not admiring as a future governance model where finance is involved. We are talking about that, okay, there is a danger of money laundering. Forgetting the tech is going to give me a red flag much more faster if I am a regulator to take the necessary actions. So that kind of a public good needs to be highlighted for these things where we are not going ahead, and use the decentralized mechanisms, use the blockchain technologies, which is very important. Like I talked about the household databases. It has to be on blockchain so that nobody meddles with it. Land records has to be on blockchain so that nobody meddles with it. So these transformations are bound to happen when we are talking about the public good. Then we see that, yes, many a times in banking, I must give compliment to the way RBI worked upon it, or for NCLT we worked upon it. The correction was done every step. The feedback mechanism from the market and correction was done for public good. So when the fear of cyber attack, of finance being misused, so much of transactions happening, UPI happening, e-commerce happening, tokenization came. So there was a technology answer to it, and of course, initially there was a lot of reluctance, but everybody adopted to tokenization. And that tokenization has put the safety layers into the financial transactions. And that is what has gone in a very, very long way when we are talking about. Now when we talk about the future progress, yes, it's very convenient to talk of an SROs. And SROs are doing a great job, no doubt about it, because peer group corrections, they are doing a wonderful job in gaming. Microfinance, they've proved of doing they were competitors, but together they came to improve themselves more and more and doing a great job about it. Same about NBFCs, they are doing a great job about it. Gaming, now it is coming through for a great job, but the government cannot stop by walking the last step. And that is where we are stuck. You must have read the newspapers today. I think it's a doom for the gaming industry in this country. It is not an issue of 20% GST. It is an issue of retrospective. About that, nothing has come. And this report itself, that credibility, consistency is something very important for tech people. And I have dealt, when we developed this household databases, I had a team of brilliant tech people. And I find one minus point among the tech people, they are not good administrators. They are brilliant in technology. I remember one day I do a harsh talk to him, 5 days, zero output. Absolute zero output I used to get. Then I have to correct my way of dealing with that team. I said, this is not going to work with them. If I want results, I have to change my style, I have to change the way I approach them. Similarly, when angel fund gets a notice of income tax, that the angel fund is going to be treated like an income to you, and there is going to be subject to 30% of tax, it upsets them. It pulls you back. Similarly, when IIT gets notice that with great difficulty we have pushed the industries to invest in the IST for not new research, unfortunately in India, but at least process research is there. And in that process research, they said, 2 years we are stuck. Able to resolve it only a couple of months back. So that sensitivity in each industry is important, and that's why I see a role of the SRO so that it gets flagged and the correction step starts happening. So that is again for the public good. Because you are not doing this, of course, profit, yes, you are in the game for it. But in profit, you are also doing a public good by bringing an advancement of technology, by making India a hub for it. And that is where we value you a lot, because that is what happens the game changer. And that is where it takes you further and further for better way of life. And of course, the quality of life has improved. Like now, I think nobody has to step out for paying their bills or doing anything. My mother, at this moment, she is hospitalized. But sitting in the hospital, change of month, I could clear everything. There was absolutely no problem for me. Of course, I was a little scared of doing on mobile, whether I'll press something wrong, but I managed to do it. That is where the technology makes a difference. One thing I would like to say about this is that this game changing is going to make a lot of difference. And we should not create a demon out of nothing. Cyber, a fraud. What is the percentage? Credit card fraud, what is the percentage? Digital payment, it's in decimals, 0.00 something, something, something. It is that minuscule, but the way we create about it is more because of our reaction time, not so much of deduction. We detected we detected two financial frauds. In one financial fraud, the reaction time was quick. Then the question was that can they transfer back all the money, what has already been seeped out. I don't know, somewhere in the rule it requires a signature of Secretary IT to do this reverse transfer. So literally on phone I told them, take it as signed. You just do it first. Then somebody took a flight at middle of night from Bombay to Delhi, standing in front of my door at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I put my thumb on it. So you understand it is a reaction time, case one. Case two, deducted on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, happily they were sleeping. By Monday, everything gone. That was on your ATM issue, which happened. So the issue is not detection, not technology to tell you the red flag. The issue is the executive reaction time of that financial institute, which we put the blame on the tech. So this is what we have to realize is the difference that, okay, you are playing games, red flag will come. You are doing a crypto transaction, a red flag will come that, okay, one particular person seems to be doing a particular kind of a transaction. That pattern will come out to you very, very soon. And now we are talking of AI as a brilliant tool for, a better analytics of a huge database. It's nothing beyond it. And I always say there is a man behind the machine. So it can never overtake a man. When computers came, same problem we had, the Patwaris on strike, when we are doing land records, but then they realized the transactions are so many, it's impossible for a human to handle. And now they are able to handle. And they themselves were involved into the entire process to understand it. So it makes a difference that technology for public good, whether it is coming from government for governance, whether it is coming to improve a quality of life in a private sector through various modules. Unfortunately, all you techs in India, I used to always say even the top names, that you have created a forge who gives a brilliant answer to a question raised by Microsoft or Google or somebody. We are not raising a question. Question framing is something missing. We have to learn to frame a question and then we will have an open source AI, like China did, DeepSeek. That is what happens. That questioning has to come now because brains are there. You are the only one who gives the answer in the entire world. Entire world, I'm saying, without hesitating. But framing and identifying that question, ability has to come up. Investing in that has to come up. And we should be able to do it because it is very important for us with unemployment rate coming to 8% per annum, with young population of 65%, we have to engage them when the old jobs are going to be lesser and lesser and lesser and lesser. Right? We cannot be happy that Swiggy is creating jobs or Zomato is creating a job. What protection, social security we have for them? Today he meets with an accident, gone. His bread and butter is gone. So we cannot talk about absolute numbers that, okay, we are creating a job there. No. The technology has enabled to do that, but then we have to ensure that better engagement happens. And that is where the whole challenge lies. Public good has to be a center stage. After all, why you are creating? If we are able to create a EV vehicle at lesser and lesser cost, definitely it is a public good because climate I am going to positively benefit. So it is not the EV researchers, the kind of steel they use, or the kind of machinery they use, or the cost of manufacture. It is ultimately the mission of carbon footprint being reduced. And that is what makes the whole difference. And that differences is something which is to be targeted, which is to be moved, and we, unfortunately, in mass scale, affordable, we are losing the game. And sometimes I will say, that 2 feet backward is the reason, is the impediment. And the whole mission has to be to keep on flagging it again and again. so that we improve on those things and stop doing it. We have a potential, we have a great way to move ahead, and this public good in governance model we have proven. We can package and sell it to underdeveloped economies easily, and many of the developed economies also. You will be amazed to know our household kind databases, now entire European Union and UK is looking at adopting. I was surprised when through UNICEF they contacted me because we can't talk to China. So through UNICEF of China to UNICEF of India, they got connected and they said, and you see the target. Their target was, the mission one line objective was, the rich will become richer. How do we improve the income levels of the lowest rung and bring it to a double the levels or 3 times the level? How do I identify them? Then how we make household database, how we can go blah, 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 start it. So that is what is important. That is where you all come into picture. That is what the quick analytics come into picture, because that assists in better targeting. And let me tell you, India doesn't lack finances. Money is there. Maybe we are doing a repetitive work, we are pushing money sometimes down the drains, we are just sitting on the money and allowing it to lapse, thinking it's a saving, it's not saving, it's opportunity loss, and that is what makes a difference. Thank you, I think that's a time buzzer, or whatever it is. Right, so my request to all of you is that please keep public good. Ultimately, you will become public good. You have to make for profit, you have to make for advantage, because you are the tech world, you are for benefit, but please frame original questions, original problems. You know, there are lots of original problems that come, like my mother being in a hospital, that's the last sentence I'll say. This fact file, I'm really amazed, every doctor is writing their comment. I mean, why can't the whole thing be automated? There are lots of markets which are available, you can come up with great solutions there. Or maybe, you know, doctors never learned management. They learned clinical things. Engineers learned management. Doctors never learned that. So maybe there's an opportunity for you to get into that world and tell them, because that is where I see a lot of repeat works are going on constantly. So this is where you can move ahead, you can provide solution, make a better life for the consumer at the end, and the moment you improve the quality of life, it is a public good. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Prashant, another request. Buzzer थोड़ा आराम से बजवा सकते हैं. I think it's even a little more scary also, no? We are very sorry for that as well. And then your thoughts coincided with that, it worked. But then thank you so much, ma'am, for your address. But thank you so much. Next, it's a panel discussion on leading the tech revolution, adapting leadership styles, fostering innovation and creativity, and also building high-performance tech teams. While they set the stage up, I'll introduce our panelists. First, Amit Narula, CTO, Ace Cloud. Joining him is Pawan Prabhat, co-founder of Short Hills AI. Joining them is Saurabh Saxena, Group CIO, PDS. And this session will be chaired by Hoshi Gaswala, Managing Editor, BW Business World. There they are. Let's welcome them, please. Everybody, with your applause.
Can you hear me? Yeah, Prashant, the alarm can be a little lower. It sounded like, the government said they're going to be doing some security drills. So I was wondering whether we had to run out of the room. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, we need to do a lot to wake them up. So, so when I was asked what session I'd like to moderate, by my colleague who's put this together. Unfortunately, she's not been able to come here because of a problem with the family. I chose this one because I found it very, very exciting. And to be honest, I felt it was the easiest of sessions to kind of do. We are not talking really about tech. We are talking about the human aspect, and you're going to be hearing about tech all day. So this is something different. And Prashant and Aditya, someone has cheated on the timer. We were given 40 minutes. It's already at 24 minutes. I work for Business World, so I'll try and use my cloud to extend it. And I promise you, when it goes to zero, it's not like the timer in speed where the bus is supposed to blow up. So, thank you for being here. What we are discussing today is how do you foster a culture of innovation? How do you get buy-ins from different teams? I had a little chat with my colleagues here. I've spent a lifetime in tech media, and I've been with Business World for a little more than half a decade. And I thought resistance was something, technology was in the past, especially, at least now post-COVID. So, everything's tech-driven, but, they were kind of talking about how there's resistance. We're going to talk about leadership styles, innovation, how do these people ensure everyone is aligned to the same cause to meet objectives. Before we start, I'd like them to, give a quick 1-minute introduction of themselves. And, what are your, so your name and title is behind, but what are the challenges that you are working with right now? So, when you're responding to questions, the audience knows where you're coming from. So, Amit, maybe start with you.
Hello everyone, my name is Amit Narula and I'm the CTO for Ace Cloud. We are a sovereign cloud provider in India and we provide public cloud services akin to AWS for startups and small and medium businesses. And we are providing these services both in India and in US. Some of the challenges are we are building top-notch services so that we can map up to the hyperscalers. And that's where some of the challenges lies for our technology team because we are still in that evolution stage, and that's where we are looking to evolve.
Hi, I am Pawan, one of the co-founders of Shortles AI. And we started as a proper AI company 7 years ago, buying our own GPUs, trying to build our own models. And then currently we work with large enterprises and we try to build very specific AI solutions for them which can actually work at scale. And my biggest challenge is, to keep up with the ever-changing AI environment. So whatever was new and latest 2 months ago is now decidedly old. So that's how we keep on innovating, keep on trying to understand what's happening, what's changing. And that's where we are really working hard.
Saurabh.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So I'm Saurabh, I'm the group CIO for PDAs. Now I have a very different kind of a problem statement because I come from a company which is basically into fashion apparel supply chain and now into a lot of other things as well, other categories. So here it's a business which is about 25 years old, but only now they've picked up digital transformation. So it's a huge resistance towards change, which, is basically I'm trying to feed to people who are not hungry at all. So that's where I'm trying to work towards, and I'm trying to provide them solutions, get them aligned to the solutions, get them involved into it. And that is where the biggest problem statement has been for me.
Good. So we'll start with you, and I'll read off the script. How has your leadership style evolved to keep pace with the rapid technology changes and the expectations of today's tech-driven workforce?
So in fact, I would just like to build upon what I was just saying. More from being a directive guy, now I've become more collaborative and entrepreneurial. I've been telling stories to people about why the solution is good for them. It's about getting them involved. So I've changed to that. It's about co-creation now for me. And if I'm developing a solution, I have to go out to a lot of our business heads, verticals, their vendors who are working within their teams, and then develop the solution with them. For example, in our company, we created a solution for vendor collaboration. It's called Weave, which is kind of acronym for web-enabled application for vendor engagement. I could have done it from my own understanding of the system, and we could have architected the way we wanted to do it. But we actually went to the vendors across countries, which we have about 30+ countries. We went to the business sites. Again, we have a country offices in about 30 countries. We took their inputs. They became co-creators to the tool. So now they are lapping it up. They are using it. They can see efficiencies with the tool, and that is the leadership style has changed for me. Earlier, it was more about do this, develop this, and deliver it.
So what you're saying is ownership right from the concept stage.
Absolutely.
By, showing them advantages and then hand-holding them to make it happen.
Absolutely. I think that was the best way to get them involved in the process. Otherwise, it was always a pushback.
Yes, so much more collaborative CIO.
More collaborative. We are co-creating now.
Wonderful. Actually, technology is being driven by all functions that I see. So, but in your case, they were still kind of resisting
Yes, because they are consumers. They are people who are been trading apparel for the last 25 years, but they're not people who want to adopt technology to develop those apparel supply chains, collaborate with the vendors, do the design thinking around it. So that is what the evolvement is about.
Wonderful. Thanks. Pawan, what do you see? Both of you, your perspectives will be a lot different, but you said you work with enterprises. So what do you see there?
When you say in terms of how we are operating in terms of leadership.
No.
that was
Yeah,
earlier
the leadership style. How do you get the buy-in? How do you keep these people enabled?
Enterprises are a different game altogether, and because they already are working at a very large scale, they have lots of processes, and to get a buy-in from them, it's a very different ball game. So over there, because they too much worry about data privacy, any wrong answer that can come out from the system, they have limitations about using hosted LLMs like OpenAI or Gemini. Their corporate policies don't allow that because they can't allow the data to be seen by these large models. But once we start demonstrating some use cases, and that's what we have to do eventually, and then we feel that they're able to change, but that they're able to convert. Let me just maybe just take one step and go back to your earlier question and try to add 2 cents on that. See, what I feel and what you see is that historically so far, especially for IT sector and everywhere, people who were working, they were focused on the process. So we were never forced to think about how we are thinking deep inside. That was, unconscious thinking. We would never really try to see or figure out how we're actually trying to solve. Now, in terms of AI, when we're trying to get the work done through a model or through a system, for the first time, everybody is being forced to think about the thought itself, the whole process. And that is something what we're not trained for that. So now, I think that kind of sense, that kind of culture, building that kind of habit, that is something which we're trying really to do with a lot of people. And that is one change that I see everywhere within our organization, even at large enterprises.
Amit.
So great insights from both of them, and just building on top of it, Hushi, I think decade or two back, it was more of a command and control center kind of an approach. But right now, in the past decade, most of the organizations are moving towards a more agile-centric way of leadership, considering the fact that we are seeing technology disruptions sooner rather than later. Every 6 months, there is a new thing that is coming in. So having a very focused, agile, and primarily, servant leadership has become a little bit cliched, but I would say it's still very foundational in terms of how we are dealing with people. Not thinking that you are the smartest person in the room, even though you may have the most experience. Working with Gen Zs, millennials, I think we have to embrace their energy. Just sharing an example, we went to campus hiring last year, and then the kind of talent that we saw, their vibrant thoughts, their energy, we were able to deliver solutions much faster with them than with people who have been in the system for, let's say, more than 5 years. So that is where I feel having a very open thought focus, embracing people irrespective of hierarchy and their experience, and understanding that you are not the smartest person in the room helps getting everyone on the same page. And then eventually it comes out to the fact that we have to share the outcomes, we need to have a common purpose and vision. So that's where I believe styles have evolved a lot. earlier you can just go down, build some consensus and tell everyone what has to be done, and then it's a very monotonous and a robotic way of doing things. Now I feel there is a lot of change, and then you have to iterate in a very prompt manner. So I think that has been the core leadership perspective that has come in the past couple of years.
So all three of you are saying a lot more collaborative as compared to leading. Amit, I have to kind of tell you, I liked when you compared Gen Z to 5 years experience and you said more than. I actually thought you were going to say more than 20 years experience, but it just shows how this space has shifted. When, he's talking of a 5 years experienced person, I think all of us know that. As a really experienced person. I stay with you, Amit, and we'll come back this way. Because you brought about some points that are leading into the second question is, what are some practical ways to, foster a culture of innovation and creativity within high-tech performance teams, high-performance tech teams, especially now considering that, you've got a fresher and you've got 5 years experience. How do you manage all of this?
So one thing is that we should not constrict any ideas. It has to be an absolutely transparent and open conversation with everyone. Don't shun people off. That's where the fact that we should be disregarding experiences, we should be disregarding hierarchy, and let ideas come in from all nook and corner of the organization. That's where the middle management again plays a key role. So for enabling a culture of innovation, and we are at the cusp of it. Just imagine that being a sovereign Indian cloud provider, we are building services with much, much lesser funding than what hyperscalers like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon might have. We are still trying to hit to those levels. So that is where innovation becomes paramount for the success, for the business of the organization, and that is what the industry is also demanding, something which both the panelists were also pertaining to. So what we have done is, from an innovation perspective, we have given them a very clear setup. The first factor is that you need to have the right set of tools that should be enabled for the teams. If you don't have right set of tools, it becomes very, very hard for them to iterate and then experiment. The second is that there should be freedom for them to operate at every level and drive those outcomes for, when it comes to innovation. And third thing, failure has been a very abysmal word earlier, but it's now embraced more clearly within the organization ethos and the corporates. So we should not be shying away from those failures. And that's where, you continue to build upon it. You may not have the perfect product, but eventually you land up to that. So that's where I think we have had success building innovative services within our organization.
So Amit, I have a follow-up question, and you spoke about, obviously there is a hierarchy, and there could be, in my understanding and experience, some levels of insecurity in the middle management. How do you ensure that all your ducks are in a row? And that insecurity could lead to blocking of ideas. He's smiling, blocking of ideas, whatever. So you really don't know who the star is. How do you ensure that openness across the system, and that there is no sense of insecurity in a middle manager?
So for an organization of our size, it becomes a little easier to manage. I think this is more of a bigger challenge and problem in enterprises. The first thing is that the leader has to have connect at all levels on the ground. That is one. Second is, when it comes to change, the change should be driven by the top management, and then the value derivation has to be very clear. Eventually you may face some resistance, but don't just try to push some of those people onto the edge. Eventually they would be on board. So you may not have all your ducks in line at the first go, and don't aim for that also. I think it might take one iteration or two iteration, and when people start seeing the value, when people start seeing the velocity of the outcomes, they eventually come in line. I think that has been a factor, and it was the case with AI. Getting developers adopt AI tools initially was a big challenge. They were all like, don't expect to, us to adopt this. But now they are seeing, and now they're kind of acclimatized to this fact that yes, AI is going to be a big enabler for them. So we took like 4 months to kind of come to this stage. So that's where I think success comes eventually, and aim for iteration in terms of how we are doing things. Don't aim for perfection at the word go.
Thank you. Pawan, yeah.
I think all the tech companies are doing hackathon, knowledge sharing sessions, and trying to use AI in all walks of life. We did something slightly different. We filed 2 patents in the US in AI last year. And that is one part. The second part is there were some freshers, first SD1. They're also part of those teams, and their names also got into those patents. But these are actual patents filed in the US, which are in AI. Of course, they might not remain relevant 2 years down the line. By that time, something new will come. But now this single thing, has really charged up everybody, because they can see the kind of work we are doing. And more importantly, everybody knows that they can be a part of that, and they would have something which they can really cherish for life. I think that was one thing which we did differently. Of course, since we were trying to build models with PhDs and GPUs since the beginning, this was something which, of course, we always wanted to do. But having everybody, onto those projects and getting the names of few people, not everybody, of course, will get a name on the patent. But that has really charged up the entire thing. And of course, we are doing the usual, things like hackathon or knowledge sharing sessions, and we are publishing whatever they are, building. So that's we have done.
That's in. You'll also be able to retain better. Then your retention level also goes up. Yep. So.
Absolutely, and I would like to try to attempt to answer both the questions you just asked. In terms of, how we can ensure that our tech teams are also well aligned, because I acquired a very small tech team. We are not a tech company, but we are consumers of tech. So the idea was somewhere to, one, of course, make sure that, we give opportunity for people to fail fast, fail small, rather than, fail at a larger scale. So we do a quick runs, quick checks, idea hackathons. We do it over a weekend or towards a Friday. Half-baked ideas are good enough to understand and figure out what people are doing. Give them cultural exposure as well as cross-functional exposure, because our industry is very niche. So we try to do that as well. And thirdly, it's about trust, trust over surveillance, because if I'm trusting my guys, I'm building that culture, then the ducks fall in line. And I can give you an example. I had a guy who worked out of Delhi and he was having issues, but he comes from Dehradun. He moved there, his productivity went up twice, and I allowed him to work remotely. So there was trust, and that really helped us. I think it's about setting up the right culture as well. And if the middle management is insecure about it, it's the leadership above them who needs to ensure that you need to get the right, probably a guy 10 times smarter than you, but we'll take care of you. Otherwise, if the strategy goes wrong, strategy eats culture for breakfast. It's as simple as that.
So I just want to add to what Pawan was mentioning. So we did conducted this hackathon very recently in January. And there was one service which was to provide enhanced monitoring to our customers who were using our platform. So the time that my team gave me to build that service was 4 months. And we were able to build that service, not maybe 100% to perfection, but at least a workable model within like 10 hours on a Monday. So that is the velocity you can get when you are having some of these energized minds sitting together and working for a common goal. So that's the kind of velocity we were able to attain. So that's how I think when you foster culture of innovation, it breeds amazing business outcomes for you also.
And I second that. I've seen that in my company as well, this moving really in that zone where people are, when they feel involved, right, just being a support service and a firefighter, they become innovators, trying to define the global supply chain for us. They're really coming up with good ideas. That's why we are doing faster and better things in the last 2 years, which we did not do in 23 years.
Pawan, we'll start with you now. Some part of this question has been answered, but let's see if we are missing anything. What are the top leadership qualities needed today to attract talent and inspire top tech talent, especially in different working formats? Some people are on-site, some people are remote, some people are hybrid.
So I think when it comes to hybrid or remote working, those who are working remote or hybrid, at least they need to somewhere understand that nothing can beat or match in-person communication. And that's something which they need to understand. If there are standalone tasks which need a status update, okay, they can do that. But if you're trying to decipher what is happening in AI, things are changing almost every day, and you have to talk to people and see what is working, what is not. So I think being in the same room, and as you said, in 10 hours they can solve some problems. I think that is something which people need to understand and realize. In traditional way of working in IT, where your job was to create a button which would just click and work, that worked okay to some extent. Not great, but it worked. In AI, you want a summary of a document, unless until you really show it to the people around, you won't even know whether it is working or not. So I think that becomes a challenge over here. So at least in our company, the idea is let's get into a room, let's thrash it out, and let's try to see what is happening everywhere else. I think that is one way we are trying to go about it.
So you're all for on-site working?
Hybrid, not fully. So when you want your own time to think deep about a problem, then
You want to be
definitely
alone.
office is a distraction. To that extent, it is.
ठीक है. Amit, leadership qualities, if you want to add to his points, you're most welcome. But then, what are the leadership qualities to attract talent and improve productivity, keep people engaged?
So we are primarily a technology-centric organization, and within our organization, see, every organization will have its own challenges, and then we have to look at through that lens. Startups, mid-size organizations will have different dilemmas when it comes to retaining talent. Enterprises will have a different set of quotient. For us, what has worked really well is that we work on cutting-edge technology, and our core focus is engineering excellence. And we have had experience hiring top-notch talent from the campuses for the past 3 years. And what is working well is the kind of work and the learning opportunities that we are providing to them. There is no hierarchical structure when it comes to growth. It all depends on your contribution. It all depends on how you are building products up. The second thing, which is really pivotal in terms of retaining top talent, is that they are looking for guidance and more, technical leadership from your perspective, from your side. If you are able to foster that culture, if you are able to provide them with that environment wherein they can learn things, they can implement things, I think you can still have a decent longevity within your organization. Enterprises will have all sorts of bells and whistles when it comes to retaining talent. They can provide you with hybrid work from home options. They can provide you with a lot of other things. But for an organization of our size, I think the kind of massive learning opportunity that we provide with, and then one challenge is that there is a lot of bureaucratic structure that gets built in within large organizations. So over here, we have cut that flat. So we take decisions very promptly. We don't have to wait for, different time zones to wait for decisions to be made. We get on the floor, you see the energy, you discuss it out, you brainstorm things, and then you decide on what has to be done. So for us, that has been a key factor when it comes to retaining talent. Otherwise, people start getting distracted when they are not getting that kind of, a purpose-driven thought and what they are supposed to do, and how is it contributing, how is their work contributing to the larger picture. So with us, they can clearly see that, look, this is the service we are developing, this is going onto the platform, and this is how it is helping customers and generating revenue. So that is something which has been working amazingly well for us. And then hybrid, fully remote, all those are strategies definitely organizations adopt. We can get into the merits and demerits of each of them. But I think when it comes to retaining talent, whether, whatever opportunity you may provide for people to operate from anywhere, but these are factors which will instill a sense of ownership and will ensure that people stay longer with you.
Yeah, so I think I already touched upon one point, which is about trusting them over surveillance. If you are ensuring that the right trust, I have seen the impact of that and people doubling up on the productivity. It's also about respecting the individuality of person. I run a very small team in terms of my tech developers. So if I understand where they are coming from, it really helps me maintain them and there's been no attrition, touch wood. And also, if I think about it, it's also about recognition beyond rewards, It's not always giving them rewards in forms of monetary rewards and others, but if somebody's done a really good job with a tool which has brought in a lot of strategic inputs or benefits to me, promoting him for that would make a better case for me rather than just pushing them away for, with some kind of money or monetary reward. So those kind of things that really work for us. And the team is also pretty much aligned, I keep telling them if we are trying to drive digital transformation. So we all should be as comfortable with EBITDA and ESG as we are with APIs and SLAs. It's as simple as that. So they align to it, yeah.
Okay, I can see the thing that says time up, and I can see people standing on a right to evict us, but we'll try one quick last question. How do you see the role of tech leaders, and all of you, and we'll start with you, and quick response, please. Tech founders going forward in this continuously tech-driven business, technology changing, it's been changing, seems cliche, for a very long time. But how do you see the role changing? We spoke about collaboration, but one would like to hear from you all that, how should, or if your advice to tech leaders and tech founders was, how do you be successful and carry the whole organization around? What would be your...
I think I just answered that in the last point, which is, a tech leader typically is not only just a tech provider anymore. They should be the strategic digital transformation guys. So they should be as comfortable with EBITDA and ESG and tech for good, tech for inclusiveness, what we have discussed by Mr. Karnik and everyone earlier. So we should be talking about that. And that's about it. That's
so business partner.
Yes, absolutely.
Pawan.
I think I'll use two analogies here. The first one is from Andy Grove, only the paranoid survive. So now given things are changing at such a fast pace, tech founders, leaders have to be somewhat paranoid, okay? If I'm going to bet all in and just bet my life on this technology for 3 months, you don't know where it will go. So that is, I think, one thing which I see how tech leaders, everybody has to think. And a second, I think, is the analogy with, that movie 300. So 300 well-trained Spartans, well-smart guys, they're much more powerful with the help of AI than a Persian army of, 100,000. I think that's the mindset that's going to change.
Amit.
So for me, I think it's really important that we embrace the change and we should be there with our team. There is no way, people should be focusing on activities and just trying to understand, keeping their team busy. Focus on what the outcomes are and what kind of value do you want to derive from your people. I think that's where leadership is evolving extensively. And then I think we should also have the ability to maneuver through these, when we have clear water ahead of us, I think it becomes really easy. But when we don't have a road ahead, I think that's where true leadership style comes in. And then we should evolve to that. We should not be, we should be fine taking that up.
Thank you. I'm going to sum up very quickly. I grew up in the tech media space, and like I mentioned, I've been here for about half a decade, working across different verticals, communities, and it was good moderating this panel, but I must tell you, growing up, there's one thing that I kind of would keep hearing, and those of you who've been in technology for 15, 20 years would have heard CIO to the boardroom. Okay, that was a much spoken about topic. Did not see it really happening a lot, and haven't seen it, but right now I think the environment and the markets are pushing for, there are more technology-led businesses. So I see that becoming a reality finally, and more collaboration, EBITDA that you said, ESG that you said. So good luck to the tech community. I'm sure it will happen. Thank you. You guys have been a wonderful audience. I don't think we put anyone to sleep. So thank you very much. Aditya and Prashant, you can have the...
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for moderating. A picture, please. We just wait for them. That was a panel on leading the tech revolution. Now it's time for the next keynote on the innovation resilience equation, how technology is future-proofing Indian industry. And to share his views on the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage Professor D. Narasimha Rao, Managing Trustee and Vice President, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Orissa and Andhra Pradesh.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, I was asked to speak about future-proofing of Indian industry. I don't know, first of all, I'm not very happy with this future-proofing as the word itself. But I don't know what to say, future-ready, future-proofing, whatever it is, I think we all understand what it is. How does one future-proof anything, right? I've been kind of thinking about it for a long time, okay, and I've been kind of reading also and saying, how do people do it, right? And then we think the answer is simple, right? All of us have been talking right from the morning. We know what needs to be done, but of course all of us are struggling how to do it. It's about innovation, right? How do you kind of protect, nurture, and grow innovation in whatever organizations we are? I'm from an academic institution, but we are facing the same challenges which any other organization is facing. In fact, way back when I was in IIM Calcutta, we used to have a professor called S.K. Chakravarti, and he used to teach a course called Managing Self in an Organization. And he used to tell me that, when you are on, at the wave level in the sea, it looks very, volatile and a lot of changing VUCA kind of environment. But we all know that still waters run deep. In fact, he was saying the reverse. The deep waters run still. So perhaps the strategy of life for even organizations is to future-proof, is to get to the deep. Don't play on the surface where there are waves, but be happy to be able to get into the depth. Let's say a few meters, a few kilometers as the sea may be, where things are not that volatile, things are very stable, but they are the bedrock of what happens on the top of that, all the changes and everything. Right from morning I've been hearing words like bracing for the change, adapting to the change. So most of the people we are all talking about reacting, right? Things are changing and some people are able to react faster and some people are able to react slower. But today the world, if you're talking about and saying innovation, at one time innovation for a lot of us was aspiration. We must innovate. It was an aspiration. After some time it became an inspiration, right? But today, if you want to future-proof yourself or you want to be ready for future, whatever it is, you can neither innovate, it can neither be an aspiration or an inspiration. It has to be a system. So industrial innovation has to be a systemic effort. Now let's look at, I do work with companies like Dassault Systems and AWS and quite a lot of global companies who actually do this day in and day out. And I was talking to them, how do they actually do it? So in fact, they gave me a case study of how innovation system, they said is about like aircraft design. There is lift and drag. So identify what lifts and identify what drags. So let's say in lift, it's essentially design, the design of the aircraft itself, essentially the architecture, the hardware and the software, right? The appropriate design and architecture will make sure that the aircraft lifts. Similarly here, the organizations have to understand what lifts innovation in that organization. And we have to somehow design our architecture, our systems, our organization, or rather build the whole organization around that lifting the innovation. But that's not the problem. A lot of organizations have been able to perhaps do it. There are also a lot of drags. What are these drags? Drag. Going this way. We are not willing to change. We don't want to go to the new level, right? That's a cultural drag. Most organizations, I think today in 2025 have come out of that cultural drag. We no longer have a cultural drag. But we have other drags. A lot of us have systemic drags. What is systemic drag? Our data is still kept in silos. People don't talk to each other. Systems don't talk to each other. There are solutions for this also, right? There are lots of platforms, companies have designed where they want people to come on, work together, collaborate, share information. And the whole work is on a platform so that, this problem of siloed data and all that is kind of overcome. There is another cognitive drawback. What is cognitive drawback? Where we want no dissonance. We want stability. Humans want stability. We hate dissonance. We hate uncertainty, right? But we all know that the world today is very uncertain. So how, organizations have to find a way of, overcoming this cognitive dissonance of individuals and organizations. But I feel the most important today, which is holding back a lot of us, is what we call it as the observational or the visual drag. What is this visibility or the observational drag? It's very simple. People can't see future, right? A lot of times people don't get on board, as he was using, getting the ducks in a row. Why don't the ducks get into a row? Well, if it's very obvious that by getting into a row they all will benefit, they will all get into a row. But a lot of us can't observe, can't see the future, right? Can't visualize what's likely to happen if all of us work together. Whatever that the top management is saying, whatever Google is saying, whatever AI is saying, we really can't see how that's going to improve what we're going to do. So we call it as the visibility or the observability drag. Global corporations have actually found ways of overcoming all these things. It's not that the know-how is not there, right? Okay. For example, some of you might have heard of the model-based system engineering. Previously, most system engineering was document-based. Why were 3D models used, or models used over documents? In fact, a lot of people ask me, I am a very big fan of digital twins. I'm a very big fan of digital models. And people ask me, so what is the great deal about digital? What is so good about 3D, which is not there in 2D? 3D helps you to visualize. 2D doesn't help you to visualize. A document doesn't help you to visualize, but a 3D model helps you to visualize. So if you have a model-based design to any particular problem, right, and you use maybe a 3D model actually, instead of a document or a 2D design, right, this observational drag. In fact, a lot of times, even in our university, people say, they ask, okay, sir, I want to do it, but what will happen if I do it? Right? There's a cost to change, right? There's a cost and investment involved in the change. And they keep asking us, okay, why should I change? Even if I change, can you assure me, can you make me visible? What benefits will I actually get? So if organizations are able to get, in fact, most of us are stuck in these drags. Most of us perhaps have a design, and in fact, we're not that, the problem is not so much in the lift that is required for innovations in the, in our structures, in our architecture, in our software, hardware. But it is in managing these drags that I think most of us are kind of finding difficult. So if you look at some of the case studies of, every Indian organization which is successful today, every global organization that is successful today is doing part of it, right? I mean, you really can't survive today if without really, implementing some part of future proofing, right? Okay, be it in the, lift side or in the drag side, right? Otherwise you will die today, right? But the problem is coming that very few organizations are perhaps able to really perfectly do it, right? So, in fact, we used to say at one time that, okay, we were service organizations, then we said we have product organizations. So today people are no longer talking about one product, right? You're talking about a product of, or a system of products. Then today we're talking about system of systems. How does one develop a system of systems that will constantly keep, churning out innovation? constantly keep churning out new products. Some may work, some may not work. That means I need to get down to that depth of still water, because I can't do it sitting on top of, the sea or where I'm working in the waves. So, I mean, literally, figuratively, the organizations have to dig deep and get down to that level of, this thing. But ironically, how are the global corporations doing it, actually? If you look at most of the successful case studies, right, they have been buying it out, actually, right? Global R&D is a sham, okay, if you look at any of the key these things. Global R&D is all about buying good R&D and integrating it with their old R&D, right? I know now nation which has some 50 R&D centers. I said, what do you do in these R&D centers? They don't do any R&D. They keep buying R&D and they keep integrating that into this thing. So obviously acquisitions is one way most global corporations have been able to ride themselves out of this, being obsolete, right? And being future ready, right? Obviously, so if you have cash, a lot of these problems, can be smoothened because you are able to buy, and things like that. Now, if you are not able to do it, what can Indian organizations do? And that's where I think we are actually missing the trick. All of us trying to optimize within our systems, including our universities, right? Within our organization, we are looking for talent inside the organization. We are looking for, innovation inside the organization. We are looking for resources inside the organizations. A lot of us are not networked into the society, right? For example, most organizations don't know what the startup system of India is doing in their field. Is there something that's happening that's world shaking, right? It may be a 2-member company or a 3-member company, but they may be doing a great type of work in your area of technology, right? And you, because somebody just now said that big organizations have bureaucracies, big organizations have complacency, perhaps are not able to see them. So I feel one great way of future-proofing for Indian organizations is by actually tapping yourself. Normally we are dismissive, saying, okay, what's Startup India? This is just, some kind of a slogan by the Prime Minister. What is happening in Startup India? What is happening in Stand Up India? Kuch nahi ho raha hai, and stuff like that. But instead of that, if organizations seriously spend time and see what's happening in campuses, what's happening in IIT Chennai, IT Park, what's happening in IIT Kanpur, IIT Park, what's happening in other universities, IT parks, what's happening in the startup system in India, you might be able to find, for example, let's say I'm a $1 billion reserve, cash reserve, right? I'll take out some 10% of it, 5% of it and say, okay, I'll invest in startups. Because as everybody said, it is these fresh startups, it is these young guys who are sitting in campus who are actually driving innovation. Just about 1 month back, I was in Bangalore and I had seen 2 just young people, college students in final year, producing a really good, GIS enabled, where they, in fact, you give a khata number and plot number, they can actually tell you the whole history of the plot, whether it's been sold, is there any dispute. And these 2 guys sitting in Pune, they had a problem with their own house, when he bought something and there was a dispute. To solve the dispute, he developed actually a product. And when I started looking at it, it was really fantastic. And then I said, how many people do you have? He said, I have 2 people. And both the students actually, right? Now, this is where I feel that the best way of today, all of us actually be able to future-proof ourselves is by actually networking beyond our borders, beyond our own, organizational boundaries, and actually look at what's happening in the country, what's happening in the world, what's happening in different campuses. And this is where global corporations actually, score over us. Most of them have incubators and accelerators. Every global corporation has an incubator and an accelerator. I don't know how many of the organizations, Indian organizations sitting here have, incubators and accelerators. Why is it that Indian, corporate sector doesn't have incubators and accelerators? Promote more and more Indian startups, Indian students and others getting into it. You give them the tools that you have, give them the data you have, ask them to do POCs for you, work together on a collaborative thing, have a platform approach to it, bring their innovations on board, right? Let them collaborate with your particular staff and things like that. And this is what global corporations are doing. Constantly, getting engaged with, startups world over, looking at good technologies, promoting technology, evaluating them, throwing some money at them, investing, and at the right time, buying them over and kind of integrating and stuff like that. So just if you're looking for solutions inside, all of us, whether it's my Century University or you, any of you, I don't think we'll be able to future-proof ourselves. It's only by constantly looking outside, constantly networking with the whole world as such, I think most of us will be able to kind of, future-proof ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your address. And with that, I always say from food for thought, it is now time for food for your stomachs, it's time for lunch. It's 1:20, and we'll reconvene at 1:50 for our next panel discussion. Thank you. Lunch is served outside. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our next panel discussion, which is on data, the new oil. Harnessing data for insights, for building a data-driven culture and the power of predictive analytics. And for this discussion, let's welcome our panelists on the stage. First, Kunal Mohiddin, CTO and co-founder of Customer Capital. Joining him is Avneet Singh Marwa, CEO of Super Plastronics. Also joining them is Vikram Chaudhary, co-founder and CTO of AdGate Solutions. Joining them is Sri Kumar Subramaniam, President Software Data and AI, GTT Data. And this session will be chaired by Rima Baduri, Editorial Lead, BW Business World. Let's welcome them with your applause. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so our panel post-lunch, I hope just the way our topic says, data the new oil, the food has been an oil for you, an energy booster in that case. So before I start with my panel, I would request everyone to give a big round of applause for our panelists as well as yourselves. Thank you. So when we talk about data, data is no more a byproduct, it's a core asset in businesses today. And while we talk about it, it definitely helps fuel innovation and intelligent-driven decision-making, as well as, of course, understanding consumer behavior, consumer trends, and so on and so forth. Now, before I move on, so when I believe, according to McKinsey, it estimates that data actually helps businesses 23 times likely more to acquire customers, 6 times more to retain them, and 19 times more to be profitable actually. So one by one, I will like to start with all of you, starting with Vikram, if I may ask. How does data actually help in how can organizations actually move from collecting data to generating actionable insights for making impactful business decisions?
Yeah, thanks. So the topic, right? Data is the new oil.
Absolutely.
Look, we are talking or we are discussing data is the new oil from maybe last 2-3 years. It is because now we have those systems in place where we can bring out the value from the data which we were not able to do 10-15 years back. At that point in time when we were discussing about data, it was always towards structured data which is coming through RDBMS. That was the case. Now everywhere you see, you can derive value out of data. It can be PDFs, it can be structured data, it can be anything. It can be videos, images, anything, and you can do the analytics. As the world is shaping towards utilizing this data, it becomes a little complex at the same time, basically to change the trend and adapt those solutions. So the basic thing for businesses to take their data and turn into actionable insight is not to keep the technology upfront. It is the business, their key KPIs, what can derive value for them through that data is more important. So you have to align your business stakeholders, your SMEs with your data team to make sure that they are working together and deriving those insights. You have to make sure that they are very well learned about the technologies and the value which technology can bring. Generally in traditional companies, people are resistant to change. We have all seen that, right? But once we see the kind of value which new technologies are bringing, everyone wants to adapt to that, right? There was a keynote where it was discussed when computers came, everyone was scared of it, that it will take their job, or people never wanted to change, right? But right now, everyone is using that and very happy with the value it is providing. It is same with the data technologies as well. So you have to bring in business stakeholders as well as your data team together to get this insights and, help businesses generating more revenue.
Lovely. Mr. Marwa, your take on it, how can we move towards making profitable business decisions by generating actionable insights through data, and especially when we are living in a world of AI as well?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a very interesting topic. The similarity between oil and data is both oil is crude and data is raw. And both of them you have to extract it. So if you not extract crude from different petroleums, you will not get the byproduct. Same with data, it's raw. You should know how to extract, what sort of insights are there, and how to use it. As you said, because we're a consumer durable brand and primarily in smart TVs and large home appliances. See, a very interesting and very good insight that you've said, how from data profitability. Earlier, what used to happen about 20 years back, data was there, but it was manual. The time you collect all the data and analyze that data, it used to take about 6 to 8 months. For us, it's month on month. The moment all the data comes in, and within about 7th or 8th, you know where is your balance sheet going in terms of everything. Because we're a B2C manufacturer in-house, and we are backward integrated, and then we sell on different portals. All the data that comes in, we know that what sort of costing, burn, after that operation cost, and then marketing cost, and then returns. If you accumulate in everything within about it takes about 7 days to collect, and then we know where we stand and what sort of strategy the next month we will be putting in. That's how data has helped in terms of profitability. Second, so because we do a lot of vast business, we do manufacturing, and manufacturing is very vast in terms of where are you going wrong, what sort of steps you need to take, and what sort of enable steps that you need to put in. I know there's a lot of discussion, even I have in different forums about AI, but wherever there is human intervention that is required, I think a lot of things changes in terms of in manufacturing. And a lot of changes are required, keeping when you're B2C, what sort of market changes are there. Especially, I'll give you 3 examples, starting from manufacturing. So if I produce television and there is some sort of complaints that are coming in. So our data is driven by that. If there is a 4 or 5 complaints of specific same thing happened one day, then we stop the production of that product. And then we do a deep dive. So that's how, we, wherever losses are going on, we minimize that. And then whatever problem, it's a software, hardware, or it's a perception issue, we try to figure it out and we replicate that. Second is, after the product is gone, what is the SLA, the operations? Because if the month is ending on 31st, and I am taking about 7 to 8 days, 9 days. If my material would have, been in 3 to 4 days, my closing would have been better. So we collect which are the locations where, the SLA is going from 7 to 10 days, what sort of vehicle is taking time, which of the areas which are taking more time,
and then we talk to our freight, our partners, and we try to do everything before 30th. Then the best part, sales. Which are the locations where we need to focus, what sort of trends are changing. Best part is festive. We have different beautiful festivals around the country. So if there is Gudi Padwa somewhere, and there is, there are some sort of dates which are not good, people don't buy, so we don't focus on that state. Then we focus more on Karnataka, Maharashtra, Ganpati is there, so, and if in Kerala, Onam is there. So that's how, the whole system, the whole data analytics, we follow year on year, whatever trends are changing. And that's how, with all those learning from data, profitability, and more importantly, I would say, for any organization today, most important is expense than profitability. If you don't control the expense through data, and that's what we have learned. I think profitability will take a toss.
Understood. If I move on, so in this case, if I may ask that, what are some of the challenges, like we are talking about data, definitely data is evidence-based more than intuition-based. Overall, it has real impact. It can show what it is there, what is not there. Now, when companies have moved towards the data-driven way, what are some of the challenges that you faced in sustaining or building a data-driven organization?
Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, it's really a people, it's a culture and it's a people thing, right? People don't really ask the right questions, is what we say, right? Because I think it's very easy to focus on the what, right? What is this data telling me, right? So everyone's looking at KPIs, dashboards, but they're not asking the right questions after that. So we, at our organization, what we've done is we follow a certain systematic question way, because people don't come asking those right questions, right? So we start with the what. Of course, that's very important, right? Because you need operational reports, you need to understand what's happening. Has my sales gone up? Has my sales gone down? But really the most important question after that is why. Why did it go up? Why did it go down, right? And then to understand that layer, right? So uncovering is very, very important. So asking questions is really, really important. Now, say you've answered why, right? Because you understood that, for example, there was some issue in terms of the manufacturing, or there was a product defect which was coming in, so it was leaving bad reviews. The next question which you need to ask is, what will happen next, right? If this continues onwards, right, it'll impact your sales, your word of mouth, your brand reputation, et cetera, right? So you can understand that these are the implications of, of what is happening. So you keep on diving into the data more and more. Very, very important, right? And then you need to make it actionable, right? So you know, okay, what is going to happen, right? So what is it that you need to do, right? So that forms the entire basis of taking action. And so data, I think, we were just talking about that data is very raw, right? Yeah. So data is meaningless until you get insights. And insights is meaningless unless you actually make it actionable. So action is really, really the key part that you have to make it actionable. And let's say once you action, you understand that, let's say, what Amit was just saying, that, okay, we stop manufacturing, we do the root cause analysis, et cetera, Then, and very most important part is the feedback loop, right? So what is my learning from this, right? So is it that I need to spend more time in terms of looking at quality, in terms of software? So, whenever it gets released, I need to do that. So the learning cycle needs to go back into the loop, right? So therefore, when we look at it, at least as us, as an organization, because we run, loyalty programs, we run product as a service for ourselves, and for very large enterprise and clients, it's really, really important to kind of not let data just be data, right? You need to really get into it and understand what is happening behind it. And that's when you get actually actionable insight and be able to do it. I'll give a very simple example, right? Very, very simple example of what, companies, at least used to do it normally. And this is way back, taking back to 2003, where people actually used to read books, right? And we had just recently launched a loyalty program for a large retail bookstore chain, right? And they used to have their flagship store in Bombay. And they used to run this large annual campaign where they used to try to go around the neighborhood, right? And to the, customers and the residents around that to run this campaign. I mean, those days you didn't have smartphones, you didn't have, so much email, and even SMS was very, very limited. And we did a very simple analysis for them, right? We just had started the program. It was running for about 5-6 months. We just looked at the top customer data, right? And we looked at the PIN codes which we had of those customers. And, one of the key insights which we got was that the customers actually are not in the vicinity. 75% of the customers were actually living 20 kilometers plus. And then we dug in a little bit more. We understood actually these were people who were commuting to office, right? So the office was in that vicinity, and they were voracious readers who would be buying books and reading on the commute. So we shifted the campaign strategy, told them that, okay, instead of doing this, let's focus on a little bit office, let's run promotions around that, and everything else, and we got like, I think, a 700 and 750% return, right? So it's really about asking the right questions, and that's where you really need to begin, and that's what I would say to organizations.
Lovely. Shri, thank you, Kunal, firstly, but Shri, coming to you, any challenges you'd like to share? How did it feel when you were actually building a data-driven culture in your organization? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit of stuff has already been said right here. I think the most important thing that we see in the industry is that most enterprises are data-rich, insights poor, right? So there's a lot of data that is being collected by organizations in the past 20 plus years. We're working with some top banks in India and a lot of manufacturing companies as well. And, if you're talking about manufacturing, a lot of sensor data keeps coming, mission data keeps coming into the central repository. If you're talking about banks, that are about top banks in India at least have about 150 different applications where customer data, transaction data is getting captured. Now, but I think the insights delivery is very slow. For example, the second or third largest bank in India takes about 7 days to create a unique customer ID. And that is a mandatory requirement from RBI in India. It takes 7 days to allocate a unique customer ID to a person called Shri, because Shri might already exist in the different systems as a credit card holder or a loans, taker, whatever. And in order to validate this existence of Shri, already in the system takes about 7 days, and that's unbelievable, right? So how do businesses make decisions when the data is not available to them in real time? That is the biggest challenge that they have. So I'm representing a company called GD Data. Our intention is to make sure this data is actually available to businesses in real time when they actually need it, so they can make the right decisions. Because today, there was a time when, not even time now, if you're at home, we all get access to 200 Mbps of internet speed. You go into the work environment, we are struggling with 10 and 20, right? We are so disappointed going into work environment, doing anything productive at work. If we are all again used to Swiggy, Instamarts, and Zeptos and Blinkits, where you can order paneer and it gets delivered in 8 minutes. I wonder why somebody would need paneer in 8 minutes. Why can't they wait or plan a few hours ahead before they start cooking? But that's what, we didn't need it, but because somebody decided what we need as a consumer, we started getting used to it. Like Apple decided what we all want and came up with the iPhone, and we can't live without it now. So similarly, I think some of these insights that we are talking about as technology providers, I think we have a responsibility to give customers what they want at the speed of light. Otherwise, it will not get consumed. Decisions will not, right decisions will not be taken. Now, in terms of culture itself, I think, like Kunal mentioned, it's a combination of people, process, and technology where, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if culture is not right in the organization, none of these AI and data will be implemented or will be successful in most organizations. So I think that is where we see that a lot of businesses, line of business heads, do not want to adopt technology because they're not ready for it, they don't understand it, and hence there is resistance. So you could you could come up with the most innovative AI technology ever, but it won't be used, which is why 70% of all AI projects fail today, because the adaptability is low. Second thing is trust, right, which I think is one of the key topics we should talk about, is the data quality itself and data governance, because without that, AI will not produce the desired outcomes. Predictive analytics will not be right. So I think it's about delivering the trust in the systems that we develop, so that there's a cultural change that happens, or change management happens, so that people start trusting systems that we deploy.
Lovely. So, as Amit, in this case, as you mentioned, trust is very important in data. Now, how do you ensure data quality and reliability, especially when you're dealing with disparate sources across functions and operations side sector?
I'll give you one very good example. So last year in consumer durable, air conditioner and air coolers were the fastest growing. So as per data, the CGI was growing about more than 15%, 16%. The reason was the temperatures were highest last year. And the whole country, Bangalore, it didn't rain for 2 months. So that was so bad. So this year, the data predicted, again, it will be a 10% jump. Yesterday, this is the first time in about 100 years that in May, none of the cities were above 40 degrees.
Right.
Tier 1, Tier 2, in May, mind you. And the day for yesterday, I just landed in Delhi and it was like Shimla. 26 degrees at about 2 a.m. and wind, and I didn't put on my AC.
You all got lucky yesterday.
Yeah. So, and the data shows 16% growth. Everybody had that kind of stocks. And we were supposed to grow, and 50% of the stocks are lying in the market for cooling products. So it's you talk about trust. So that's why I'm saying that. And apart from that, we got satellite images in April that May will be really hot, and there will be 1 or 2 showers of thunderstorm. Apart from that, it will be red, but it didn't happen like that. And so there is a lot of uncertainty also with data, that it's not 100% accurate in our case. That next year, as per data, as per how it is growing, things will turn out in this manner. So you have to have a little bit of, as I said before, human intuition and what sort of market trends are happening. That needs to be, and what sort of consumer behavior, and in India especially, for consumer durable, a wide of purchase is there. Until unless your shoe or your TV is completely slapping your TV and it's not, things are not, you're not buying a new TV. Trust me, it's like that. And that's where, it's very difficult for entry level and mid segment, for almost all consumer durable, to convince the customer. So that's how you need to be very focused, and you need to change your strategy. Now it's not raining wherever central of India is little warmer, so the whole shift is over there. That's how you changes, but yes, you need to trust data, but I don't think so it's always 100% accurate.
Vikram, same question for you. How do you ensure data reliability and quality? Like, if we can quickly just...
Absolutely. So, look, quality has to be there in everything which we are doing. So it will apply to our systems as well. What we do in terms of data quality is, whenever we are bringing data from the sources, from the disparate systems to a centralized data warehouse or data lake house, we are making sure that we are doing validations, row count. We are making sure the data which is coming from source, it is tied up on the destination side as well. After that, whenever you are doing all the calculations, there has to be quality checks. So now with the new trends and technologies, like Databricks, you will see medallion architecture. In lake houses, you will see raw layer, silver layer, gold layer, curated layers and all. At every step, you have to check the data. And that's what we are doing. So we have built a product as well as an organization. So Edgear Solutions is a consulting company. And with that, we have built a data quality suite which is a product which is powered by generative AI. And then it does all these checks for you. You can create rules in that. It will suggest the rules as well. And then the output which the business is getting, it will make your system sustainable. It will make your system valuable. And the most important thing is the users, end users will be trusting these systems. So once you gain the trust of the end user, which is the business users, right? They will automatically feel that this system is bringing value, and then they will start using it more, and they themselves will bring in more use cases. So this becomes a very important aspect of, the data, enterprise-grade data pipelines that we create.
Amazing. I'm getting some really good insights, by the way. Shri, if I come to you, we were earlier also talking about predictive analysis. Now, with the rise of predictive analysis, and come on, we are at a tech conference, how can I miss AI on it? And AI, of course, coming up. Earlier, also, we were talking that, earlier there was computers that was disrupting. Now it's AI, definitely. Now, how do you balance automation with human judgment when it comes to making high decision making?
A very interesting and topical question, because we're talking about AI replacing human jobs, etc., right? So I think somebody recently said that AI will not replace humans. It's the humans who don't know how to use, or humans who know how to use AI will replace humans who don't know how to use AI. But I think we are seeing that with the AI agents and agentic AI, there are a lot of use cases where the mundane repetitive tasks can now be automated using these AI agents, which is a great thing because it massively improves the productivity of the human workforce, which I think all of us should actively embrace. But at the same time, we see that enterprises who want to adopt AI, they're sort of skeptical about their workforce and what will happen to them, and all that. If you're just looking at the balance sheet and profitability, yes, there's a lot of tasks which now can be replaced with agents, agentic AI rather. So our objective at GTT Data, for example, is we've created this concept called dual intelligence, which is about not human versus machine, it's human with machines, right? How do we help organizations thrive in the world of AI? So we have to embrace AI, but then what happens to the human beings? Number one, we have to help them train and give them the knowledge to coexist with humans, because that requires a lot of cultural change, change at the CEO level, CXO level, and so on. And also make sure that the workforce that are now available in access because of agentic AI, they get repurposed for some other more creative, more value-adding tasks within the organization. So we run a series of change management program to help organizations achieve this, which is why we call it dual intelligence, where both man and machine can coexist. So I think from a predictive analytics perspective, automation is important. And in fact, predictive analytics has been around for a long time, because now today calling it as classical AI, and now the next one latest is the Gen AI. But this AI has been around for 15, 20 years. Machine learning has always been there. It's just that it's come to, it's more so in existence today thanks to Gen AI and ChatGPT. So I think my preference would be for organizations to embrace automation as much as possible. Yes, there will be, today we are talking about repetitive tasks, but in the future there will be, AGI and ASI, where AI will start making those contextual decisions as well. Then we are talking about a larger impact on the society in terms of what will happen to the human workforce. And my sincere worry is what happens to all the engineers that India produces year on year, and where do we fit them into the workforce? That's something, that's a topic for debate in itself. But I think it's balancing these two that is important.
Kunal, your concluding thoughts on balancing automation and with human judgment with the rise of predictive analysis?
Yeah, I think it's a hot topic, and it's coming, right? The wave is coming. I think it's really about, as I think she was correctly saying, right? It's making sure that what you can kind of automate to get efficiencies as well as deliver, superior experience, right? Both, let's say, to internal user or to be an external consumer. That's very, very critical. And, but still, I would say, at a certain extent, you need to make sure that there is some human intervention, because some of the soft factors are still not right there. I mean, there are multiple cases where we have, we are dealing with high value net worth customers, and there are some soft factors which it's still difficult for the models and for the agents to be able to kind of automate those, right? But yeah, it is going to be, it is coming in, I would say. So we all need to be prepared. We all need to learn, I think, and there are great tools, for us to be able to take that forward. So we should embrace it rather than kind of be putting a door. We need to openly embrace it is what I would say.
Fabulous, fabulous. Thank you, all your panelists. Our time was up like a few minutes ago already, but just concluding it, I think I was earlier also speaking about it, that AI, initially when it disrupted, I was also a little skeptical how it will engage, in different industries. But, spending a year and a few months more on it, I actually realized that it is actually an enabler, and not taking human jobs particularly. It can actually help them get more productive at the same time. Thank you so much, all of you, for being a part of the panel. As a journalist, I got multiple headlines, I'm sure, on that. So yes, thank you everyone for being a part of it. And if you can please give them a round of applause.
Thank you. A picture, please. And thank you, Rima, for moderating that. Thank you. Keeping it back on time, our next panel, it is Tech for Good. Sustainability in technology, social impact of technology, and green technologies and innovation. And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome on stage our panelists. First, Captain Raghu Achat, Vice President, Information Technology, Tejo Engineering. Joining him is Debajyoti Ray Chaudhary, MD and CEO of National E-Governance Services. Joining them is Veer Sagar, Chairman, Electronic Equipment Promoter, Criconet, and this session will be chaired by Rohil Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Let's please welcome them. Aapki zordar. Yeah, I'll get that removed.
We have a complimentary chair here. So we have an extra chair. They're really generous to us. Thank you so much. I can see we have 25 minutes and now it's not 45. So we'll sum up, we'll play a T20 here. So the topic is Tech for Good, and this conversation sits at the intersection of innovation, sustainability, and impact. I think we don't need to reiterate that how much tech has interfered with our daily lives. It's a given. But it's not about what it can do now, it is what it should do. I think it's already done a lot. So we have a great expert panel who bring across industries, there are three industries with me: engineering, electronics, and digital governance sitting here. And we will talk about how sustainable and socially impactful technologies are no longer fence ideas that sit on fence, but pillars that we need to move ahead with. So let me start with you first, Mr. Sagar, starting with you here. Tech for Good. The good part is only about the convenience, or is it more than that? How do you see Tech for Good in its true sense?
Thanks. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. For me, anything that's good in India, it has to serve a purpose, serve a need. And what is the biggest need in India? the biggest need in India is job creation. So can technology create jobs? All along, right, that's what I have looked at. Technology does not have to be frightening. Because if you look at technology today, technology is democratized. There was a time when we looked at computers, they were no entry on, you can enter only if you are an IT person, take your shoes off, all that kind of stuff. Now it's come out of the silos. It's an enabling technology. You simplify and use it for creating jobs. 30 years ago.
Mic closer to you, yeah.
28 years ago, before the advent of internet, we used technology for job creation in India by a very simple thing, like using telecom for getting data, voice from the US to India and sending back transcribed files back to US. Very simple technology. This one is very simple technology where the jobs from the US were brought to India, processed and sent back. It created jobs in India at the lowest level of people who were normally unemployable, graduates from B-class colleges. So to me, technology is good if it can create jobs. It's not good if it cannot create jobs.
Wonderful. Thanks for making it so simple, such a complex thing, and ideating it so well. Mr. Chaudhary, I just want to ask audience this quick question. Is it the private sector or the public sector that has really disrupted the public tech that has disrupted daily lives? What do you think? Public sector, how many? Okay, they are not interested. Okay, anyway, I would like you to answer this, that we often associate tech with private sectors and private players, Apple and Google, but there's another version of it. The public sector is actually disrupting the tech game and making it accessible to all of you, to all of us. What are the priority sectors, first of all, that you're working on? And how do you see this tech that it has divided and brought down the digital divide that that India had earlier?
Yeah, thanks, and I'm very happy that I've been at this event. Now, first of all, I'd like to, dwell on this, what is the importance of this session? The second last session today. What is the importance? Why do you need to have this session? Now, I'm coming from Bangalore. Anybody from Bangalore here? No one? Okay. So, now, Bangalore is known as, today it's an IT hub. Some time back it used to be known as the Garden City. But let me tell you that I've been staying there for 4 years. I'm a Delhiite, but I'm staying there for 4 years. I would rather call it as Bangalore as a city of lakes. You'll be amazed that how many lakes. And of course, the present state gives us a lot of disappointment. And to dwell on this fact that why do we need sustainability, I'd just like to bring to your notice a small incident which happened. The lakes in Bangalore have made news for various reasons. One lake caught fire. A lake catching fire.
That's innovation, yes.
So now this lake, it came in news for a different reason. So this lake was full of hyacinths. So they put a speedboat, a water boat called Jal Dost. I think here we know what is Jal Dost. For my friend here from Belgium, Jal Dost is a friend of the water. So they put this Jal Dost in the water, and the kind of garbage, rubbish they extracted is amazing. But I would like to ask you, what do you think they got from the bottom of the lake? What do you think, which will really amaze all of us, and which will also, make us think that why sustainability is important? What do you think was fished out from the bottom of the lake? Any guesses, quick guesses? We just have very little time. What do you think was fished out from the bottom of the lake, which will amaze us?
Plastic.
Yeah? Yes? Okay, somewhat similar, but you'll be amazed that a refrigerator was fished out from the bottom of this lake. and this is actual news. And that's why sustainability is so important for us. It is the least we need to do is we need to give the planet back to our succeeding generations the way we have got it from our forefathers. So that's the way I look at it. And this difference of public sector and private sector, we are a public sector company, and as you would have noticed, we write national against our name. And today, as far as the IT infrastructure is concerned, many of us will be aware most of the IT infrastructure is national in nature. It is created by public sector entities. And our mantra, our motto is to bring sustainability for all, for public sector, for private sector, for the common citizens, for financial inclusion. And how do we do it? So, I mean, I was discussing with my friend from Belgium as how complex contracting in India is, because we have 30 states with its own state stamp acts. So today we brought it all together under one single platform. So 30 states contracting can be done. And what is the beauty of this platform? It is digital, paperless at every stage, at execution, during storage, and above all, when you are retrieving it for legal recourse or for any kind of reference for audit, acquisition, etc. So what is the advantage? Advantage is that you don't need to travel to the place of execution. You save on fuel cost, you save on paper, because it's digital at every stage. You save on the storage cost of security documents and all the necessary infrastructure which is required to do that. Now, there's another aspect to it. Before we launched our platform of digital at every stage contracting, we found that many organizations, I think some of you would also be doing, that security documents you be scanning and keep it. Like that. So scanning a document takes up a lot of disk space, computing space also to retrieve. But if it's a digital document, every type of compute capacity, whether it's retrieve capacity or storage capacity, everything is optimized. So that is a massive saving. And finally, I would say this sustainability cost comes at no extra cost. This digital contracting solution, which we provide, and agnostic to all sectors. And today, if you see the adoption of our contracting, it is agnostic to public sector or private sector. The public sector, private sector, the adoption is almost equal. And the beauty of it is that this sustainability not just contributes to the environment, but also it comes at no extra cost. Today, corporates are willing to invest that extra capital, extra profits to ensure sustainability. But the contracting solution, NES's DD, which we do, comes at no extra cost. Yes. And as per our estimate, we have found that till date, we have saved more than 35,000 trees till date. That is the cost of paper, and other costs like the cost saving, of course, we are not accounting for right now.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for elaborating and giving that great example. And it also shows, how much work has tech done in terms of creating a real impact. I want to bring in Captain Achit here. First of all, sir, how do you define this tech for good idea? And second, how are you embedding sustainability into your tech offerings overall, or the digital transformation journeys that you are enabling?
I think Debjyoti gave us a good national view into this particular topic. I'll sort of take it international. World Economic Forum has, I don't know what they call it, a channel of discussion or a working group or a task group, I'm not sure what they call it, which is actually titled Tech for Good. And they've actually been debating about this and defining what it actually means over, I think about 3-4 years right now. Some pretty good articles are also available out there. So what they've done is they've actually come out with, rather than my definition, I've used what's already there from World Economic Forum themselves. So they're saying there's a kind of a quadrant which says, how do you maximize the benefits, minimize the impact? I think the other one was improve efficiency and something else on the other side. So they say that, if you're able to balance these things out, that is exactly what the definition of the tech for good is going to be. And then there's a whole lot of discussion about how do we go about doing that, achieving better benefits, reducing the impact and so on and so forth. Very, very good set of articles which are available. I think it's a good read also. And I sort of realized very recently that there is actually something called a Tech for Good Institute also, which is there in Southeast Asia. So nothing in Singapore, it's based in Singapore. They're actually doing a lot of work specifically in this space. They've also put out quite a lot of work that these guys have done. Quite a lot of good articles are also available there. What I found interesting in those articles were there's a lot of things that, even though they've looked at it at a community angle, at a social angle, and things like that, as an organization, there's a lot of things that you can derive from it and do within your own organization. Now, coming back to what we have done, the second part of the question, which was what have we done in our organization, I sort of classified it into two things again. One is what we do and sell as a product to a customer or a solution to a customer, and what we do internally. We are into conveyor belt servicing and maintenance, things like that. Most of the time we're carrying dirty cargo. Could be a coal, could be cement, could be clinker, could be iron ore, could be bauxite, it could be these dirty cargo, basically that we convey on those systems. So there's a lot of pollution that happens during the conveyance. There's a lot of wastage that happens because of the dust flying out and things like that, which impacts the environment. So we've got solutions and we are helping customers, A, reduce the pollution per se, and B, also retrieve that whatever is those dust which is there, which actually is usable. When it actually goes into a furnace and things like that, it's definitely usable. So we sort of help them with that. As far as our internal activities are concerned, something from as, for an organization of this size, as big as, going in for an IoT, which effectively, helps us with our production planning processes and also helps us with our boiler utilization and all those kinds of things. Even down to the last level where we very recently realized that, for example, in one floor of our office, we were spending about 6 or 7 reams of paper every day. We were that kind of an organization. Everything would get printed out, people would write and come for a discussion and things like that. Today it's down to about 1 ream or something a day. So that's an impact that we have made. But that didn't happen by just going and telling people and, telling them that this is good for the environment and things. We actually enable them, train them on using Teams, train them on using digital dashboards like this, and all those kind of things, because of which the usage on its own came down. So people started printing less and started using the digital media much more. So that's a range of things that we can do, and anything in between is also. Quite a lot of things are there, but I'm just touching upon the bigger aspect and the smaller part of it also.
I'll just tell you briefly, I'm happy that you talked about how paper is getting reduced, because that's a mantra. But the good part is that, although paper has disappeared, like you have taken this initiative to remove paper, but the challenge today is that as far as contracting is concerned, as far as legal issues are concerned, unfortunately, bulk of it is still on paper. And our legal guys always like to see it on paper, but today the government has taken many enabling legislations to ensure that this paper is not required. For example, the IT Act provides that evidence can be acceptable in digital form, also subject to certain conditions. And as an IT platform and a company which writes national against our name, we certify all documents which are executed on our platform that they are valid and legal and enforceable in a court of law in India.
It's an irony that the law which proposes to reduce the use of paper is on paper, right? Mr. Sagar, when we talk of tech for good, you have created a platform, CRICONet, right? Tell us more about it. How are you changing and impacting lives with this new venture?
In India, three things which are,
Closer.
sorry, there are three things which are very popular: politics, religion, and cricket. Politics and religion, everybody has got equal access to get in. Cricket is little restricted. So persons can have access to it only above a certain level. So we said, let's look at use technology to get jobs through cricket. That means use skill building of people who are generally not employable. Previously we did 20 years ago, we did educated, unemployable people. Now we said, look at uneducated, unemployable people. So all over the place, people from very different kind of backgrounds, right, in different towns can get coaching. In India, we have one coach for 1,000 people, which is a very, very poor ratio. So we said, let us use technology to create distant coaching. That means a player and a coach don't have to be in the same location. And we use technology to do e-coaching, where the coach and the player can be one-to-one and get one-to-one coaching. Now, having done that, how do we get people in smaller towns recognized? So we are creating a national database of skills. That means players in small towns, their games are recorded onto this national database, right? And then this database is being made available to talent scouts and other coaches. So coaches can see people in smaller towns and say, oh, this boy has got potential. Let's bring him into, say, Delhi, or let's bring him into Bombay and give him proper coaching, and he can play for India. Similarly, the talent scouts can say, well, this guy looks good, I can take him for my IPL. If you actually look at India today, right, you'd be amazed that a normal player plays, there are about 10,000 matches going on. There are over 20 professional leagues, cricket leagues in India, like IPL, but restricted to small towns. Then this is only for white ball. There are also rubber ball, tennis ball cricket, etc. Then there are Ranji Trophy cricket. So a normal B-class player has opportunity to make 1 lakh per year, 1 lakh per month playing cricket. But he needs to be identified, coached, and nurtured. So this is what we are using technology to do this in a thing called Criconet. We're also creating a community of cricket lovers on Criconet.
Wonderful. I think that's a wonderful example of how tech is actually doing the good that it should do. Mr. Chaudhary, you deal with so many sectors, and the scale is tremendous. The kind of infrastructure demands, the reach has to be immense. Are there any challenges that you face while building those tech layers?
Yeah. So the biggest challenge is in India, we often think of that we've done a certain thing in a certain manner yesterday. So why do we want to do things differently? So when we launched our digital contracting platform, so one issue was that any change, so that is viewed a bit, initially there's a bit of skepticism about it. And also we are essentially looking into legal documents. So that's why it requires a lot of close examination. But I'm happy to say that we did face a lot of challenges in the initial days, but we were able to surmount all of them. The idea is that the area which we are doing, contract execution, so that is a very sensitive area. So today, when we execute contracts, the objective is that the contract should be enforceable. So that's why we go to great lengths to ensure that whatever we execute on a platform will be legally enforceable, will serve the purpose for which it was created. And I'd just like to briefly touch upon, I think we're running short of time, I'll touch on Mr. Sagar's point about remote coaching. But today we have remote document execution. and my friend Mr. Babbitt, I think from Flanders, is here. And just to tell you that if your, representative in Belgium wants to execute a contract with India, a year back, he would have to travel to India because he has to get the license stamp duty. But today, he can execute the document sitting in Belgium with a stamp paper procured from an Indian state government. So that's the kind of flexibility we get to a platform. But to answer in brief, your question is that yes, initially anything new we do, there'll be a little resistance, but we have to see that what kind of problems the solution gives. And if that solution is good, I think that solution will gain acceptance. It will take time in the initial days, but yes, if that solution solves a problem, then it is likely to gain acceptance.
Wonderful. This will be my final question. We are just 2.5 minutes. So Captain Archer, to you, it will be also the closing remarks. As a leader in industrial engineering, what is your view on how legacy industries can transition to more tech-enabled, sustainable business models?
So when you say legacy, there are, I hope this is not being recorded. There are two areas of problems that we normally face. One is, of course, the legacy machines per se, okay, which we can deal with it. In some way or the other, we could deal with it, but there is a legacy thought process. That's actually the challenge. So when we are able to deal with that, the first one becomes a lot more easier. So that is where the challenge, I think it was spoken about in one of the earlier sessions, also about leadership. Talking about what people have been doing this for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, they don't want to change. So that is actually the problem. So once you realize that in a usage of technology can actually bring in the kind of returns that they're looking for, which you could otherwise throw 4 people into it. But you would actually have to spend 5 people worth of money in it, but the returns are going to be much, much faster. So if somebody is able to understand that mathematics and explain it to the management and more importantly the board, then I think everything will fall in place. And then the accountability has to be stepped in, has to be put in place. So that's probably the only way that we could handle things. So 2 legacy problems that we got to handle, one easier, one a bit difficult.
Wonderful. All right, Ms. Sagar, any closing remarks? Any closing remarks? We have one.
My always is, in case of technology, we always are feared of technology. You want to make it complicated. My advice or my suggestion or my mantra has always been simplify. Even the big elephant in the room, artificial intelligence, we all look at it as if it's going to take away our jobs. Simplify it. Use artificial, rise on the back of technology, use the human brains to create a fantastic combination. We have that. West can only use artificial intelligence because they don't have people. And they have to depend on AI. And let me tell you, generally it sounds good, but AI is not a solution at the moment. It's at a plateau. It needs a lot of training to become useful for more than asking routine questions. In my business, we find it's very, very dangerous to use AI. But time will come, it will be useful. So what we have to do is look at AI, but to that, add the superhuman that we have in India to create an unbeatable combination, right on the back of technology.
I'd just like to say that sustainability is extremely important, and it's important because our planet, we have to save our planet, and time is fast running out. We have to do everything possible to ensure that we live a sustainable way of life. And one important point here is, sometimes, it is said that reuse, and in India we have a long tradition of reusing, recycling stuff. But somehow the new generations with new technology, they change to replace our technologies or laptops or mobiles. So I would suggest that let us think twice before we are going for that new gadget. So instead of reuse, just see whether we can keep using.
Right, okay. That was it. Maybe a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you for sharing your views and keeping it to time. Thank you. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much for moderating that. A picture, please, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And with that, it's now time for our last keynote session. We'll have another panel after that. And in the evening, we also have the first edition of the Tech Excellence Awards. But for now, this keynote, it's on reimagining leadership in the age of AI-driven business. And to talk about the same, please join me in welcoming to the stage the founder and CEO of Humanize, Jagdish Mitra. Everybody? Oh, you became it louder. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is probably a topic that's in everyone's mind, and I think when Anurag and company decided and asked me to speak on it, I felt that maybe I have a lot of learning to do here. For some of you who don't know my background, till about a year back, exactly a year back, I was playing the role of the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer at Tech Mahindra, an IT services company. And then over the last 8 months, now I have been the founder and CEO of a company called humanizedtech.ai. So I thought it's probably I can share my learnings, because though we are a technology company in the IT services world with Tech Mahindra, it's not necessarily I would call it an AI-driven business. It was a much wider and larger company in Tech Mahindra. And what we are trying to build at humanizedtech.ai is an absolutely AI-driven business. So I think the question that comes to one's mind is, what is an AI-driven business, and why therefore do we need to look at it specially for leadership, and how is it any different than any other business? And to me, I think the most important and critical factors of an AI-driven business compared to a regular business as it stands today are a couple of elements. AI-driven business, like any other business, is also data-driven, or should be data-driven, any other business is. But in AI-driven businesses, you are enabling machines and human beings to take a lot more collaborative effort between machine and man, or human beings. And therefore, that's the biggest difference between regular business and a AI-driven business. The second part of that is that an AI-driven business also needs to take into account the impact of its decision making, because as you start to make more and more decisions based on artificial intelligence, you will probably have to, because of your partner being the machine, you'll have to probably make sure that you are taking the right ethical decisions. You're trying to take the decisions that will make sure that you're doing the right thing, because we can always go off in one tangent and say now machines will take all the decisions and the humans will probably just execute on them. So that's the second difference, I think, between a regular business and an AI-driven business, because your responsibility and on ethics and overall responsibility goes up a few notches above, because you're getting a lot, not just using a technology to be able to help you, but technology is also making decisions for you. So the more you get closer to, as a leader, to monitor that, the better. So to me, I think these are the two key elements of, that is the man-machine collaboration and this responsibility of businesses to be a lot more ethical in the way they run their businesses. Having said that, I think what are those leadership gaps therefore in the world? So if you look at the leadership gaps in the world today, in an AI world, I think first of all, the biggest leadership gap that we can see in an AI world is the fact that usage of data in a way that machines can completely start to ask you challenging questions. None of us as leaders would ever want ourselves to be challenged by human beings, and there are ways to manage that in various ways, because you control, you can decide whether your people are going to ask the right questions or not, and therefore you have roles and responsibilities defined, and people have certain hierarchy given or not, that these decision making to challenge you is not going to be that easily taken if the person doesn't like it much. But in a machine and an AI driven world, they don't care. I mean, they are like that smart assistant who has no aspiration to be taking up your role or to be getting promoted, or expects a appraisal at the end of the year and increase in increment. So there is none of those issues that you have from a team, that a human-based team, that you will never have with an AI-based team. In that AI-based team, the AI agents, as agentic AI takes more and more center stage, will keep challenging your decision making and will keep pushing you towards asking questions that you're probably not very comfortable about your business, your leadership, your people, your process, and all of it. And the more the leaders get questioned, therefore the clearance of those leaders' gaps will start to show up, that if you're not taking and accepting that. Second is, not many of us as leaders today are trained to work in an environment where you are ready to take some sort of instructions or an advice from a machine. We are today trained in a world where we instruct machines to do certain things, and the machine therefore follows. Prompt engineering is exactly an example in that direction, because prompt engineering nothing but you're prompting, and therefore people are giving you answers to that certain prompt, and the smarter your prompt is, the smarter answers you'll get. But again, bringing back to the conversation related to people starting to use natural language processing, people starting to use agentic AI, and I heard the last bit of the panel where we talked about, I think one of the panelists talked about AI not being ready as much to be able to do the business as we expect it to be. But I don't think any of us have a view of timelines in which AI will be ready. So I think onus is on us to be ready faster than being ready after some artificial intelligence tool or an agent is smarter than us. Accepting that world, that there will be agents or agentic AI which will be probably smarter than us, is one more issue that all of us as leaders will have to accept. For example, as you can see, the leadership transition over the years, first set of leaders, which was about maybe 20 years back, in a corporate world, was that the leader was the ultimate guru. They would have to have answers to everything. But you come to the startup and the new age world, then the leaders are really first amongst equals. They are people who can have fallacies, they are people who may not have answers, and therefore your human element of making sure that, I don't know everything, I have a team of people who complement me each other, and we are able to answer, became a critical sign of leadership. Some people have certain characteristics, some people have not. In the AI world, the same set of people will need to be able to accept the fact that the machines might know a lot more than them, and therefore accepting their inputs become clearer. So that to me is the big leadership gap and the challenge that we see as we move to an AI world. Coming to the transformative potential of AI, I think the big transformative potential is that it will become from tool to teammate. It will also become the opportunity for AI to unlock approximately 2.6 to about 6 trillion in global economic value, productivity boosters, and most importantly, two last points: personalization and precision, and ethics. The opportunity, we've all talked about ethical AI and the potential of AI in doing that and how challenges come together. I think people also forget the other part of it, that if you train AI properly or if you train the models properly, it can actually help you be a lot more ethical in your business. We sometimes easily take the negative side of it. What happens if, an AI rogue gets in and tells your business to be able to treat certain people differently, or even go to the extreme of saying that, punish people in your organization or your consumers because AI has been fed with wrong data. Now, I think the other aspect of AI, which is about becoming therefore models which will help you take right decisions, is sometimes forgotten, because like anything else, what makes news is really sensationalism, bad news, scary news that AIs will take off the world, the robots will run us, makes us a lot more read that headline rather than the headline that says, hey, listen, if you get the model right, you'll probably succeed well. So to me, as I conclude what kind of leadership skills that one looks for and transformation, my only guidance from my own personal experience over the last 8 to 10 months from a fairly large corporate enterprise to an AI-driven enterprise is A, learn collaboration significantly across, collaboration beyond human beings to ask machines to collaborate, where therefore your constant action should be, can this be done by another machine? Can this be done by another AI tool? And therefore, what is that collaboration ecosystem that you should create, where your team members and your colleagues are constantly looking for that potential to collaborate between man and machine. Second, putting leaders who are ahead of time, who are constantly thinking that ethics and the style of doing business is way more important. So how do you model that so that business goals and profits don't become the prime driver of it? So those leaders and their business models will succeed. And it's not a sort of a good thing to do, but your consumers will soon decide whether to buy products from you, and the Gen Z or the next generation that we come across will choose products from consumers that are doing both the human element and the technology element. And that's what we are out to do in our company, in Humanize, where we are trying to combine the best of human acumen and the deep tech together to build solutions. What we feel is leadership also needs to take into account the same fact, best of your human talent with the best of technology talent in the AI era to combine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address and for also sharing with us your views. And with that, it's now time for a last panel discussion for today on tech-powered business transformation. We'll give them a minute to get the stage ready, and then I shall introduce our panelists for the same. Next panel, tech-powered business transformation. This will talk on optimizing business operations through technology adoption, exploring technologies like automation, AI, and data analytics for enhanced efficiency and also productivity. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Divyanshu Tripathi, co-founder and CEO of Hexalog. Joining him is Sumit Bhatnagar, CEO of Freecharge. Joining them is Dushant Bhatt, Chief Technology and Product Officer, the Hot Seller. Joining them is Shri Krishna Dikshit, Partner, Risk Advisory, Baker Tilly ASA India LLP. And this session will be chaired by Gyan Gupta, AI Transformation Leader, Founder, AI in Action. Let's please welcome them.
I know, yeah. Looks like. We have to go fast? No, Suma just asked, how tired are you guys of technology so far? So guys, I think, we have a great session. At least I know that this is a stellar panel that I have, where we're going to talk about how technology can be translated into a business impact, the challenges it faces, and not seeing technology in isolation, and it can be the AI or Gen AI or digital transformation, whatever you're talking about, and how do we really make it work for the business? So I think, I have a great panel, and before wasting any time, I think we'll probably dive straight into it. So, Sumit, my first question to you is that, Freecharge sees volumes and volumes of data. Now, how do you balance the automation with the touch point, with fraud detection and everything else? What has been your experience and how you guys have gone the journey there?
Okay. So, from Freecharge perspective, I'm saying, so we have a lot of data, as you said, right? So, the way we see it is that if it is for an end customer which is small in size, in terms of if you're talking to small set of very large customers, they need a warm body to talk to. They need somebody they can call up late at night and those kind of things. So whatever technology we put, that does not work, frankly, right? But when you're talking about large number of customers, large number of merchants, shopkeepers and everything, the only way to work is through analyzing that data, finding out what's the best use case that we can bring out of it and better their experience. So to answer your question, basically, it's a mix, right? If you're talking about very niche areas, go for warm bodies. There are people in India, if you come here, you would have seen that sometimes there is a lift operator who's sitting there. There's a person who's just checking your car, right? That won't happen in any foreign countries because that labor is not so cheap. For us, it is cheap. So we can get some people there. But when it's large amount of data, you should always talk about automation, hyper-automation and those kind of things. So we've done that in fraud detection. We have done in identifying KYC documents. We have seen how to onboard new merchants fast. We have also done a lot in analyzing transactions and finding out what next to do in terms of long-term strategy.
So, Divyanshu, at Hexalog, you deal with, the integration of the legacy system with automation. So, what is your playbook? How does the legacy system integrate with the new automation tools like AI or anything else? What have been your observations?
See, what we are trying to do is what we have got as a business, the area in which we operate. It's basically a contessa where we are trying to fit a Mercedes engine. Doesn't work, right? So, and what becomes more important, and like Sumit also said that everybody needs a warm body to talk to. And the way this entire cross-border, logistics, supply chain has always worked, it has been very relationship driven. It's been driven by the CHAs, it's been driven by the freight forwarders, and then your agents, etc. What we are saying is we are going to replace them, which we are not. What we are doing is we are telling you that we will make them more efficient, so that when there is a handshake happening between perhaps your freight forwarder and the CHA, you are aware that what is that handshake, because it's your working capital sailing with sea, which you have a complete information blackout about. So I think the most important aspect there, Gyan, is that how can you first of all solve for those information blackouts and create an information symmetry. Until and unless that starts to happen between whatever modern systems we are bringing in, and wherever regulators come into picture, like the DGFTs, the RBIs, etc., where the bill of entries are getting to be processed through, it becomes very important that at least the information is passed without any prejudice, and that is processed in accordance. I think that's my view.
Okay, so that's, you have to maintain a fine balance between the two. So, Tushan, at Hostel, it's a hospitality business, which is very, very touch and feel. So, what has been your experiments with automation and technology and AI? How are you, leveraging that, balancing the touch points?
Right. So,
the customers in India behave differently, right? Audible? So customers in India behave differently, right? The data, we always used to mention the Indian data is very raw. And in hospitality, the people give their reviews, right? So people used to say that road acha nahi tha, khana kharab tha. Okay, kind of feedback the Indians are used to give, right? And it's very difficult for any system to understand that type of raw data. So we build our own system that we translate any type of review coming in any language to the English, and then the classification and sentiment analysis applied on that reviews, and then it will assign to the right group of audience or the teams which need to work on that one. So that was a very great problem which we used to face. We work across 70 plus properties in India, and we will reach around 100 plus property, which is largest in India. And we get thousands of reviews every day, which is difficult for any human to process at a time. And we cannot scale our team also proportionally. So earlier we have around one person for 5 to 10 properties. Currently, one person is managing 25 properties. Using the automation, using the technologies, whatever things are happening, okay, translating the any type of review in particular language, analyzing, classifying, and assigning to the right teams, make sure we take the actions, and the loop is closed so that we don't get the repeated issues again and again. So that was the automation we applied, and which help us to reduce the cost also and improve the efficiency also. So these are the things we are trying to implement and optimize.
Perfect. So, Srikishna, over to you, right? So you sit at the helm of advising guys on digital and cyber security. Now, how do you actually go about advising them for the compliance and all those cyber security and stuff? Is that something so real, and how do you go about doing that?
Okay. 80% of India's population speak about AI. Okay? Whereas only 10% are actually using AI. Why there is a difference? Because everyone thinks ChatGPT is something which is AI. And you will get all your solutions in ChatGPT. Then came the realistic world of DeepSeek. The moment people heard about DeepSeek, the first thing everyone did was they installed DeepSeek on their mobile phones or laptops. Cybersecurity experts were very kind enough and intelligent. They disclosed the pen test report of DeepSeek 3 days later. Right? What was the outcome was, whatever have you downloaded or whatever have the moment you download DeepSeek on your mobile phones or on your laptop, your entire replica of your laptop was being taken out in China. What we recommend our clients is, make sure you are rightly using AI, right? It is across the business, what data you are looking after. Ensure personal information is rightly being stored, right? It is encrypted as well. Because today a lot of AI companies, they speak about compliance on GDPR, compliance on CCPA. Hardly there are any companies who are speaking about compliance in DPDP, right? We in India and companies registered in India, we should not be concerned about GDPR regulations. We should be more concerned about our own Digital Data Privacy Act regulations. Second is, we also consult on, see, while we are using AI, there is a lot of API integration which is happening across the business. So are these APIs tested? Because it is very important for you to know what is the business flow of the data which is coming in and going out of these AI platforms. And the third is how, like there was application, the concept called as application as a service, right? So now there is one more concept of application and analytics as a service, right? Analytics is integrated in AI itself. So how the data protection norms, data security norms, they are being considered, proper vulnerability assessments, application security assessments are being done on that.
So now I'm going to ask a common question to all of you, which is that what is the single biggest tech investment you have done? And what do you think which needle have they moved in your business? Not from a tech perspective, but from business perspective. What needle has they moved? And okay, Sumit.
So we were discussing just before this meeting, and he said that don't go into deep tech, talk about business only. So I think two main things I would like to talk about, and just saying that there was a cloud infrastructure that we moved in Amazon, where there's a concept called EKS, which means that you can actually scale up and scale down your infra on demand based on what your need is, right? Generally what happens to all companies is that you don't know when the traffic will arrive, right? And this auto-scaling has been a concept for a very long time, right? So, but these new concepts help you save a lot of money. So we have been able to save around 20 to 30% of our cloud cost after moving here. So we invested something without having a downtime, we were able to move there, and that was a big one for us as such. Generally, from a payments industry, one thing that we are all struggling with is that fraudsters move faster than us, right? You build a feature, you launch it, by the time you have launched it, in 2 days, the fraudsters are checking out how to break it, right? So for us, the other investment that we have done is really about doing that ML, AI and everything, finding out patterns, recognitions, everything, so that we are not late to the party before everything else has happened. And there's a lot of investment there. So that is about the AI ML piece that we have done.
I think we are a fairly young company to kind of, as you know, put that out, but I think one thing which I personally and the team at Hexalog believes in, that we don't want to reinvent the wheel. I think there is some obsession where we always say tech has to be insourced, right? Tech has to be insourced, you have to build everything inside the company. But I think when you have to move at a fast pace, when you have to like kind of catch on to the growth matrices, right? So it becomes important that where is that agility coming from? So can you outsource versus insource? And we said that maybe it will not be our most lovable product, but it will be our most viable product, and it will come at agility, it will come at speed, and it will give me more feet into the streets, right? So I think from that perspective, when we were building out Hexalog as the orchestration platform, the MVP was completely outsourced. And then the vision of our CTO and co-founder came in, and then we were like, and I think the best part there again is that the thought process is still the same, that we don't want to reinvent the wheel, because until and unless you have an activity which can be taken care by, let's say, 10 people or 15 people or 20 people, the cost of development is still going to be much more than that. So I'm not dissuading perhaps saying that, you know, you don't kind of go ahead and build products out, but I think it has to be with the pragmatism of business in terms of what kind of returns it's going to bring in. So I think that's one way.
That's where most of the businesses struggle with trying to quantify the impact. Okay. Yes.
So travel and hotel industry is very price sensitive market, especially in India, right? And every time. Huh?
Well, I mean, for the hotel, yes, please go ahead.
So, because we are very conscious of 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees, how much price is there, and we are facing a lot of challenges. What should be the base price of any inventory across the different properties, and then we have to build our own algorithm that how the prices should be driven by. There are two different parameters. One is the market on which the prices are dependent. One is the inside inventory or occupancy on which the prices are driven by. So these are two complex parameter, which is depending on the external and internal parameter, and then we have to combine and build our own algorithm so that the prices can be increased based on the requirement or the supply or the demand which is generating in the market. And that will help you to increase the 10% overall prices and the revenue and the profit margin. And this is very complex problem, because what happens, all the OTAs and travel agents which are there, they can give the discount, they can reduce the prices, but they cannot increase the prices from the base price of any of the hotel industry. And setting the base price is a complex problem for anything, right? So many big companies have invested heavily with the consulting firm to set the algorithm that we have to build our own, and to set that we increase the prices and revenue. So that's the one play around to just the same inventory, everything is same, but just having the right strategy to increase the prices and having the better revenue.
What about you?
Sure. So we developed a product. No CTO, no CEO wants to do the penetration test of their organization every day or every minute, every hour, right? Fortunately for us, since we are in cybersecurity, there is change which happens almost twice a day. And post every change, you need to do a pen test. What we developed was pen test on demand, right? It is because any CEO is concerned about what is the next hacking attempt which will happen on my organization, what is the goodwill or reputational loss which will happen, right? So what we did was we using this product, a CEO or a CTO or a CISO, he can get a daily report, hourly report, right, on what are the risks which are available for their companies on publicly exposed IPs. Right? So that is the innovative platform which we developed, being used quite well, and also few of my team members, they feel relaxed because even now they can enjoy chips and a glass of Coke while they are working.
Perfect. So, what a panel it would be if you don't talk about Gen AI, right? So it will be not a tech panel anymore. So, so guys, first, what are your views on how disruptive this Gen AI would be? And what do you think the area it can have an impact and the challenge that you think it poses in your specific organization?
I'll take that first. So I think, see, the way we basically operate, again, as an orchestrator, right, from the factory's doorstep to the end consumer's door, right? And there are about 9-10 stakeholders who are involved in this end-to-end journey. Now, I personally feel that AI or any applications of Gen AI or perhaps even agentic for that matter, it's very, very nascent, very, very young. And I'm going to perhaps steal words of my co-founder that it has to be human assisted. And it cannot perhaps, go ahead and tell you that how to make those decisions. It has to be human assisted. But definitely I think, like I said, that since there are so many stakeholders and there are so many workflows which are monotonous in nature, time consuming, which is basically nothing but perhaps putting together a set of documents, putting together a set of compliances, checklists, etc. I think when you bring in this to perhaps improve the productivity of one of the executives who does this perhaps 8 to 10 hours a day, you make I think that's where perhaps not disruption but transformation comes from, because you are making a change in someone's life who's been doing this through and through. So I think as long as it comes and aids in, and I always believe in one thing, that as long as it's leading to a fight between your emotions and logic, and as long as your emotions win to some extent, I think it's definitely transforming to a large extent. So yeah, that's the view.
Yeah, so in our case, we are using it heavily, right? So two parts, like there are internal customers and external customers. So for the internal systems, I think everywhere Gen AI is touching, be it making marketing collaterals, writing emails, writing code, which is the biggest parts, scripts, right, all development tools, and including onboarding of new people. So how do you onboard them and everything? So chatbots, internal chatbots, everything is moving to Gen AI, and we've seen performance increase, right? And what you was mentioning, that we have to be careful what we can use, what we cannot use, right? So where the servers are, and as we also talked about, that there's a company which has come in, Nisa.ai, which is trying to build those things as well here, right? So we are doing something internally which is very, very good in terms of bringing in efficiencies. From an external set of customers, the places we are using is a very standard one, which is like a chatbot and human interface and those kind of things. We have not gone to a stage where personalization and other things will work. So I think that is the stage that we want to go to in future. Whether it will come very soon in 6 months or 1 year, we have to see. But it's going to have a lot of energy impact, a lot of cost impact, and we have to see whether that will really help. And we also talked about that we work with village women as well. And there's a GLG group, and we have seen that those women are more comfortable talking to the phone than by doing some things on the phone, right? So there we have seen some impact that is happening. So we are using it through and through for internal efficiencies. Externally, we are still to go about and see.
I think as Sumesh mentioned, right, multiple departments has been using the Gen AI to optimize their work process, right? Marketing is using a lot. Same the customer experience, which I shared the example that in last 1 year, we have not hired any single person in the customer experience department. The same team is operating 25 properties and 100 properties. So that's the benefit the tools and technology is offering, that the same teams can use the automation technology and a lot can be done. Same in the tech department, the same developers now can build the same product which used to take 10 days, now it can be built in 2 days, right? And we can go live as soon as possible, considering all security aspect also. Right. because we understand the security concern is always there, right? And we have to be comply with that one because the attacks are much faster than the previously. We launch and the attacks will start happening over there. So it will be very cautious that one, but yeah, the development, the execution has been much faster. And we are seeing the era of micro teams and micro startups kind of thing, right? We don't need big teams now in any of the operation, any of the department, right? And if there is a big teams, then there's an issue in terms of the execution operations, right? Small teams can do great outcomes in terms of the using the technology, and we can see great impact in business by using all these technologies.
Okay, so I'm not against using Gen AI, but Gen AI should be used in the right spirit. Right? So my recommendation is isolate the environment, don't use it in your production environment. Right? Use Gen AI in an isolated environment. Use it for any data which can be published publicly, because nothing in this world comes for free. Right? Make sure whatever you are asking for free, they are taking away your data. Data is an oil, and you value your data once it gets leaked. Also follow regulations. Like NIST has come up with a beautiful standard. Even if you want to use Gen AI, right, have those controls rightly been set up in computer system. In the closed environment which you are using chat GPTs or any other open AI tools. Make sure you are following the controls which are being set in ISO 42001. So what is this ISO 42001 is at present an only third-party auditable certification for any AI-related process and products. So they have beautifully drafted certain controls. No need to go for certification, but implement these controls.
Yeah, sure.
Just if you look, still it is all, when you talk about AI, everybody refers to chat GPT, OpenAI as AI tools, right? It's like noodles in Maggie, right? So they have been able to do that. And what we need to bring it out is that AI is much more than that. And
I think that's one thing that we don't realize, and as I speak to most of the CXOs, I realize that for them, like a chat GPT is equal to AI. I find if my team can do prompts, we are AI enabled. That's like really like the 2 or 3% of the entire AI. AI is like a very, very, very strong, very powerful. And what I really believe that, there can be a lot of different things about AI and fear and everything else. But this is one technology that will make nations insanely productive. Right now, just because everyone is at a nascent stage, so we don't know the difference, but maybe in about 12 months or 15 and 18 months, you will see a dramatic difference between the companies who have adopted AI and who have not adopted AI. And of course, there's a way to adopt AI, keeping everything else in line. And that is, you're right, Sumit, that they don't really get that this is, ChatGPT is not AI for sure. Now, I have time for one more thing. I want you to really highlight, what do you think has been your biggest challenge in the adoption of either technology or Gen AI? What do you think has been your biggest challenge for you to roll it out, or for customers or internal employees to adapt, whichever way you are looking at it?
So I'll start. So two things, I think. One, it's about identifying the right use case, right? And you talked about it earlier as well. Are we able to identify the right use case which will finally lead to a business outcome, right? So that is always a challenge. Also, all these tools are not integratable at all stages. So, for example, we use Google, and we, let's say, go with Copilot, which is Microsoft owned. Now, it's very difficult to bring in that license, integrate with your ecosystem, and then do it. So sometimes you would not choose the best one, but you would choose the one which is best suited for your environment as well. So, and there are so many options available, right? So you have to see what is easily integratable, what is the best business use case, and what we have suffered here is, in the learning journey, is that we have chosen some things, taken too much time to adopt them, have committed that we're going to use this, then we have reverted back. So those kind of things have happened in the past. What I would say is, whenever you go for new technology, try to go for tier 4, tier 5, tier 3 services. Your tier 1, tier 2 comes later. So if it's your business use case, first start with the old tech. use this new tech for a different one, see if it integrates well into the system, get it passed through information security, regulators and everything, then push it to your main system. But that slows us down. As a team, it slows us down. So we are slower than the world that way. So we have to see how to balance it out.
So I was just reading somewhere and it says that 91% of all changes which you see in technology is driven by customers, right? So now the problem is when the customer comes up with a use case, he comes up with it in his own environment. That what can we do perhaps from a technology perspective, what can we do as a partner perspective to aid to improving that business process or perhaps bringing in more advantages in terms of cost, etc. Now the problem is when you look at that rhetoric and you start building the technology in-house, and Sumit rightly said that perhaps there has to be a lot of semblance in terms of where do you start building it, does it impact your core business processes or is it perhaps something more tertiary and you can build there and move slow on and so forth. The external environment, and I must say that with a pinch of salt, is not extremely friendly in terms of when you build that tech and you are going ahead and looking at its adoption perhaps with regulators and etc. coming into the picture. For example, I'll just share an anecdote. We work on an ERP which largely integrates to the customs, ICE gate, etc., which helps us processing data, etc. Now, in the festive season of October, November, December last quarter, the overall peak volumes in terms of imports increased. Now what that did was that brought the entire system down at customs and they asked perhaps the company which had built out this ERP to please slow down in terms of how you are sending in your connects because it's leading to a logjam. Now, while we want to be a 1 trillion economy in terms of exports, we want to grow fast, the question is the infrastructure which is around us and at the speed with which most of the organizations today with large global ambitions are building can be matched at somewhere, and perhaps until and unless we don't arrive at that sweet point between the both, I think some speed at some end will definitely be hurdled, and I think that's one of the larger challenges in terms of building out, in my perspective.
We are talking about AI and new technology, but still many shops in India still operate the old way, and we are present across 80 locations, and some of the outskirts in Bhandara or Shimla or Manali, where our hostel still has to purchase the grocery from the local store, and they'll still give the handwritten bills to you, right? And it's very difficult to scan and convert that bill into digital one and translate exactly what data they are putting out. So still getting the right data from the ground to a system is still a complex problem and still needs some time for India level to solve. Maybe in metro it is resolved at where we have the proper invoicing, but at physical level still there's an issue in terms of the getting the data where you feed the data right to the system and then your system can understand and analyze the data in a better way. Second thing, Divyanshu mentioned that the customer drives the innovation, right? And customer expect everything needs to be very fast, right? Everything what they want in a single click, but sometimes depending on industry, multiple data points are required to start the processing. For NBFC or financial, you need proper KYC to start the accounts, anything. Same for us, any person come as per the government compliances, we need to do the KYC. Before KYC, the hotel industry or as per regulated, there is a mandatory KYC process there. But people are reluctant to give the data. They don't want to give data, but there is a compliance, right? And they start fighting with the ground team, right? So people still need some time to change and adapt with things in terms of how the evolution is happening. We are talking about AI and new technology, but still people are there who are ready to change and adopt all the technology still there.
It is very much required and it is very much necessary that business teams and few intelligent end users, they should be involved in decision making of what is required to be the output of any AI solution, right? Because end users and business team, they are the right people to know what is the best use case, and any AI solution is useless until and unless you have a clean data, right? Current problem statement is there is lot of repeated data. We have a habit of saving a single document multiple times at multiple locations, right? Also, the required tables or the required structure needs to be present. See, because a solution provider will come up with his own solution, but his solution needs to map with the data structure which is part of our organization. Business users are the right people who are able to fulfill these needs and who are able to give the right recommendations. So it is not only the responsibility of the tech team, but also business to be involved while selecting any AI solutions.
And I think I've always seen in terms of, just picking on what you guys said, identification of the use case as a right identification has been the primary reason for the success or failure of any project. Because if you pick up a wrong use case, you can put any best technology behind it, it won't really give you the right purpose. Second, I've also seen, what you said, that most of the AI implementations, typically what I've seen is being passed on to the CTOs. And whenever I talk to a CEO or a board, they say, okay, yeah, this is my CTO, he will take a look at that. And I always put a stop there, that if AI cannot be held by a CEO himself or sponsored by the CEO's office, technology cannot lead that battle. Of course, they're a big enabler. They will get involved in the right stage. But if the CEO is not involved, because it's a business stuff, it is not a tech mandate. It's a mind shift change that is happening if you're trying to do a Gen AI. And I think most of the businesses really are trying to figure that out. And to what, what you guys have been saying is, what we have observed is that, to implement in AI, it's not about the tools. Tools come in at some point in time. It's about the process. A lot of times you have to re-transform your whole process. It's not the same process being automated. Then is your data readiness, like you're talking about. Data is clean, unclean. Though AI can still handle structured, unstructured data both. But of course, the cleaner the data, the better. It's like garbage in will always give you. Yeah. Garbage in will be like garbage out, right? I mean, the reason why Grok could use slangs because it was trained on Twitter data. So that's a live example of how relevant the data is. And the third, which most of the time get missed, is the people readiness. A lot of times there's a lot of anxiety in people about Gen AI. Will they lose jobs? Will they not use jobs? And to what I was just saying that, and so what you also said, AI is going to augment them. They're going to support them, augment. If you put it like an augmentation project, it's always great. But if you say, no, we're going to replace you, they have a lot of fear around that one. So how ready are people? If they're not trained well enough, it will not work. And fourth, like I always say, I think, and you also guys said that, the role AI is going to play. Now, AI is not like a supermaster. Like typically in our framework, we have 6 roles. AI can either be an assistant, it can be a collaborator, it can co-create with you, it is a decision maker. So be very clear what role you want really the AI to play. Otherwise, you will not really hit off the pilot to a successful thing. So guys, I know maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions. In case if you guys have any questions for the panelists you want to ask, otherwise, anyways, I have a lot of questions anyways. In case you guys want to have anything, the panelist, okay? All right, so that's it. All right, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot for the wonderful time, for the great panel.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you, Mr. Gupta, for moderating that. Thank you. Up next is a fireside chat. We'll give them a minute to get the stage ready for it, after which we'll have the first edition of Tech Excellence Awards as well.
door on the table.
We're just waiting for them to get the audience members inside, and then we'll just take a minute more and then we shall get going with the last fireside chat. And with that bell outside, that means it's time for the next session, which is a fireside chat. I'll introduce our members, and then there's also any members inside. This fireside chat, it will be between Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, co-founder of HCL, founder and chairman of Epic Foundation, and chairman of Mission Governing Body of National Quantum Mission, in conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business One and founder of the Exchange for Media Group. चलिए, with this, let's move towards our next and the last session for this inaugural edition, जिसके बाद of course awards भी हैं, the Tech Excellence Awards. This is a fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, co-founder of HCL, founder and chairman of EPIC Foundation and chairman, mission governing body of National Quantum Mission. In conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business and a founder of the exchange for Media Group. Gentlemen, please, let's welcome them.
Imani, can we close the door? It's distracting. Yes. Mr. Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary is, these days for the last decade or so, we talk about entrepreneurship, but we talk of wealth creation, we talk of product, India becoming a product nation rather than just a service nation. I think there's one man who understands this and has been evangelizing this since he turned an entrepreneur more than 4+ decades back. That is Mr. Chaudhary. I had a good fortune of meeting him in, I think, 20th December 2023 or 22, I don't remember, but it was 20th December in Goa. He came to Karan's Bajaj's book launch, which the CM of Goa was launching, and that's where I met him. I've known about him for a big period, long period of time. So give Mr. Chaudhary a big round of applause. He's truly an entrepreneur who built something in life, and as my wife keeps saying, you don't become an investor by investing, you become an investor by exits, right? He exited at the right time, and then since then, he's been an author. His book came out 2 years back, 1.5 years back, 2 years back, and he's been a big champion of how do we turn this country into a country that produces products? How do we build from India for the world? How do we become a nation that from service providers is of product creators? So Mr. Chaudhary, it's the right time. What has changed in the last 2-3 years in India? Has anything changed apart from our vision? Have things moved on the, ground? Tell us, what do you see? People come to you, you're an angel investor, you have a vantage point from where you are. Have things changed, or we are just talking about product?
Actually, we have no choice. If you look at AI, which was hiding behind a curtain for close to 50 years, suddenly came out in the open when ChatGPT got launched. And that changed the world, because generative AI is something that is impacting the whole tech industry. And it's also impacting the businesses all over the world. Now, what's happened is that for many decades, India has been a leader in software services globally. But the last 2 years, very clearly, Gen AI is making an impact on this business. So this whole business has been led through services. We provide services to the world, to all customers globally, and we have done brilliantly at it. And it's a business worth around $300 billion of exports. But today there are serious headwinds to this business.
Absolutely.
And if you look at last 1 year, there have been hardly any additions to manpower in the software industry, maybe 100,000 people less rather than more.
The campus recruitments have gone down.
So
in fact, there are retrenchments.
Yes, so about 100,000 people have actually lost jobs. So this kind of a situation, when you're faced with, what should India do? And that's the reason why I've been working with, I created a foundation called EPIC, and our whole objective was to make India an electronic hardware product nation. And we want to create that ecosystem. If you look at the time that we started HCL in 1976-77, and up to pretty much 2000, there were hundreds and thousands of electronic companies in India with their own brands and products. But due to a big mistake that the government made of signing the WTO in 1999, 2005 saw the complete destruction of the electronic business, especially the SMEs died. Now, good news is that the government realized this about 5-7 years ago. I've been writing about it for close to 30 years. I've done many notes for the government and reports for the government. And close to 25 years ago, I wrote that someday the electronic bill will be higher than the oil bill. It's happening. We are just importing and importing and importing and doing nothing about it. But fortunately for the last 4 or 5 years, there's been quite a bit of movement on electronic manufacturing, but again in services, not in products. So that's why I set up EPIC. And then about 2 years ago, about 20 of us formed a think tank. And we sort of started to say that what should India be doing in the next 15 years? And this is something that the US did post-World War II, when their chief scientist, Vannevar Bush, created this whole manifesto which changed America, by which they set up institutions like DARPA, NSF, NASA, and this got adopted, and that's what created the Silicon Valley. That time is there now for India also. We've done very well with services. Now we need to change track, and we need to be a product nation.
Absolutely. I've had the good opportunity to travel to Israel, go to Tel Aviv, go to Kirgizstan, which is like broadly like IMT, Manisar.
Yeah.
And that's a small country facing all the issues it faces. And look at the technology and innovation it provides. That's truly a product nation. In fact, a lot of, I don't know the number, but a lot of products that really happen, go to market in the US, or we see them as US products, actually were created in Israel, bought over by American companies at an early stage and then commercialized, so to say. So I think we can learn from Israel because they don't have a big market, but they have a product mindset.
Yes.
And they're always finding solutions to problems. It's a country I love from that standpoint. Now, we live in a Trump era. Trump just completed 117 days of being in office. He's imposed the tariffs. Is that an opportunity for India, or is that a problem for India?
You know, India always does extremely well in crisis. So if you look at COVID, during that 6-12 months of crisis, we created products. We created PPEs that never existed. We created vaccine that never existed. We created ventilators that never existed. And these things happen pretty much in 6 months. So India has the capability to do things when it's in crisis. And today there is crisis. Crisis in terms of AI impacting the services business, and crisis with what Trump is trying to do. Trump is trying to create a unipolar world. And with that unipolar thinking, the whole world is thinking unipolar. So what's going to happen in the next 10 years, and is already happening, is that technology will not be allowed to be exported. Already there is a ban on exporting more than 34 qubits of quantum computers from America.
Yeah, that's why NVIDIA has now set up its new factory in the US.
Yes. So,
with $500 billion of
so
investment.
whole bunch of stuff like this, which is going to be technology denial regimes from the US, from UK, from Europe is going to happen. If this is going to happen, we need to be aware this is going to be happening, and we need to take action today.
But more than 40% of the AI scientists, the ones that are counted as, let's say, nuanced, evolved, deep, are Chinese.
Yes.
More than 40%. So how do we, China is not going to stay behind, it's going to find ways to innovate, to find the technology that it needs to move forward.
See, based on a research that was done in Australia, out of 95 technologies, 60 or 65, China is number 1. So they're already there. We are far behind. Now, what is the strength of India? The strength of India is the Indian mind. We are the brightest in the world. But why are we not making products? Because in the last 15, 20 years, we've become lazy.
Plus, we have our investors have a bean counter approach.
Yes, you look at only numbers, you don't look at what is strategic. And therefore, what's happened is that we become a country of traders. We go to China, we pick up a product, put a logo on it and sell it and make 5, 7, 10%. Are we satisfied with 5, 7, 10% or we want to be where Apple is with 60%? That's where the opportunity is. The opportunity is to make brands. Opportunity is to make global brands, make products, design products. Our capability is in design, not in manufacturing. So if you look at even semiconductors, the phase 1 of the semiconductor program is manufacturing, which is not our strength. We have to learn, but it is essential. Because if you don't do manufacturing of semiconductors in this country, you're going to die. Because suddenly some chips will not be available for our critical requirements and we will be scrounging around trying to get them. It happened during COVID.
And if I may say, a decade back, I would say India has missed the bus on manufacturing, especially in the electronics domain. And, it wasn't an overstatement 10, 12 years back. You said in the last 5 years, the government has realized it has created a PLI scheme for just to build on what Mr. Chaudhary is saying, if you take air conditioning, just to give you a data point, air conditioning in China is about they have 100 million tons of air conditioning. They do another 15 million exports. I think they're at 115 million total. Could be 120, thereabouts. We are at about 14 million now. We used to be 6 million 3 years back. So we've really grown from 6 million to 14 million. And there is a place called Sri City in Andhra, where Daikin has put up a plant, Blue Star has put up a plant, and what has happened is all the ancillary products that go into the air conditioner, I don't know which ones, but whatever goes in, the Japanese OEMs have set up a base there. So truly, I'm giving you one example where PLI is actually working. You know that Samsung has achieved its last 5 years PLI targets. It's eligible for the 1,000 crore grant from the government because of doing the targets. So clearly the government has got something right, and we can build on it. But really, do we have the strategic mindset to be able to think 10, 20 years, invest for 10, 20 years? Because when the government said we will invest a certain amount of money in AI, it seems like that's not enough, though China and DeepSeek have shown to us that money is not just the, burn is not equal to innovation. Right? But what do you have to say that? Do you think we can ever catch up with other parts of the world?
So you see, I was just going to tell you the story of what we have been doing. There are 20 of us who got together about 2 years ago and we started to think, what should India do for the next 15 years? And therefore, when we wrote this whole thinking on India to be a product nation, we started to look at which segments of the market should India be in terms of leadership. And we had looked at about 15, 20 segments, and we then shortlisted to about 10, 12 segments. And at that stage, when we were actually working on this, we involved corporates, we involved startups, we involved education, research organizations, and many senior officers of the government. And we had 3 offsites in the country where we actually socialized this whole idea. The good news is that the government has very seriously taken this up. And they have accepted the thinking that India needs to be a product nation, number 1. Number 2, for the first time, the Prime Minister told Niti Aayog and all ministries in end of 23, write a plan till 2047. So they all sat down and wrote a plan for till 2047. It's not that they have not done it. They have done it. Now, but implementation is where the rubber hits the road. Yeah. So we decided that let's take, as citizens, and especially coming from a technology background, let's do something about it, rather than just talk and say, okay, koi aur karega. That koi aur karega syndrome cannot stay. We need to do it somehow. So having done that, the good news is, as I said, the government has adopted our thinking. At this stage, I don't know, you must have seen that the government has set up ANRF, right? ANRF is fundamentally to go and do deep research in certain areas. Then the AI mission has been set up to do research and work in AI. Similarly, 12 missions have been set up. Okay, I am running the quantum mission. The job there is to go do deep research and create products for the country. So the thinking has changed towards products. Now, parallel to ANRF, the government is now thinking, they've actually sanctioned 1 lakh crore, which is available for 50 years interest-free. This is announced in the budget. Now this 1 lakh crore fund is supposed to create an organization that will look at creating products in the next 15 years.
Brilliant. I think one of the things that you must give credit to the Prime Minister and the government is they think ahead, they think 20, 30 years, and they think scale.
Scale is what happened in the last 5 years in electronics.
Yes.
Now the next phase of electronics has to be making products in India.
Absolutely.
And not making for India alone, but making it for the world.
Absolutely. See, you understand hardware, you understand services, you understand investing, you had that vantage point and experience. You're doing this, contribution to the country and the society by bringing your ideas and bringing your voice and bringing your community that understands these 20 people, what should be done because of experience and because of interest. But let me ask you that you talked about how there is a headwinds in IT and ITES. Dr. Jagdish Mitra just spoke, he's here, he's to be the top leadership team at Tech Mahindra. And you can see that there is a issue in IT ITES, right? What is your prediction for the IT ITES business? Because we've seen GenAI is writing code, and it's only getting better, so we can keep saying, as the prompts get better, as the competition between GenAI tools, as the co-pilots get better, it's just singularity will happen much before 10, 20, 34 as it was predicted. Looks like it could happen in 3-4 years, maybe earlier, who knows. So what will happen to the IT ITES business? Because it's a very significant contributor to our foreign exchange, to employment. So it has a strategic role, it's not beyond money.
You see, the IT ITES industry consists of some very significant names and founders. It's not that this industry has been created by people who were doing business for many years. 95% of this has been created by organizations that were first generation.
Infosys.
Everybody, most of them. So they are not the typical business people. They also have the capability to think ahead. And I do believe that the IT ITES industry is again going to evolve. We've seen many downturns also. We've seen many challenges also. We've seen H1B challenge, this challenge, that challenge, all kinds of challenges we've seen. We've seen challenges where customers in the last 5 years have been saying, I want you to be close to me. So instead of doing offshoring from India, a lot of companies are set up in Poland and 15 other countries because they wanted nearshore. So all these things, the Indian software industry has responded brilliantly. And I absolutely believe that they're not going to sit down and say, I'm going to do nothing about it. They're all upgrading themselves in a very big way in terms of utilizing AI and creating business out of AI. And that hundreds and thousands of use cases they will create, and they will absolutely come back. I do not see them vanishing at all. I see them to continue to grow, but not at the pace that we saw before.
Sure. And guess who's making the most money from this GenAI boom? Guess? Guess? The consulting firms.
Yes.
Because they're playing on the fear. If you look at the revenue that they're making from, upgrading the workforce, Gyan is there, he runs AI in action, helping organizations be GenAI ready, be future-proof, whatever you want to call it. They are the ones raking in the moolah right now. It's not the ITITS.
No, I must tell you that ITITS companies are not where they were 10, 15 years ago. 15 years ago, people used to say, oh, it's all basically because of labor arbitrage. It's no longer true. They have been advising companies on what they should do. They're no longer sitting back and saying, okay, you tell me what you want. They're also going there and say, what can we do for you? This is what yes, they actually work on transformations. They also are consultants to companies. So they're competing with the consulting companies of the world, and some of them have bought up consulting businesses from other places and added it to their arsenal.
Now, there is also a GCC boom in India in the last decade, right? Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, primarily four. Hyderabad has become a big center and becoming bigger and bigger. What is your prediction on the GCC business? Will offshoring happen still in the Trump era?
Well, GCCs are a different kettle of fish. Let me just have some water. Sure. The way I see GCCs is they're great to create employment. They hire the best of our talent. But what do they give in addition to the country? 3%, 5% margins. They're only working on transfer prices from here. So the Intels of the world, the Nvidias of the world, all of these people are having GCCs in this country. There are some parts of these companies who actually make products here, but none of the IP stays here. All the IP is in the other countries. So recently there was a survey done in the United States when Trump started talking about trade deficit, and this particular survey done by some publications came up with this whole idea that there's $8 trillion of business that's hidden, which does not show up in exports. What is this 8 trillion? This 8 trillion is businesses sitting in other countries making loads of money in a particular country and making stuff. So a McDonald's sits here, right? Many companies sit here. They are making great amount of money in this country. That is not counted at all in the exports of the United States. It's a hidden number.
In fact, our commerce minister has been urging companies to set up large Indian subsidiaries and access the markets and create wealth. Look at what has happened to Hyundai.
Yes.
I mean, just look at...
Amazing.
Amazing. Look at the wealth creation they have done in a short period of time in India.
75 years of Maruti.
Right.
Maruti is now no longer Maruti, it's Suzuki.
Right.
So what have we done? What have we achieved? So what I say, GCCs are great to create jobs, great for learning for our people. They are making us understand what is product management. They're making us understand how to make products. But the real key sits in other countries. So they are great at one end, but we now need to draw a lot of people from there, create startups and industries where we can create products for the world, for India and the world.
Fantastic, Mr. Chaudhary. This is the first year of the Tech Leaders Connect. It will grow like children. Initiatives also grow. It will grow. So thank you for being there in the first edition. It lends gravitas and content to what we do. My last question before I bring in the audience. If you had to make some suggestions for the future, or a forecast, maybe a strong term, but some trends that you can see beyond what we've discussed in terms of Gen AI, that's clearly, it's a train that has left the station, so it's going to get somewhere. What are the other things that this audience needs to know? 2-3 things that are becoming bigger and bigger.
I think I consider that as part of what I call tech sovereignty. Because if you look at strategic autonomy, within that sits a very important piece of tech sovereignty. And so, as I said earlier, people are going to make sure that we can't get certain technologies. So we better make them here for the world. So it's very, very critical that we identify specific areas. Like quantum has been identified by the country. Similarly, other areas are being identified. We need to identify these technologies. Let's say let's take this thing as space tech, for example. We're doing well. When we look at drones, we are doing well. When we look at two-wheeler EVs, we are number one in the world. But within those things, is there real IP that we have? No. What we have inside is all Chinese components. So we now need to go down and make those products on our own. Look, if the operating system and the chips used in a drone are Chinese, are they safe? So these considerations are very important. Security considerations. Yeah.
I take them.
Yes.
And you know, one thing I must say, I feel as an entrepreneur, the cost of people is going up in India. The cost of real estate is going up. Cost of compliance is going up. So countries like Vietnam in the last 6-7 years, especially last 6-7 years, have really looked at garments. I mean, we used to have a Bangladesh problem in terms of textiles. Now there is a Vietnamese problem. KPOs, BPOs in the last decades have shifted a lot of them to Vietnam. Philippines.
Yes.
Because the cost of people here is just going up. So how do we solve that? Again, is the product route a way to solve?
Only the way is product route, only the way is to create Indian brands. If you look at, as I said, Apple makes 60% margin. I mean, we are sitting at the 5% end of the game. Are we satisfied with that? No. Our capability, our ingenuity, our intelligence as a country. I have absolute belief that India has the most intelligent people in the world. But why are we still sitting at the lowest end? We now need to move up. And that's the opportunity where we must design, make products, create markets, create brands, and go and buy up companies abroad which have technology. See, today, if you look at the opportunity, there are many countries that are aging in the world. The Japanese, the Koreans, all of them, they don't have successors to their company.
Yeah, by the way, Trump, during his election campaign, had made this in his manifesto, in which he's bringing back that anyone who has a certain number of kids, for every additional kid, you get $5,000. Yeah, because he understands that the same issue of dwindling population, dwindling talent, dwindling consumers, population is a...
They say Korea will be zero in 2075.
Yeah, and that way Elon Musk has done, he's contributed at least 13 known children. So clearly...
I don't think we should be Elon Musk.
I don't think anyone can do that, but as I said, this is my last question. I can go on talking, and our conversation on your book is pending. And tech sovereignty is a whole... I think we could do a conference on tech sovereignty.
Yeah, must be done.
Must be. That's a very
must
good
be
idea.
done, must be.
That's where the world is moving.
Attention.
I mean, I call it it is a moment of economic nationalism. And tech sovereignty is a very much part of it. Although,
yes.
You know, 20 years back we had defense security, then came energy security, then came data security. These days we are talking of techs.
Yes.
You know, so clearly from defense to energy to data to really the IPs that matter, you know. So I think we evolved as a country. Luckily, we have a leadership which is very progressive, and as I said, they think big. They're also implementing big, and there are, you know, what's happening in the digital public infrastructure space is huge. The UPI and...
So we can create products for the world, you know. The UPI is created by us. Vaccines are created by us. So there's so many examples of what we have been able to do in product. We can do any more.
And Mr. Chaudhary, one more thing, you know, I turned an entrepreneur. I worked for 5 years after MDI and then started exchanging from media. I think when I meet entrepreneurs, this ambition of the Indian entrepreneur has also grown. Of an average, I'm not even talking about Mr. Nadar or Mr. Mahindra. I mean, of course they are. I'm talking somebody who's starting out and who's achieved something. They're wanting to go global faster.
Yes.
And their ambition is much bigger than what I saw 15 years back, 10 years back. So
look, Zoho started in the US.
Yes.
They were located in a village in Tamil Nadu, but they first went and marketed in the US, then they came to India.
Yeah, there is a trick also, as you know, that the cost of acquisition versus, you know, the lifetime value of a client mix there, and then the kick up you get on listing for a paying client. So of course it worked, but the fact is he cracked the US market first.
Yes.
Then so again, which is a tougher market.
A much tougher market,
So,
much
you know,
tougher market.
The ambition and the bit.
In my book, I call it A is greater than R.
A is greater than R.
Yes. A stands for aspiration, R stands for resources. If you have the aspiration, resources happen.
Beautiful. I think on this, clearly India has the aspiration. I'm sure we'll find the resources. Mr. Chaudhary, I should have done our book conversation pending. I read the book. I'd recommend it to all, but any questions, we can take one or two questions. Gyan? And the gentleman there, can we get the mics? Yes.
Thanks a lot for that amazing conversation, Dr. Chaudhary. Now, I'm into AI and help companies consult on AI. Now, one of the things that I'm seeing is a lot of companies just think AI is equal to ChatGPT, but it's a lot more than that. So what you have seen, how would you advise the CXOs and the leadership team to look at AI and how can they actually benefit from that, keeping aside the risk it carries, but what are your thoughts on that, and what would you advise to the CXOs around using Gen AI for the next level of productivity?
You made the most brilliant statement when you closed your particular panel, that the CEOs are not thinking AI. They're delegating it to CTOs. That's a disaster. AI is not a technology to be kept inside a cupboard and lock it. AI is to be used on a daily, morning, evening basis. And you need to eat, drink AI. Because you don't think like that, you're not going to succeed in your business. 25 years ago, 30 years ago, HDFC was a bank. Today, HDFC is a technology company. That's the big difference. And I think the same thing will be happening to every industry today. Whether it's making chips, doing manufacturing, AI will be used everywhere. And those use cases are becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think AI has been around 50, 60 years. It never came to the front till ChatGPT happened. But now it's becoming easier to use AI. And everybody in this room can sit and use ChatGPT and get responses quickly on what they want to get to know and what they want to write, what they want to think. Everything is available today. I mean, interestingly, Indians are great mathematicians. And AI suits India. A lot of people would not know that when you go to, Google, you basically ask a question, what can I do in New Delhi? It basically goes through the whole internet and searches for words. That's not what ChatGPT does. Under ChatGPT is sitting series of matrices, which are actually all mathematics. And the kind of responses you get are of a different quality. Although there's still hallucination in ChatGPT and products like that, but the numbers are reducing by the day. It's getting better and better and better. So I think you're absolutely right. It has to be brought to the fore, and every organization should recognize that it's the biggest tool that has ever got created for making their companies better than what they were before.
There is also
sorry it's very long, but I think I feel very passionate about this point.
We can see that. You can give him a bigger round of applause. And there is, apart from hallucination, there is also AI psychophancy, right? So clearly a new world and a new connotation to...
And also, unfortunately, too much buzz around it. I think what we're trying to, everybody's talking about AI, and I don't think we should be just getting so carried away with this whole thing. There's more to the world than AI.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Hi, sir. Sumit this side. One question about the National Quantum Mission. If you can throw some light, what's being done there? And as corporates, what is the time frame that we are looking at where we can start contributing or we can start thinking about doing something there?
Well, you can contribute today. As a matter of fact, we are reaching out to corporates, we are reaching out to software companies to be part of this whole revolution of quantum. Because what quantum will be able to do, and when quantum and AI get combined, it becomes pretty deadly. So what you're going to see is something amazing happening with those two combinations. What we are trying to do in the quantum mission is, again, quantum mission is all about making products. We're not doing research for the heck of doing research. We've got about 700 researchers working on quantum, another 300, 400 in startups. So there are close to 100 startups in quantum today. Now, what we are trying to do there is that we have set up targets for the next 8 years to make products. So we are making quantum tech, computing products, we are making quantum communication products, we are making quantum sensing products, and we are doing a lot of work on creating new materials for making quantum products. So all of these are around 4 Section 8 companies that we have set up in different institutes in the country, and we are funding it extremely well. Okay, so we have funds of 6,000 crores available with the quantum mission, and another 3,000 crores outside of the quantum mission sitting in MATI, sitting in Department of Space, Department of Defense, and Atomic Energy. So we are all coordinating this whole effort of 3,000 plus 6,000 in 9,000 crores. It's a large sum of money. And lots of people ask, oh, in America spending 15 billion, somebody spending 5 billion. Come on, let's look at the PPP of this country. We don't need to spend that kind of money. Our cost of, people is much, much lower. So I think we have the money, we have the people, and we have the market, okay? The market is going to develop in a very big way. Today, every country is interested in quantum technology because it's going to solve certain problems that classical computers cannot. I mean, I can go on and on, I don't want to talk too much about it, but there are many, many use cases for quantum.
Okay, the last question, this gentleman, and then we'll take your fourth. You know, the heart of a conversation is your conversation with him.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the details. So as you're talking about India to be more a product nation from the IT and ITES, where we see the more potential, either in the physical products or digital products, because the new generation needs to be trained in that direction, because previous generation is trained on IT, ITES services. Now the new generation needs to be trained on the product building services or product building skill set. So where we see the more potential, either physical product or digital product, and how the generation will be trained in that direction.
It doesn't matter whether it's physical or digital. What matters is as long as we are a product nation developing products. You see, in HCL, for example, Shiv Nadar took this decision 7 years ago to be a product company. And so today, HCL has $1.5 billion worth of product business. So, you have to bet on these things. And if you actually bet on these things, you can be successful. Because somewhere in HCL, they saw the need for moving from just services to having products and services. And I think this capability exists in every company. All the top companies that are there. All of them have created small products, but they've not taken it to market in a big way. So that piece of is quite clear, but there are many areas where you need to create physical products. And I think that is where I'm talking about being a product nation. Create products which we can make for India and the world. I think we need to identify areas which are $100 billion businesses in the world. Not look at 1 billion and 2 billion. If there's a $100 billion business, we got to go and pitch for that.
Brilliant. Last question from the lady here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary. It is a very insightful discussion. So I want to put a comparative case study in front of you, and I want to know your opinion on it. Quick commerce versus deep tech, right? And I want to know your opinion on the growing trend of quick commerce. Everyone is getting into that, and a lot of funds are being spent on that. You are talking about like 100 billion business being made out of India, right? And I personally believe deep tech has that capacity to do, like, to create something big. And Ether is like going for IPO and all that. So I want to put a case study in front of you, like how you see quick commerce versus how you see deep tech.
So is quick commerce deep tech, especially in the light of the comments?
Minister was misquoted. What Startup India did was to put that slide which he used. And as a result of it, he got, misled. Everybody got misled into thinking that quick commerce and commerce and all those things are not required. Sorry, they are all required. At the end of the day, we need both. We need a product nation type of thinking, and we also need areas where we can create jobs. I mean, the amount of gig workers that are there in quick commerce are amazing. And we need to create those areas as well. There's nothing wrong with that. But the challenge that you are really trying to refer to is that a whole bunch of VC money is going into quick commerce and not going into deep tech. Am I right? Yeah? So I think that's where we are making a mistake. We now need to be very, very clear that money has to go behind deep tech. And this 1 lakh crore fund that has been created by the government is a clear direction towards that. Some of that money will go into deep tech startups directly. Some of that money will go to SMEs directly. Some of them will go to corporates directly to design and make products in India. So the thinking is that what the VCs are not doing, let the government take a first step into it. So what have I done in Quantum Mission, for example? I'm giving up to 30 crores per startup. It's never ever been done by the government before. One of the startups, the lead investor is National Quantum Mission. The follow-on investor is the VC. And why did we do that? Because we knew that if we tell the VC that we have the confidence in this deep tech company, you will also have the confidence because you'll think we must have, sussed this company out brilliantly technically. So this is something that the government has to take that leadership, put that money behind deep tech, and I'm telling you the VCs will follow.
Yeah, and if I may add, I'm not as experienced or knowledgeable or in the driving seat, but also government, apart from putting the money, can also be a market maker. And the example is like in drones. The Prime Minister, once it came to his table in PMO, I've been told, he took a decision, he said, not only we'll do this policy where you have to make in India, when you make in India, you do well, if you can't. But we'll also buy $1 billion of drone. This year the government will buy in late 23 or 2024. So suddenly it created $1 billion market, which will then multiply. So the government can not only just put money, give support, be an accelerator, it can be a market maker.
This is something that DARPA did brilliantly. They would give challenges to companies and then they would give huge amount of business to them and create huge businesses out of that. The McDonnell Douglases, all of that has been created out of DARPA. They also created technologies like internet, but they also created companies like that. So when during COVID, we decided to buy vaccines for India and the whole world, we didn't say L1 ले लेंगे हम. हमने जाके 2 companies को पैसे दिए, advance दिया और उनसे product खरीदा. So this is market making, which is very powerful. And this is part of the thinking that we have given to the government, that not just put money behind startups and companies and deep tech, but give them markets to become scale, and then they can go global.
The biggest thing they bring is not their money. The 2 biggest things they bring is, in some way, certification or confidence. And second is, if you build this technology, we'll be the first ones to use. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying theoretically, I don't know about any of the company, what you committed. And that is more important than money.
Yes. You've hit the nail on the head, because I strongly believe, 25 years ago, in one of my proposals to the government, I wrote a plan which said preferential market access to Indian products. It never got implemented. It got implemented in almost third-class way. Every crazy organizations, I'm sorry to use that word, I get very angry about it, but a lot of government organizations did everything to make sure they didn't buy the product. वो जाके कहेंगे हमें, for example, one of my companies, startups made a ventilator. You know what the government tender says? FDA and CE certified. What the hell are we trying to do?
We're in India, and we need it now. So why would we? And FDA is not needed for that, clearly. So give Mr. Chaudhary a big round. We can go on chatting. And when you came, it was a tea break after a session, the full house of relevant people. So thank you for being there in the first, and I'm sure what you're doing will make a big impact on the future. It already is. And I think baby steps have been taken, which will become giant steps as we go forward. So thank you for doing this. We are grateful as a nation and as a community to you. Please give him a big round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscles. It's very good. If you haven't done yoga, haven't gone for your walk, you can clap.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. And thank you so much. Thank you. And after the discussions of the day, it's now time to move towards the celebrations of the evening. It's now time for the BW Tech Excellence Awards, the inaugural edition. What we're celebrating the CIOs, CTOs, CDOs, and organizations like yourself that are excelling in digital transformation, in cybersecurity, cloud computing, and AI as well. I'll quickly thank our event partners for this as well: Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandroom, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. Any picture that you share online, any views that you share online, please use the hashtag BW Tech Excellence Awards. And winners, please don't forget to give your video interviews for BW TV. And to arrive at a list of winners, the list I just got a while back, it has to go through a tedious jury process. उस jury process में होता क्या है? From the time you nominate yourselves till the time we arrive at the list of winners today, what exactly happens in that? For that you got a jury AV. Can we please play the jury AV?
It was indeed a pleasure for me to be part of the Business World Tech Excellence Awards that happened recently. What I liked about these awards were the people who were coming for the pitching. They were given 2 minutes and then jury was asking questions. Another thing which I appreciated about this awards was that we were already sent details about their nomination, their application forms, etc. So the jury could actually be aware about them and ask the right kind of questions when they were presenting. I wish the organizers of Business World Tech Excellence Awards and all the participants all the very best. I look forward to seeing you at the event on 6th in Delhi. See you there.
I am delighted to be part of this year's inaugural Tech Awards established by Business World. I am thankful to the Business World for giving me this opportunity. It was great experience and I was able to know what is happening in our country and where our tech field is. I wish all the success to these participants and the awardees. Thank you very much.
First of all, congratulations to all the winners at the BW Tech Awards. It's an amazing process that the team followed through. An honor for me to be a part of such an esteemed members of jury, and the diligence with which the whole editorial team and the jury members followed through was an example in itself. But more than that, the winners were exemplary. Having worked in Tech Mahindra as the Chief Strategy Officer and now with humanizedtech.ai as a founder, I know how important, or I realize how important technology and deep technology is and how it's got to be relevant as we move along. So the way I saw AI examples coming together, the way I saw some of the digital transformation examples coming together, from all across, from large companies to small, medium, and startups, it's been huge, and I think it's one of the best award ceremonies that it's going to be, and wish all the winners the very best.
Last week, I had the privilege of serving on the jury of Business World's Tech Excellence Awards, evaluating the breakthrough innovations and the game-changing solutions. What truly impressed me, the degree of creativity, the maturity of the solutions, and the rigorous problem-solving approach. Congratulations to all the winners for setting the benchmark so high. It was an incredible experience, and looking forward to more such innovations in the future. Till the time, keep at it, be doing what you're doing.
Please give a huge round of applause to all our jury members. It's not easy to come to a list like the one that we will be announcing in a short while. But before that, to formally welcome all of you to open the award ceremony, please join me welcome to Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business and founder of the Exchange for Media Group.
Good afternoon. I would say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors, I won't keep you long. And especially speaking after Mr. Chaudhary, you have the same problem that the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor faced on the night of the honeymoon. Dr. Mitra, do you know what the problem was? On the night of the honeymoon, the seventh husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, "Darling, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I make it interesting." So I hope whatever I say, I'll keep it short and brief. Some of you were in the morning here when I made the presentation just before Dr. Karnik came. Mr. Chaudhary is here, and I requested him specifically, and I want you to show Mr. Chaudhary's books. Creative, I was lucky enough to get a copy of the book, and then I bought a couple of them. You can buy that book, and it will have some impact on you, especially if you're interested in technology and the impact. But I made a presentation in the morning. And this is a book I read 2 months back. I want to send it to Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Mitra. It's called Fluke. And the central message, Mr. Chaudhary, of this book is that we give too much credit to ourselves for whatever good happens in our life. Everything is serendipity. It's luck, chance, fluke. And I talked about, as I said, unfortunately, the Pahalgam incident happened 2 weeks back. There's families that survived, and some give stories that, they were eating at a food stall. The food guy put too much salt, so they gave the food away and told him to prepare, so they got 1+ hour late and they couldn't reach there, and that's how they got saved. Then there's other stories like that, which is pure serendipity, God's wish of saving you. And there are many stories, and I talked, it's a book by Brian Klaas. It's a beautiful book. It's good storytelling, and that's what matters. But there's one story that I keep talking about. It's not a happy story. It's a story that's set in 2001, and it's in September 2001, so you can guess where I'm going. There is two colleagues, a boy and a girl. They work in the same company. The boy is not working in New York. He comes to New York. They're meeting, and she buys a tie for him, and he puts it on the shirt that he's wearing that day, and she says, "It doesn't look good. Why don't you go and get another shirt where the tie looks good?" So he goes back to his hotel room. He's ironing the shirt to change and put on this new tie. She goes to the office, which is in Twin Towers. The Twin Towers get hit. She dies, and he's saved. So, and as I said in the morning, the world would be a very different place if Trump hadn't ducked. That's serendipity. Of course, there are conspiracy theories that the Russians did it, and I don't know. Right? But I think it was just fluke or serendipity or good luck he got. Nobody should die, whether you agree with them or not is another story. So serendipity, it basically says we give too much credit to ourselves for our success, too little for our failures, or what I call work in progress. As my favorite author, Randy Pausch, calls it, there's nothing called failures. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. So it's a lovely book. Then he talked about if you're $100 billion idea, then go. The last quarterly revenue of Meta was 45 plus, I think 47 or 48 billion. This is a book about Meta. I mean, I love the book. It's a pacey read. It's written by a former New Zealand bureaucrat who joined as the head of the public policy team at Meta. And the story opens with she's taken Mark Zuckerberg to a heads of state gathering somewhere in an island and what happens there, and then it's a fascinating story. And basically it says big tech cares only about money. Simply, I mean, it's a lovely book. I bought it 9 days back and already read it on flights. This is a book that, I do buy maybe lots of books. I don't read all of them, but I do buy. I feel somehow they'll get into my head and I'll be wiser. But it's a book that came to me, the publisher sent to me. Since then I bought a lot of them. 2 days after my mother died, which is 6 months and 12 days back. And I shared this in the morning. There is a chapter in the book, What Matters on Finding Your Way. And it was said of Rabbi Simcha Bunim that he carried 2 slips of paper, one in each pocket. On one he wrote, Bishivili Nivra Holam, for my sake the world was created. Very pompous. Don't think of Donald Trump or somebody else that comes to your mind. But, and on the other he wrote, Wah Anoki Afar, Wah Afar. I am but dust and ashes. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I'm a speck of. So he would take out each slip of paper as necessary as a reminder to himself. So, of course, if you're married, don't carry the second slip of paper. And my advice to you, if it accidentally comes out, then you'll be in trouble. The first slip of paper, sorry. So this is what I want to say is that at the end of the day, life is about what happens to you and what you do with it. And I had this slide, can you put it up again? Again, Mr. Chaudhary was talking about the size of industries. Can you put that? This is predicted that in 2040, these industries will be that big. Like the digital advertising industry is just about $500 billion. And most of it, it's more than $500 billion. It's 750. And 460 is 2 companies. I don't have to tell you which 2, Meta and Google. Because the ADEX hit more than $1 trillion last year. 750 is digital, 350 is traditional. Out of 460 plus is Meta and Google. Can you bring that slide? It shouldn't be that tough, my friend. So advertising will be about digital and ads, almost 3 trillion by 2040. Could happen earlier. These are estimates. Singularity has happened. And then there is e-commerce, which is 28 trillion. So clearly quick commerce will grow in India. I mean, and I want to give you one number. Just before COVID, the whole e-commerce bit in the US was 6% of the total retail. Guess it became 26% in 2 years. So I don't know what it is, it must be 30, 40. It is still not like 50% of total, when we talk of an omni-channel scenario. So $28 trillion e-commerce, AI software. Sir, AI software is $4.6 trillion. So clearly that maybe India should have a play there. Maybe because of what you are doing, we will have companies. Cloud services, $3.4 trillion. Electric vehicles, $3.2 trillion. And Chinese companies are again doing very well. You know which one. Digital ads, almost 3 trillion. Semiconductors, 2.4 trillion. Space, cyber security, and so on and so forth. So clearly, I'm sure we will have a place on that chart. We will contribute tremendously to that chart by building product companies because of what all of you are doing in this. Our awards are done through a jury process, through an honest process. We don't sell awards. We also, there is a fair bit of between number of entries and how many selected, especially by the 3rd year it becomes 1 to 10. So, of course, 1st year is restricted. So it's an honest awards. In a world where there are other ways to accomplish things, I think what matters is judged by people who you respect, who have a locus standi, and there is a process. Rest, everything is imperfect. Even awards are imperfect. The only 2 things that are perfect is Lord Shiva and my wife. Everybody else is imperfect, okay? So that's where I leave it at. Congratulations to the winner. Thank you to Mr. Mitra, Mr. Chaudhary, Gyan, every one of you for being here. First year is a tough, so Akash and his team have done a fair job. I remember he came to me 5-6 months back, and he said, I have to do a jury. I gave him names. Dr. Mitra's name, of course, Dr. Karnik. I go back 25 years with him. When I started my first company, my first revenue came from him. He was kind enough to give me, and since then I've had a relationship with him. So Akash, thank you for doing a great job. Every journey starts with a first step. We made that, and technology is where the action is. So thank you for doing this with us. Thank you, the marketing team. A lot of people work together because you've interacted. It's not me. I have the least role is just to say, do it, and I show up when I need it. So thank you for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for being here. And this is the first year. I hope we can be a catalyst in what you are doing, in at least telling the stories and bringing the community together. So we'll do that, and all the best. We've requested Mr. Chaudhary, Dr. Mitra, to give away awards, so the first set of awards, so stay back. Thank you once again, and back to you, Mr. Malik. Give him a big round of applause. He's doing a good job in the morning. And Mr. Chaudhary's book, yes, I would have almost forgotten. I should have carried a copy. So you can, when's your next book coming out? Right now he's making things happen. And then somebody will write a book about that. Inshallah. God bless. So you can read this. I read it. I got a copy within first 20 days. I was supposed to do a conversation when it never happened, but it's never too late. So I love buying books and gifting books. So, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And with that, it's time for the inaugural edition awards ceremony of the Tech Excellence Awards. And to give away the first set of awards, please join me in welcoming back on stage Dr. Anurag Batra. There he is, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business and a founder of the Exchange Media Group, along with Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, co-founder of HCL, founder and chairman of Epic Foundation and chairman, Mission Governing. Epic, I'm sorry, I missed that. There were lots and lots of sheets. Of founder and chairman of Epic Foundation. You shouldn't get that wrong. So first are the organizational awards, and then we'll go to the individual ones as well. And there is bronze, silver and gold that we'll see how it comes. Winners for you, एक बार आप अपना award receive कर लेंगे. Please then proceed to stage left, which is your right and my left as of now, for an individual picture, and also stay back in the end for a group picture, both for editorial coverage. इसी के साथ the first subcategory, it's AI and machine learning implementation, and the bronze in this goes to Students Analytics Solutions. We have with us Mr. Venkatesh Ragagopal and Ashish Jain to receive the award. Congratulations. Yes, please don't forget your individual pictures, very important. And we have another bronze in this, in AI and machine learning implementation, and that one goes to X Cube Labs. We have with us a CTO. To receive the award. That's a background music. I thought you were clapping. Thank you, congratulations. And now for the silver in AI and machine learning implementation subcategory, and that goes to in CDO, we have with us Mr. Devesh Sharma, Vice President, AI and Data, to receive the award. Congratulations. And same category, एक और silver है, and that goes to Recharge Payment Technologies. We have with us the CEO, Mr. Sumit Bhatnagar, and his team to receive the award. Congratulations, gentlemen. With that, the next category, it's AI-driven security solution of the year. First, we have a jury mention, and that goes to WRS Global Services. We have with us the Chief Information Officer, Mr. Nayan Desai, to receive the award. Congratulations. And the same category, AI-driven security solution of the year, and the gold in this goes to Behance Technologies. We have as a co-founder and CTO, Mr. Anup Prabhu, to receive the award. Congratulations, and winners, please remember a group picture in the end as well. और इसी के साथ let's now move towards the next category, which is banking and payment technology innovation. We have a bronze in this, and that goes to Finsbury R&D India. We have with us the Revenue Operations Specialist, Pavitra J, to receive the award. Congratulations. और इसी के साथ our next category, which is big data analytics implementation, and there was silver in this, and that goes to digital. We have with us a CTO, Mr. Amit Gandhi, to receive the award. Congratulations. And with that, thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary. Everybody wants to, sir, please fire with the award, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please request Professor D. Narasimha Rao, Managing Trustee and Vice President, Centurion University of Technology and Management, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh, sir, please join us and help present awards. We are still moving ahead with the organizational category. And the next subcategory, it's Cloud Computing Excellence Award. And the gold in this goes to it's again Freecharge Payment Technologies Private Limited. We have as a CEO, Mr. Sumit Bhatnagar, and his team to receive the award. For them, everybody. Congratulations. The next subcategory, it's Collaborative IT Project of the Year. And it's going to be gold here, and that goes to New India. We have with us Mr. Reid Antani, Senior Vice President of Engineering and Managing Director, to receive the award. एक बार न्यू रैली के लिए congratulations. The next subcategory, it's Customer Experience Enhancement Program. We have a bronze and silver in this. First, the bronze. Moneybox Finance. We have as a co-founder, Mr. Deepak Agarwal, to receive the award. Congratulations. And the Customer Experience Enhancement Program, the silver, goes to India First Life Insurance Company. We have with us Mr. Sankaran Raghavan, Chief Technology and Digital Officer, along with his team to receive the award. Congratulations. Next, Cyber Security Team of the Year. इसमें हमारे पास पहले है jury mention and that goes to Ace Cloud. We have with us Mr. Vinay Chhabra, co-founder and managing director. We have his team members joining us to receive the award. For them, congratulations. Now the bronze in cybersecurity team of the year subcategory goes to India First Life Insurance Company. We have with us the Chief Risk Officer, Mr. Amrish Maheshwari, to receive the award. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Professor Rao, for helping us with the awards. Once more, sir, please. You have to deliver the keynote. And I may request Jagdish Mitra, founder and CEO of Humanize, to please join us on the stage and help present the awards, sir. Winners, a reminder, don't forget to give your video bites as well for the BWT, which is right outside the setup. They'll help you, the team members, with the same. इसी के साथ next subcategory data privacy program of the year, and इसमें हमारे पास silver है, and that goes to Biologics. We have with us Mr. Arun Prasad, Head, Global Corporate Compliance and Data Privacy, to receive the award. Congratulations. Next subcategory, it's Digital Transformation Project of the Year. Your bronze, silver, gold in this, but first, the bronze. Digital. We have with us Mr. Amit Gandhi, the CTO, to receive the award. Congratulations. There are other bronze in this category, which is Digital Transformation Project of the Year, and this one goes to Scientific Global Technologies India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Pradeep Rajagopal Kirtivasan, along with Tirupati Rao Dokara, Director and the Vice President, both product and platform team to receive the award. Congratulations. And now for the silver, and that goes to Pleasure Engineering. We have with us Mr. Captain Raghu Achar, Vice President, Information Technology, to receive the award. एक बार जोरदार तालियां. And now for the gold in the digital transformation project of the year category. Reigning awards for Free Charge Payment Technologies Private Limited. We have with us the team, which is being led by the CEO, Mr. Sumit Bhatnagar. Congratulations. For this,
One day you'll be up here, you will lead the applause, so build your karmic balance, okay? Clap for them, you can clap now also.
and on that happy note, the next subcategory, it's Innovative IT Strategy Implementation. And the bronze in this goes to Renew by, we have with us Mr. Sanchit Bhaveja, Vice President Technology, along with man to receive the award. Congratulations. Picture. That's it. Yeah, from wherever. Yeah, she's going from here. She's taking the longer route. But now the shortcut. With that, thank you so much, Jagdish ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. एक बार सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां. And I request Gyan Gupta, AI Transformation Leader and the founder of AI in Action, to please deliver or help give the awards with Dr. Batra. Next subcategory, it's InsurTech Innovation Excellence, and the silver in this goes to Quality Bazaar for Business. We have with us Mr. Ankit Gupta, Chief Technology Officer, to receive the award. एक बार जोरदार तालियां for Policy Bazaar as well. Congratulations. And the goal in this category, it goes to we have with us Mr. Mangesh Rahane, Accounts, Lead Insurance, to receive the award. Congratulations. Our next subcategory, it's IT Service Management Excellence, and the silver in this goes to Digital. We now have with us the CTO, Mr. Jigar Shah, to receive the award. Congratulations. And इसी के साथ next and the last subcategory under the organizational awards is a Sustainable Technology Initiative of the Year. In this our jury mention, and that goes to National E-Governance Services Limited. We have with us Mr. Dev Jyoti Chaudhary, Managing Director and CEO, to receive the award along with his team. Congratulations. And now to the last few categories of the individual awards. And the first subcategory under that is Data Privacy Advocate of the Year. We have a jury mention in that, and that goes to Sharma, Chief Technology Officer, Pesa Bazaar. From Mukesh, everybody. Congratulations. The next, it's Digital Transformation Leader of the Year. And the bronze in this goes to I'll lead you back, buddy. It's again Mukesh Sharma, Chief Technology Officer, Pesa Bazaar. Wow. Congratulations. And the next, it's a silver in the digital transformation leader of the subcategory, and that goes to Sankar Raghavan, the Chief Technology and Digital Officer at India First Life Insurance Company.
I would also like to call Mr. Gaswala on stage. Mr. Gaswala. Clap for the winner.
Congratulations. And not one, we have two silvers in this subcategories, and the second silver goes to Dushyant Bhatt, Chief Technology and Product Officer, the host now. Congratulations. Next, it's Risk Management and Compliance Achiever, and the gold goes to Amrish Maheshwari, Chief Risk Officer, India First Life Insurance Company. Amrish ke liye everybody.
You can't do anything without your team. I want to also call Mr. Ved Shukla and Mr. Roel Amin, who are having a good time. I'm the boss. Don't like people having good time outside, doing nothing. They must be working hard, giving away awards, right? So if you can get Ved and Roel. Yes, Roel is a senior editor, has worked with us for 12 years. Mr. Ved Shukla, again, is part of the senior leadership, so we'll get them. Till then, one person I forgot to acknowledge is Priyanshi. Most of you have interfaced with Priyanshi. She is not here because her grandfather expired on Friday night, right? So she's managed it remotely. She still responded to a lot of your texts. So Priyanshi and Akash were the backbone, and then everybody else has contributed. So my kudos to Priyanshi for the first year is the toughest in terms of construct, curation, jury, entries. Then, by third year it gets established. So my gratitude to Priyanshi too. So just forgot that, and I remembered she's not here, but she really did heavy lifting on this one. So kudos to her. Back to you, and once Ved and Roel are in the room, you know who they are.
चलिए इसी के साथ next, it's Tech Entrepreneur of the Year, and we have a jury mention in this, and that goes to Vikram Chaudhary, co-founder and chief technology officer at Gas Solutions. Congratulations, Vikram. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Everybody else was sir as well. He also moderated a discussion today. May I once again request Professor D. Narasimha Rao, Managing Trustee and Vice President, Centurion University of Technology and Management, to please join us on the stage along with Mr. Ved Shukla. Sir is here, advisor to BW Retail World, and also Rohil Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Aye, please. We now have three more categories, and these are the hallmark categories. The first in this is CTO of the Year Award, in which we have a silver and then a gold, but first the silver. Venkatarama Krishna Sripada, Chief Technology Officer, XK Labs. CTO of the Year, Silver. You know, those background claps are supposed to do a support. प्राइमरी सोर्स आप ही हैं. चलिए, CTO of the Year Award and the gold goes to Shavik Bhattacharya, Chief Technology Officer, Navneet Education. Our hallmark winner. Shavik, everybody, CTO of the Year. Next subcategory, it's CIO of the Year, and the silver in this goes to Srinivas KRD, Chief Digital Information Officer, Naira Energy. There is team members to receive the award on behalf of him. Congratulations. Next is the hallmark winner. It's the goal for CIO of the year, and that is Captain Raghu Ashok, Vice President, Information Technology, Pleasure Engineering Limited. Congratulations, Captain. And the next and the last for the inaugural edition, the subcategory is CDO of the Year Award. And we have a gold in this. The hallmark winner is Sairam Mushram, Chief Data Officer, Zupi. Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony for the inaugural edition of the Tech Excellence Awards. A big congratulations to all of you. And with that, I please request all the winners to join us on the stage with their trophies for a group picture. Aye. We will do pictures, one with the presenters and jury members that we have, or second SIF winners ki. Aye. All the winners, please. And can the business world team please make sure no winners outside? सब अंदर हो अपनी trophies के साथ आइए. And don't forget the video interviews as well, please.